Chapter 351. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey is quite useful. Jiraiya quickly asked for the information he wanted, and he looked at Orochimaru. The latter nodded at him, and he had been observing Hohan. This guy must have been scared. Whatever Jiraiya asked, he said it all at once as long as he knew it. There was no pause during the period, and even his eyes did not subconsciously turn or dodge. So it can be seen that he did not lie. After seeing Orochimaru nod, Jiraiya also smiled with satisfaction. His own skills are still awesome. Look, such a tough person who can withstand the 6 tortures actually confessed so quickly. Okay, I will give you a quick death, and I won't turn you into a toad. Hearing this, Hohan was relieved and looked at Jiraiya. A touch of gratitude could not help but appear in his eyes. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Jiraiya-sama, you are such a nice person. I have already leaked the secret, and I can only be a traitor if I go back, and these 2 people will never let me go. After all, if they keep him, these 2 masters will need to distract themselves to control him and prevent him from alerting the rock ninja. Even if they let him go back afterwards, they will be afraid that they will pass on their interrogation information, the use of ninjutsu and other information to the rock ninja. So no matter how you think about it, he is doomed to die. And a painless death is the best ending. If he becomes like his companions, he can only be an ugly bastard for the rest of his life, and he can't even touch beautiful women. What's the point of living? He knows too well how disgusted those girls are when they see bastards. They will definitely stay away from him. Orochimaru gave him a weird look. I didn't expect this guy to have signs of Stockholm Syndrome. He was actually grateful to Jiraiya. It's outrageous. Okay, go with peace of mind. Orochimaru said, stretched out his hand to hold his throat and pinched it hard. He broke his neck in an instant, and soon, Hohan stopped struggling. Before Hohan died, he showed a relieved expression. He tilted his head and saw the ugly toad, muttering to himself, it's great, I don't have to be like him, I can only be an ugly toad for the rest of my life. After that, the man died completely. Orochimaru ignored his words, he stretched out his other hand again and pressed it on his face. Erasing face technique he had been ready for a long time, just waiting for Jiraiya to torture out information, and then melt the other person's face. Replace it on his own face, replacing the other person. Half an hour later, a figure touched the place where the Jinchuriki was. This person was Orochimaru, who disguised himself as Hohan. In his arms, there was a big toad. But it was not very obvious. He did not approach the place where Han was, but after a silent look, he circled around Han's station. Like an Uegakuer who was not interested in sleeping. Who are you? His actions attracted the attention of a team of patrolling Uegakuer. One of the captain-like people frowned and looked at him. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that there was something wrong with this person. But if you look closely, you will find that there is nothing wrong with this person. If you insist on saying that there is a problem, it seems that not sleeping so late is the problem. Orochimaru was not panicked. He naturally stopped and accepted the other party's inspection. The patrol captain looked at him carefully. He looked very familiar and there was nothing wrong with his dress. He should be one of them. The vigilance in his heart was slightly lowered. Hello. Orochimaru took the initiative to greet. He looked very sunny at the moment, which was very different from his own personality. Simply put, he was very good at acting. It's so late at night, what are you doing here? Orochimaru smiled and replied, nothing, I'm strolling. The patrol captain didn't believe it. He glanced at the tent where Han was, and had a guess in his mind, so he said something meaningful. Can you stroll here when you can't sleep? I think you are lying. Hearing this, Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he was discovered? No way, but this person just glanced at Han's tent vaguely. Could it be that they already knew that they would come to make Han go berserk tonight? Not only him, but even Jiraiya, who was hiding in the toad, had the same idea. The actions of the 3 of them were obviously improvised by the 3 of them, so they didn't tell anyone else at all. How did they know? But after a while, Orochimaru calmed down first. If they really found the 3 of them's plan, there will not be only these few people. At least Onoki will show up. The most important thing is that the guy in front of him did not take action directly, which is the best evidence. Seeing that Hohan's face changed quickly, the patrol captain's mouth curled up slightly. Look, I guessed it again. He curled his lips and said unhappily, I said, are you annoying? You come here every time. Don't think I don't know what you mean, but we are all Iwagakuer, and we can't do such things. Orochimaru. Oh. It seems that I really thought too much. They were not exposed, but before them, many victims of Iwagakuer came here, and this patrol obviously regarded him as the same kind of people as before. Seeing that Hahan didn't speak, the patrol captain didn't care. This group of people is like this. Every time their thoughts are revealed, they quickly change their faces and say nothing. He didn't care, but reached out and patted Hahan's shoulder, sighed and said, I know you hate Han, but the third generation asked us to patrol here 24 hours a day, you can't hurt them. After listening to the patrol captain's words, Jiraiya came to his senses belatedly. It seems that he was overthinking. Luckily, he thought that the letter left by Orochimaru in his tent was discovered by the spy. He even suspected Tsunade. Although he quickly cut off this idea, Tsunade couldn't and had no reason to do so. Seeing that Hahan still didn't speak, the patrol captain patted his shoulders twice and forced him to turn around. Go back. Besides, Han didn't mean it. Those damn Konoha ninjas are the culprits. He gritted his teeth and said, if it weren't for Tsunade and Orochimaru, how could Han go berserk? You also know that the tailed beasts hate us humans very much. The five-tailed beasts want to go berserk all the time. And Han is suppressing the tailed beasts all the time. He doesn't want to hurt us rock ninjas. For the sake of his hard work, don't put this hatred on him. He pushed Hahan's shoulder and urged, okay, go back to sleep. At this time, Hahan finally spoke. Don't you hate him? Orochimaru asked in a very depressed tone, imitating the grief of the death of a loved one. The patrol captain sighed again after hearing this. What's the use of hatred? The uncle of the younger brother of the younger lover of the younger brother of the younger sister-in-law's son died in the tailed beast riot. Do you think I hate it? But it was all the fault of the tailed beast. What does it have to do with Han? On the contrary, if Han hadn't imprisoned Tessaigan with his body, do you think we would have a peaceful life? So he is actually a hero. We shouldn't impose the idea of hating the tailed beast on them. That's immoral and too pitiful for them. Listening to the words of the patrol captain, Orochimaru and Jiraiya couldn't help but look up to this guy. I didn't expect him to have such an awareness. But it's true. If he also hated Han as a tailed beast like Han, Onoki wouldn't have arranged him to patrol here to protect Han. Maybe it was because he saw that Han was unmoved. After thinking about it, the patrol captain decided to tell him a secret. This way, he would not be thinking about how to kill Han all the time, and they would have one less person watching them during their patrol in the second half of the night. So he moved closer and whispered, since we are all rock ninjas, I can tell you a secret, but you can't tell anyone else. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, and he looked at the patrol leader with a strange look. Then he nodded and promised, you can tell me, anyway, my important relatives and friends died in the tailed beast riot, and there is no one to talk to. Hearing this, the patrol leader breathed a sigh of relief, it's good to have no one to talk to. He can also comfort a rock ninja. Thinking of this, he immediately looked around and saw that everyone around him was his own people, and there was nothing further away, and it was impossible for anyone to hear what he said. So he retracted his gaze and said quietly, I will only tell you this matter, and you must not spread it to others. After seeing Han nodded again, he continued, tomorrow morning, we will launch a general attack. At that time, you can vent your hatred on Konoha. This way, you can not only get revenge, but also gain credit. Hearing this, Orochimaru's heart sank. Sure enough, he was right. The rock ninja really needed big move. Fortunately. So he quickly made a surprised expression. Really? Of course it's true. Our team is responsible for security work and will go to the battlefield tomorrow, so the captain told us this specifically to make us think about taking a break and have more energy to go to the battlefield tomorrow. Okay, as long as we can beat Konoha, I will rush forward without saying a word. As he said, Han ran back in the direction he came from with a happy face. Seeing this scene, the patrol captain breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, another person was persuaded to go back. Ah, this damn sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, he found someone approaching from another direction. So he frowned and led people to surround the man. Who are you and what are you doing here? Seeing that the man didn't speak but looked at Han's tent with hatred, the patrol leader knew that he was another person whose sight was shrouded by hatred. After a few words, he whispered again, "I know you hate Han, but don't hate him first. I can tell you a secret, but you can't tell anyone else. Tomorrow we..." Chapter 352. Back to the place where no one was. Orochimaru looked around and instantly flashed into the darkness on the side. At this time, the toad in his arms made a very subtle sound. "What should we do?" This was Jiraiya's voice, and he paid full attention to the previous conversation. "Tonight, we must succeed no matter what, otherwise, when tomorrow comes, we will definitely be in trouble," Orochimaru said in a serious tone. "Well, I agree with your idea." Then, Jiraiya immediately passed on what he and others had encountered to Tsunade through the thumb slug. After a while, Tsunade digested all the information. She suggested, "Why don't I make a noise outside and attract them all? In this way, you may have a chance to take action." Listening to the words conveyed by the thumb slug, Orochimaru rejected it, saying, "No, that's too risky. Besides, you're no match for Onoki. Although Tsunade is very tough, no one can withstand the power of her punch. But her overall strength is not enough to face Onoki." Jiraiya suggested, "In this way, I'll go to Tsunade and attack together. I can definitely resist Onoki. Orochimaru, you should have a chance to release the tailed beast by yourself." Hearing this, Tsunade and Orochimaru didn't speak at the first time, but thought about the feasibility. For a long time, Orochimaru still shook his head. "No, I can only release one tailed beast by myself, but a single tailed beast can cause damage, but the scope of damage will not be very large. It will be suppressed by Onoki soon, and the effect will not meet our expectations at all." Hearing what Orochimaru said, Tsunade and Jiraiya frowned. What Orochimaru said makes sense. This is their only chance. Failure aside, only releasing one tailed beast is not enough to hurt the rock ninja. The rock ninja can launch a general attack immediately after suppressing one tailed beast. It is obvious that after suffering such a big loss last time, Onoki will never divide his troops again. He will definitely use all his troops immediately to overwhelm the enemy with numbers. "What should I do?" Tsunade asked a similar question to Jiraiya. After thinking for a long time, Orochimaru raised his mouth slightly. "To create chaos, why do we have to do it ourselves? Tsunade, you just need to be prepared to respond, and the plan will continue as usual. To create chaos, why do we have to do it ourselves, the plan will continue as usual?" When Tsunade and Jiraiya heard these keywords, they immediately understood. They all looked at Orochimaru in amazement. "What you mean is, let those people who hate Han stir up trouble for us?" "That's right." Orochimaru responded, chuckling, "The guards were very strict just now. We were only 100 meters away when the patrol team found us. There are many guards in the open, and there are definitely many in the dark. So we need those people to help us stir up trouble. Fight for opportunities for us." Hearing this, Tsunade and Jiraiya immediately agreed. "No problem. I think it's okay." After that, the three stopped talking, and Orochimaru looked at the ninja who ran back happily. No need to think, this guy is obviously the same as him. They are all people who want to harm Han. Haha. Isn't this a coincidence? Although I know the list of several people who hate Han. Han told him that there are people who hate Han in the camp. But he doesn't know what they look like. I think this person will definitely know. With his eloquence, he could definitely make him dizzy and confused. Then, through him, he could find other victims of the tailed beasts and let them attack Han's base together. Once there is a riot, are you afraid that there will be no chance? Hey! No way! Hey, hello! Orochimaru immediately greeted him enthusiastically. The originally jubilant rock ninja was almost scared to death when he heard the words of Han and the person who came out of the shadows. After seeing the person clearly, he put down the kunao in his hand and said unhappily, "It turned out to be you, kid. You almost scared me to death. What are you doing here?" "Ah. I didn't expect it was someone I knew, so it's easy. If it was a stranger, the other party would definitely be wary, but if it was an acquaintance, then he would be much more confident in persuading the other party." Han said with a smile, "Waiting for you." "Waiting for me? Well, you also want to find Han, but the patrol team also told him to come back." Hearing this, the man was slightly stunned, and then he figured out something. You have been there? Yes. Hahan nodded. Then, he turned serious and asked, don't you want to avenge your dead relatives anymore? Hearing this, the rock ninja, who was still shocked on his face, was stunned for a moment. He looked at Hahan and asked in confusion, what do you want to say? If I'm not mistaken, the patrol captain also told you. It means that we will launch a general offensive tomorrow, let us have enough energy, fight bravely tomorrow, and avenge our relatives. From the man's happy face and his quick run towards the rest area, Orochimaru could easily guess what happened. And whoever said I will only tell you quietly would really only tell one person quietly. Orochimaru didn't believe that guy. Since he would tell himself, he would also tell others. Orochimaru put his hands on the rock ninja, and his tone was unusually solemn, although the people of Konoha are the culprits, our relatives and friends died directly at the hands of the tailed beasts. The rock ninja's face changed, he flicked Orochimaru's hand away, and asked in a more solemn tone, what do you want to say? I want revenge. In addition to Konoha, there are also Han, Lao Ziai and the tailed beasts in their bodies. Hearing this, the rock ninja was stunned for a moment, and he looked at Han incredulously, with a look in his eyes like a fool. Couldn't help but exclaimed, are you crazy? Let's not talk about whether you can get close to their residence. Even if you can get close, with your mediocre strength, can you beat them? Not to mention killing the tailed beasts, you have also seen the strength of the tailed beasts, which is not something we humans can achieve. The expression on Hahan's face did not change, and he still looked at the rock ninja seriously. I know, but as long as the method is used correctly, there is nothing that cannot be killed. The tailed beasts also have weaknesses, that is, the Jinchuriki. As long as the Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beasts will also die. At that time, we will take revenge. Hearing such top-secret words, the rock ninja was stunned for a moment, and his face suddenly became very exciting. Where did you hear this top-secret information? The information about Jinchuriki is all top-secret information of each village, and it is impossible for ninjas of their level to know it. I want revenge, but you don't think I am taking revenge without thinking, right? Although this matter is top secret, as long as it exists, there is no fear that someone with ulterior motives will find it. The rock ninja was stunned for a moment, looking at Hahan in astonishment. This made sense, and he couldn't refute it. But it's so outrageous, how did he find out such strict information? But I think the other party wouldn't tell him even if he asked. So he shook his head and denied, no, I don't agree. Although the tailed beasts killed many of us, they are also our external deterrent. Without them, we rock ninjas will lose important bargaining chips, and then we will definitely be annexed by other villages. I don't agree, and you can't do it. Hearing the words of the rock ninja, Orochimaru's heart twitched. He didn't expect this guy to have a brain. But it's good this way. As long as he is convinced, the rest will be much easier. Of course I also know the importance of the tailed beasts. As he said, he moved closer and whispered, I'll tell you another secret, don't tell anyone else. Rock ninja. Strange, such a familiar word, it seems that the last time I heard it was the last time. Orochimaru didn't give him time to think, and continued, the tailed beasts are immortal, they will be reborn every 3 years. Hearing this, the rock ninja's eyes widened instantly, almost bulging out. What? His voice was so loud that Hahan covered his mouth directly. He looked around nervously, and when he saw no movement around, he turned his head and looked at the rock ninja angrily. Are you a tiger? Why are you so loud? Do you want to kill me? The rock ninja hurriedly lowered his voice and apologized carefully, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. After saying that, the shock on his face had not yet dissipated. The tailed beasts are immortal. They will be reborn after 3 years of death. Fuck, this information can shock me for 100 years. But if they are tailed beasts, this seems to be quite logical. Otherwise, in the past thousands of years, 1 or 2 of the rumored 9-tailed beasts must have fallen. After all, among humans, there will always be strong people every 1 or 2 generations. They definitely have the power to kill the tailed beasts. Orochimaru saw that he couldn't stay here anymore, and maybe someone would come to investigate, so he dragged him to another place. As he walked, he said, we rock ninjas are very strong, and there are so many of us. The role of Jinchuriki can only serve as a deterrent, but the current status of our land of Earth is all due to the desperate fighting of our rock ninjas, not the existence of the tailed beasts. As he said this, he looked at the rock ninjas seriously, and his tone was very low, and you can see that the role of the tailed beasts is not that great. When we use their power, if we are not careful, we will suffer heavy losses. Hearing this, the rock ninjas paused. There is no way to refute this. The previous battle is a living example. Chapter 353. At this time, in the future, they had just set out from the camp. They were following the vanguard reconnaissance team. If it was a team of 40 or 50 people, there was no need to split into two teams. But the problem was that there were more than 40 or 50 people here. Once the number of people increased, any small problem would turn into a big problem. So in addition to the need for sensing ninjas themselves, they also needed sensing ninjas to lead the way in front. This would allow the large army to take fewer detours and expand the range of perception. Even if there was a problem with the vanguard, their large army would be able to catch up and support them in the first place. How is it? Have you received any news from your side? As they were marching, Future asked Minato. Minato sighed, no, the toads have asked, but they can't connect to Jiraiya's mind. He seems to be in some special environment. He looked at Kushina and Rika, what about you? Rika and Kushina looked at each other and shook their heads, no information about the teacher. But Rika's but made everyone subconsciously turn their attention to her. But what? Rope Tree asked hurriedly. Rika has gained a lot of weight at this moment, but in the eyes of outsiders, she has lost half of her weight, but thinking that her teacher is Tsunade-sama, the legendary medical expert. It seems reasonable that she has a special way to lose weight. So people who see Rika's current appearance are just surprised. It's amazing that the other party can lose weight to this extent. I didn't really take it to heart. Linghua did not hesitate, but quickly said, just now, the slug sage told us something. There is only one bug in the wet bone forest, but it has countless clones, but the clones are not it. What the clones know, it will also know. Just now, Jiraiya and the others used small slugs to transmit information, and naturally it was synchronized to it. Although the slug clone is not the slug sage, Linghua and the others still gave it the honorific title of sage. It said that half an hour ago, Teacher Tsunade and the others were ready to incite a group of rock ninjas to create chaos. Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya were ready to take the opportunity to sneak into the side of the Jinchuriki and let him run wild. Hearing this, the leading perception ninja turned around and asked. This is the information from half an hour ago, what about now? The leading ninja is from the Aberame clan, named Aberame Bayu. A very distinctive name. Although he is not the clan leader, his strength is second only to the clan leader of this generation in the Aberame clan. Moreover, in the late period of World War I, the Hidden Rock Village sent the Water Flow clan to attack Konoha. At that time, his battle was quite eye-catching. If the Aberame clan leader was not better than him, I am afraid that the position of clan leader of this generation might be his. He was dressed in a very Aberame style, with a large dark high-necked windbreaker that wrapped himself tightly, and a pair of black sunglasses that covered his upper cheeks tightly. There were insects constantly emitting from his body. He was like a nest of insects, becoming a transit station for insects. Some insects flew out, and some flew back, constantly telling him what they encountered. He was the person in charge of this operation, and the person in charge of the Aberame clan on this battlefield. Linghua shook her head at him. I don't know now. Slug Sage said they haven't communicated through slugs for half an hour. Without waiting for Aberame Bayu to answer, a slightly frightened breath swept over them in an instant. All of a sudden, everyone's expression changed, and they all stopped. Panic looked in the direction that made them feel uncomfortable. At this moment, they all had the answer in their hearts. It seems that Master Jiraiya's secret operation seems to have succeeded. Aberame Bayu murmured. This is the breath of the tailed beasts, and it is the breath emitted by two. In other words, Jiraiya and the others released all the tailed beasts at the same time. Aberame Bayu immediately shouted loudly, speed up, we must reach the rock ninja camp as soon as possible. Yes. After he shouted like this, everyone came back to their senses, and their faces became more solemn. For a moment, the stop steps started moving again. While Aberame was leading the way, he turned to the future five and said, the tailed beast has gone berserk. Logically, Lord Orochimaru and the others should be safe. But I have a bad feeling. He glanced at the trembling bug in his hand and frowned slightly. The perception method of our Aberame clan is useless. You must keep in touch with us. Our teacher, if there is any news, you must tell me as soon as possible. Understand? Understood. The future people immediately replied loudly. After hearing the definite answer, a barmaid turned her head and looked straight ahead. There is still half an hour to go, Lord Orochimaru, you must not get into trouble. At the same time, he also prayed that Orochimaru and the others could quickly evacuate to Konoha, so that they could meet each other. Not only could he support them, but he could also stop the pursuers. But the corners of his eyes kept twitching, as if something bad was going to happen. 10 minutes ago. Orochimaru looked at the rock ninja who was stunned by what he said, and rushed to the camp where Lao Ziai and Han were with all the victims. Seeing that the noise they made attracted more guarding ninjas and had to come out to stop them, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth several degrees. Ha, stupid ninja. This guy has intelligence, but not very high. He finally used only one sentence. As long as they release the tailed beasts in the Konoha camp tomorrow, they will be the heroes of the rock ninja. At that time, the people in the village will only remember their heroic figures. Who will remember the innocent people who were killed because of their riots? It was because of this sentence that the rock ninja made up his mind and gathered countless victims on the spot, wanting to attack the Jinchuriki's station. Of course, this was an open move. There were 5 rock ninjas in the dark, looking in the direction of Lao Ziai and the others with hatred in their eyes. They were arranged by the rock ninja. The purpose was to assassinate the 2 Jinchuriki. That's why they made a noise and attracted all the guarding rock ninjas, so that the 5 people would have a chance to get close. Seeing that the riot had started, the 5 people also started to act. Jiraiya's voice suddenly came from Orochimaru's arms. His voice was very low. I'll go find Lao Ziai, you go deal with Han. Hearing this, Orochimaru's mouth, which had been curled up, paused slightly. He frowned and said, I'd better go. Old Ziai is a senior Jinchuriki. He is very powerful and it is difficult for him to release the 4 tails. Jiraiya had a different opinion. No, our mission is to release the tailed beasts. My skills are all in frontal combat. I am not an expert in conspiracy and sneak attacks. Let me deal with old Ziai. It would be best if I succeed. If I fail, you will be the backup. With your ability, you can definitely make Han release the 5 tails. But if Orochimaru faces old Ziai, there is a lot of uncertainty in this. Hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but ponder. If he were to deal with Han, let him go berserk, or even release the 5 tails, the possibility of success would indeed be very high. On the contrary, if he faced old Ziai. After thinking for a moment, he nodded, okay, but you have to be careful. Old Ziai is not that easy to deal with. Don't worry, I can fight him for dozens of rounds without Sage Mode. After the last close contact with the tailed beast, he discovered one thing. Although the chakra of the tailed beast is violent and full of extreme negative emotions, but it is essentially a kind of natural chakra. If he absorbs natural chakra near the rock ninja, he will definitely be discovered by the other party. This is a hidden danger. If the tailed beast tells the Jinchuriki, their situation will be dangerous. So he didn't dare to do it. And even if the natural chakra is stored at a distance and not converted into sage chakra, it is extremely unstable in this state of the last blow. If you just walk and run normally, there is no problem. Once he uses his own chakra, it will inevitably cause the instability of his natural chakra. At that time, he will be in a lot of trouble. Even if he enters the sage mode first, endurance is another big problem. He can't act quietly while turning on the sage mode, or fight head-on. Both are unrealistic. So the best way at present is to use conventional means. If a big battle really happens, Tsunade and Orochimaru can protect him. It only takes 5 minutes for him to be strong. Just be careful. If you are really unsure, I will help you after I release the 5 tails. Okay. After Jiraiya responded, he let the toad jump out of Orochimaru's arms and jumped along the dark and deserted corner towards where Lao Ziai was. And Orochimaru looked away after the toad disappeared. He opened his mouth and spit out a tube of medicine. Although I can't seal the tailed beast, I can still release it if I want. He looked at the tent where Han was, his eyes were fanatical and cold. The lights there were already on. Obviously Han was awakened. Chapter 354. There was a commotion, and he had observed it beforehand. Most importantly, there were 2 guides, and Orochimaru quickly followed them and sneaked into Han's tent. He hid in the shadows, and with the talent of snakes, he perfectly integrated into the environment. Even the chakra aura was suppressed by him to a very low level, almost undetectable, not to mention that the outside world was so chaotic now. He watched the two rock ninjas attack Han with their deadly hands, so that Han had to fight back and knock them out. There was no emotional fluctuation throughout the whole process. Han naturally did not notice that there was a figure in the shadows of the tent. He looked at the two unconscious people on the ground with a complicated expression. It was the Five Tails who killed your relatives, not me. These words were light, but the emotions contained in them were very heavy. In the past, he admired Lao Ziyi, who was the backer of the village and a killer on the battlefield. More importantly, the power of the tailed beasts was too strong, which could make people quickly become strong in a short period of time. So when he heard that the village was going to select the Five Tails Jinkriki, he signed up without saying a word. After layers of screening, he finally became the last person. As expected, he became a candidate for the Five Tails Jinkriki. When the Five Tails was sealed in his body, he was in great pain and even thought that he would die. But with the hope of life, he successfully survived and finally became the Five Tails Jinkriki. Facts have proved that becoming a Jinkriki can indeed make you stronger quickly. Originally, his strength was only in the middle and lower reaches among his peers, but after a few days, even the first place that he once needed to look up to became his defeated opponent. This proves that he did not go the wrong way. Although it was painful to use this power, he gritted his teeth and persevered for the sake of strength. Even if he lived a painful life every day, he was happy with it. Because while mastering strong strength, you must give up some aspects. He had this awareness a long time ago. This kind of life lasted until the last war. He was so proud of his strange strength that he even asked Onoki to spend a lot of money to build a steam armor to enhance his strength. This armor can more than double his physical strength. It can also protect him from harm. But all this was completely turned into a joke under the little fist of that woman. He was even dominated by the five-tailed guy for this. He released it and caused the current situation. Tsunade, sooner or later, I will make you sing conquer. A trace of gloom flashed in his eyes. His original glory was all destroyed by that woman. Doesn't she like to release the monster in her body? Then he will do as she wishes tomorrow. Tomorrow he will use Steam Advance to rush directly into the core of Konoha's position, unseal in front of her, and let her experience the horror of being a Jinkriki. After a little self-YY in his heart, the anger in his heart was slightly reduced, so he prepared to go out and face these compatriots. If they listen to him, then he will talk to them nicely. If they don't listen, then he will beat them into submission. Even oral is good. And as long as the battle tomorrow is over, the Tsuchikage will help him build momentum in the village. Then he is still a hero in the village. The things that hurt the rock ninja before were forgotten by the people in the village. Maybe, you don't have this opportunity. Suddenly, an extremely cold and hoarse voice suddenly came from behind him. What? Han's expression changed drastically. He only felt a tingling of his scalp, and a chill like the cold winter months rushed from his tailbone directly to the top of his head. Goosebumps all over his body. He was very familiar with this voice. It was the voice of Konoha Lengjun, one of the three ninjas, Orochimaru. He actually touched behind him, but he didn't notice anything unusual. How is it possible? Boiling release, unparalleled power. Although his mind was shocked, terrified, and horrified, his body moved instinctively. He was about to perform his own no-mark ninjutsu. This was a technique he developed by imitating the monster in his body. And it also became his unique blood limit. It allows him to raise the chakra in his body to the boiling point in one breath, just like boiling water, so that his strength can be increased many times in an instant. With this move, he has made countless contributions to the Hidden Rock Village. But in this world, he is not the only one who knows no-mark ninjutsu. Orochimaru also knows it, and he was well prepared. The moment before Han was about to make his move, Orochimaru had already released his technique. Ninjutsu, Snake Curse Binding. This is also a snake-related ninjutsu that can be instantly cast without making hand seals or biting fingers to bleed on the spot. Through the preset summoning marks, two special snakes can appear instantly. Quickly bind the target person. And this time, Orochimaru has made improvements specifically for Jinkriki. As his words fell, at the moment when Han was about to boil his chakra, two snakes quickly emerged from Orochimaru's trouser legs, and in an instant, they tightly entangled Han's body. At the same time, the special patterns carved by Orochimaru on them immediately became active. In an instant, they covered Han's whole body, as if he had put on a special mesh-shaped sexy underwear for Han. At this moment, Han's expression changed drastically. He was horrified to find that his chakra, which was about to boil, had actually stopped at this moment. It was like a dam that was about to release floodwaters, and the gate that was about to open was suddenly closed tightly. The flood could not flow out at all. Bacona. Omega Omega. Without intention, Han was subdued by Orochimaru in one move. Orochimaru didn't say anything nonsense to him, but held the syringe and took off Han's pants while the other party couldn't move. Han felt the coldness on his buttocks, and his expression changed from horror to fear. He wanted to turn his head to look behind him, but the binding force of the curse pattern on his body was too strong, so he could only turn his eyes and couldn't see behind him at all. In fact, from the time Orochimaru suddenly spoke, he only heard Orochimaru's voice and didn't see Orochimaru's appearance at all. The time was too short, not even a breath had passed. He shouted in shock, "Fuck, what are you doing? Why are you pulling someone's pants for no reason?" His status in the Hidden Rock Village is not low, so he can naturally get access to detailed information about people like Orochimaru. The first impression of Orochimaru is that of a crazy scientist. This guy came from afar, sneaked into his place, controlled him, and pulled his pants. Is he interested in me? He shouted anxiously, "I tell you, I'm not a casual person." Perhaps Orochimaru thought he was too noisy, or perhaps he was afraid of alerting people outside and entering here in advance, disrupting his plan. So he let the snake tied to her block his mouth. Woo woo woo. Sigma, degree. Orochimaru, you are really a piece of shit. You want to do that to others, but you don't let people scream. Fuck. Orochimaru didn't say anything, he quickly got busy. Holding the syringe, without even looking at the fingernail-sized air in the syringe, he aimed directly at the side of his thigh and stabbed it. As Orochimaru, who had dissected countless people, he could see the distribution structure of various parts of the human body at a glance. Naturally, he could also find where the aorta in Han's thigh was at a glance. How deep the needle should be to pierce the artery. At this moment, Han only felt a needle-like feeling in his thigh, and his expression became even more terrified. So much so that his whole body was trembling slightly. This son of a bitch Orochimaru actually likes not to take the initiative. When he thought that he could only lie like a vegetable next, unable to move his body, and let Orochimaru manipulate him at will, he felt that his whole life was dark. His body turned pale instantly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's over, his life is ruined. Just when he had no desire to live, he felt a chill in his belly. I know what you're thinking. When Orochimaru's voice came, he realized that Orochimaru had actually walked in front of him. However, his appearance was not the one he remembered, but he knew without thinking that he had disguised himself. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sneak into the rock ninja camp and come to him. At this moment, he was lifting his clothes and armor, exposing his belly. Seeing this scene, a tear passed through his eyes. Damn, is it about to start? I didn't expect that my first time would be given to such a person, what a shame. Epsilon, 3. Hat. It turned out to be the Vajra seal. Fortunately, I know a little bit. Looking at this sealing technique, Orochimaru licked his lips, chuckled, and quickly formed a seal with both hands. On Han's belly, there was a mysterious array pattern, written in black ink, but it seemed to have penetrated deep into the skin. It was impossible to wipe it off. Chapter 355. The seal was very familiar to Han. This was the seal that Lord Onoki had given him in the morning, and its function was to temporarily remove the seal in his body and release the tailed beast. The original intention was to prepare for tomorrow's battle. In an instant, he understood Orochimaru's move. Woo. He stared at Orochimaru with his eyes fixed, breathing unusually heavy and rapid. This guy actually wanted to release the tailed beast, and he released it in the heart of the rock ninja camp. No. Yamaru. But Orochimaru's curse seal was too strong. After he lost the initiative, he fell into a disadvantage and had no ability to resist at this moment. The tailed beast in his body didn't care about his life or death. It sensed that someone wanted to release it. It immediately cooperated. No. I don't want to be a sinner of the rock ninja. Let me go. Han struggled more violently, but he didn't know if it was because he was too scared. He actually felt a little dizzy. No, he was getting dizzier and dizzier. The injection just now, was a secret medicine? Orochimaru wants to make me unconscious so that I can't interfere with the control of the tailed beast. Just when he was horrified and wanted to bite his tongue to commit suicide, Orochimaru's voice came out. Vajra seal release. After saying that, he slapped the seal on his stomach with one palm. The next moment, a dark red chakra burst out from his body. In the blink of an eye, he was wrapped in it. And Orochimaru's hand was retracted at the moment when the tailed beast chakra appeared. The two pythons that bound Han had turned into ashes and disappeared. Orochimaru didn't feel sorry, and immediately flashed out of the tent. In an instant, it attracted the attention of countless people in the chaos. However, Orochimaru was still using Han's skin, so no one found it strange. On one hand, the victims all knew him, that is, Han, and knew that he was one of their own. On the other hand, the guards thought that this was the assassin arranged by the victims. But he was also one of their own. At the moment when they were stunned, a terrifying momentum suddenly burst out from the tent. Everyone was shocked and looked at where Han was. The guard rock ninja spread his hands and said in a daze, "Oh! It's over. It seems that the assassination failed, but the tailed beast ran out. Although I didn't think the assassination would succeed, I didn't expect that Han, the dog, actually let the tailed beast out." For a while, the victims' rock ninja who created the chaos stopped making a fuss, and they all stared at Han's tent. The difference between using the tailed beast's chakra and the tailed beast running out, they don't need to see, just by feeling, they can tell. If the tailed beast chakra is used, then this breath is not so violent, but if the tailed beast uses this chakra, then this breath will be filled with strong hatred. That is the feeling of hatred towards them humans. People do not have such pure hatred. The guarding rock ninja listened to their words, and his face was as ugly as it could be. He pointed at the victims with trembling hands, and had many MMPs in his heart. You! At this moment, the howling of the tailed beast was also heard in another tent. Everyone present was stunned at once. What? Fuck, how could there be two of them? Look at what you have done, why are you still standing there? Go to the main account and ask Lord Tsuchikage. Someone, control these guys, don't let them escape. They are all sinners of the rock ninja. Hearing this, the victims of the rock ninja looked at each other. After being stimulated by the chakra of the tailed beast, they seemed to feel that they had done something serious. If the tailed beast goes berserk now, the rock ninja will be hurt. This is completely inconsistent with their original intention. What they want is simply to kill the Jinchuriki, not to release the tailed beast and hurt the people of the rock village. Orochimaru was also stunned. He originally wanted to release the five-tailed beast first, and then quickly go to Jiraiya to help, but he didn't expect that Jiraiya actually succeeded. I just don't know what method he used. After a breath, he found a figure flying out of the tent. Even if the white hair on that head was not so explosive, he could recognize it at a glance. However, Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. Jiraiya did not jump out by himself, but was beaten out by someone. He was also spitting blood. He seemed to be seriously injured. Both the guard and the victim saw Jiraiya. Although it was dark now, the light from the surrounding torches still allowed them to see Jiraiya's face at a glance. For a moment, both sides were stunned. As Han hurriedly ran towards Jiraiya, the captain of the defenders immediately turned around and glared at the victims. The defenders were all stunned. Damn it, you dare to collude with outsiders and harm people in your own village. Traitor! Otherwise, why would Jiraiya appear here by chance, and fly out of Lao Zi's tent? The most important thing is that the tailed beast in Lao Zi's body went berserk. Hearing this, the faces of the victims immediately turned pale. Some of them tried to defend themselves. No, we didn't. This is none of our business. We didn't even know that Konoha's people would be in the camp. Humph. None of your business? You can explain this to Lord Tsuchikage and the villagers later. Everyone, arrest these traitors immediately. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. With the order of the patrol captain, all the guarding ninjas rushed up in a swarm. They were assigned to guard two Jinchuriki, so their strength was naturally beyond doubt. These victims, the rock ninjas, were just ordinary ninjas. How could they resist a few moves? They were quickly suppressed. Let's go quickly. This place is about to become hell. The patrol captain called out, asking his teammates to leave here quickly with him. Yes. The patrolman nodded hurriedly, and immediately escorted the rebels to the periphery. The power of the tailed beasts is not something that small shrimps like them can resist. Professional matters should be left to professionals. As for Jiraiya, let's wait until he can survive the rage of the tailed beasts. If Jiraiya can die in the riot of the two-tailed beasts, then this riot will not only be not at fault, but will be a great achievement. Thinking of this, the patrol captain immediately ordered, after reaching the safe range, immediately have people surround them. Jiraiya and the traitor named Hun must not be let go. Yes. Just now they witnessed Hun approaching Lao Zi's tent directly, and they were a little frightened and dared not step forward. That's why no one arrested Hun, but it doesn't matter. As long as they surround them, these two guys can't escape. Orochimaru has already received Jiraiya at this moment. He looked at Jiraiya's miserable appearance and was immediately furious. Why is this guy so fierce? Are you okay? Jiraiya opened his eyes when he heard this, and when he saw Orochimaru, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ahem. It's just a fatal injury, it's nothing. He couldn't help coughing twice. This time, he coughed up more blood. Seeing this, Orochimaru's face changed drastically. Although he was not a medical ninja, he could still make an effective judgment on the injury. Your heart and lungs were shattered, and you still said you were fine. Jiraiya forced a smile. Ahem. That's why I said. Ahem. Fatal injury. Well. Seeing Jiraiya, who was still in the mood to play tricks at this time, Orochimaru's face was very gloomy. Without saying a word, he quickly put his hands around Jiraiya's armpits and knees. In a princess hug, he quickly ran towards Tsunade's direction. At this time, the four-tailed beast, which was fighting for control with Lao Zi, finally succeeded in suppressing the seriously injured Lao Zi. In an instant, its chakra immediately burst out again. Even the tent was blown away. The next moment, a red-purple ominous chakra shot up into the sky in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, the dozens of meters around Lao Zi were cracked by the overwhelming chakra. Roar! Accompanied by its roar, a sound wave spread in all directions like a substance. At the same time, a deafening roar came from another tent where it was. The scarlet chakra also flew out of the tent top. In a few breaths, it had expanded rapidly from a short five-tailed red humanoid, and in the blink of an eye, a white horse-like giant creature appeared again. The four-tailed was not to be outdone, and it also burst out all its chakra. A moment later, a red-haired monkey with four tails also appeared on the scene. As they all showed their true bodies. In the ominous chakra that was so huge that it enveloped the entire camp, the tyrannical aura increased by more than 10 times. Some timid rock ninjas were frightened to death by this breath from a distance. Orochimaru carried Jiraiya and left quickly. When he saw the rock ninja who wanted to stop him, shouted in a very cold tone, "Get out of my way." The next moment, several big snakes jumped out of his clothes. He attacked these rock ninja fearlessly. "Tsunade, get ready, Jiraiya is seriously injured," he shouted to the slug. Then he ignored the rock ninja who was fighting with the snake and ran towards Tsunade without looking back. At this time, Onoki was confused. He was still thinking about a basket of conspiracies and tricks in the tent, trying to kill the 3 big beasts and 5 small lumps of Konoha. Unexpectedly, he felt this terrible breath. Damn it, what's going on? He knew this breath. It was very familiar. As he said that, he flew towards the location of the tailed beast with an extremely ugly face. Chapter 356. Kushina and Rika, who were following the perception team, suddenly changed their expressions. Kushina hurriedly shouted, "It's bad, Uncle Jiraiya is injured, and it's very serious. It is said that his heart and lungs have been shattered." At this time, Lord Orochimaru was holding Uncle Jiraiya and running towards where Sister Tsunade was. Hearing this, all the perception ninjas were stunned. Lord Jiraiya is injured. It's terrible. He even needs Lord Orochimaru to hold him to walk. I'm afraid his injuries are not light. What should we do? We must save them no matter what. For a while, countless people expressed their opinions. The noise was like a wasp nest that was stimulated, buzzing non-stop. Stop arguing! A Barame shouted, suppressing the noisy voices of the people around. He immediately gave his thoughts. You, go back and report this to Lord Danzo. The rest of us, don't worry about chakra consumption. We must rush to Lord Orochimaru and the others as soon as possible. Yes. Everyone responded after hearing the words of the captain of the perception team. The speed increased again. Fortunately, the future and the others are not ordinary people, so they can keep up. But if they run at this speed, they may not be able to hold on for long. And the future has already noticed some dizziness in the brain. Is this the sequelae? But he didn't care, but followed the team without saying a word. The leader, Abarame, looked very unhappy. His premonition came true. When Onoki came to the top of the two-tailed beasts, his face became unusually wonderful. Red and white. Which dog coin did this? With his strength, he could clearly see that Lao Ziai and Han were already unconscious. That was why the tailed beasts were able to take control of their bodies. This was definitely not done by one of their own people. Someone below had sharp eyes and soon saw Onoki floating in the air. He shouted anxiously, "Lord Tsuchikage, it was Konoha's Orochimaru and Jiraiya who did it." Hearing this, Onoki's face suddenly became very gloomy. He looked down at the person who was speaking, his tone full of endless anger. "What did you say?" The man gritted his teeth and answered quickly and concisely, "Jiraiya and Orochimaru from Konoha sneaked into our camp." At the same time, Orochimaru also encouraged these stupid victims to attack the old Murasaki's station. They attracted all our defenders, and then the two of them attacked the two adults, so that the tailed beasts were released. But Jiraiya was beaten by the old Murasaki. Judging from his appearance, he is seriously injured. If there is no timely rescue, I am afraid he will not survive until tomorrow morning. He didn't pause at all. It took only 10 seconds to finish such a long sentence clearly and quickly. After hearing this, Onoki felt better. If he could exchange Jiraiya for the current loss, he would be able to accept it. He immediately ordered, "Send half of the people immediately to chase Orochimaru and the others, and make sure Jiraiya is killed without a burial place." "Yes. The rest of the people, come with me to stop these two beasts." "Understood." As Onoki's order was issued, the people in the entire camp quickly became active. The two ace troops each sent half of their people to follow the rock ninja and chase in the direction where Orochimaru and the others left. The rest of the people fought against the two-tailed beasts. When the four-tailed and five-tailed transformed into their original bodies, they did not rush to take action. They all wanted to break free from the seal at the first time and break their soul cores out of the seal. In this way, they would be free. Unfortunately, the sealing technique studied by the Uzumaki clan is not so simple. Their soul imprints have been tightly bound to the souls of the Jinchuriki. With their strength, they can't break free at all. Damn it! The five-tailed king howled to the sky, expressing his resentment. He was a tailed beast, but he was locked up by humans. To humans, its voice was just a roar. But to the tailed beasts, it was a language. "Five-tailed, you can't do it either?" Four-tailed asked. "No." Hearing this, Four-tailed stopped struggling. It was sealed with the Vajra seal, exactly the same as the one on Han. It was the one that the Hidden Rock village spent a lot of money on. The Jinchuriki specific sealing technique purchased from the Uzumaki clan. If even it can't break free, then don't waste your energy. In that case, let's make a scene. The Four Tails said, and it immediately smashed its chest in anger. There was a bang 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 sound. The Five Tails watched it smash the people on the ground, and it also rushed towards the rock ninja on the ground with countless anger. "Damn it, you humans deserve to die. This is the best opportunity in history, but it can't break free from the seal. There will never be such an opportunity again in the future." When it thought of this, it became even angrier. Even if the rock ninja attacked by it didn't die, they would be half cut off. In this case, it would be easier to die directly, at least you can suffer less pain before death. The aura generated by the riot of the tailed beasts activated the originally dormant rock ninja positions, and countless people ran out of the tents. Then they heard the words "Oft Messenger Ninja," asking them to stop Orochimaru. Especially after hearing that it was Orochimaru who released the tailed beasts, everyone was angry. They released it once last time, and they did it again this time. What's wrong? They are addicted to it, right? Even if you want to release it, you can't release it in your own home. Can't you find another place to release it? Damn it! And the guardians are shit-eaters, they actually let Orochimaru let them touch the residence of the Jinchuriki. All of them committed suicide by seppuku, and it's a plea to die. Living is also a waste of food. When they thought about it, they saw a large group of people rushing towards them. The sharp-eyed rock ninja immediately pointed at the figure running in the front and shouted, "The one being held seems to be Jiraiya, so the one holding him must be Orochimaru. Are you here? Everyone, even if you die today, you must let Jiraiya stay with us to be buried with us." Okay. Revenge. I want revenge. Go. All of a sudden, all the rock ninjas who received the order charged towards Orochimaru. Earth escape, ninja tools, detonating tags. Whatever you are good at, you pick up whatever you are good at to attack. For a while, Orochimaru was actually surrounded by heavy siege. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya smiled bitterly. Snake, put me down. I will buy you time to escape. Hearing this, Orochimaru's face did not change, and he still looked cold. I, Orochimaru, have not yet reached the point where I need to abandon my companions and escape alone. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya's mouth corners raised. Changed. This guy has really changed. If it was the old Orochimaru, after hearing his advice, he would definitely give up on himself at this time of desperation. It's not that he is so cold-blooded. But he thinks that there is definitely a longevity technique in this world. As long as he learns the longevity technique, he will have endless time to develop a resurrection technique. Then he can resurrect himself. Because in his eyes, although there is a gap between life and death, it is not absolute, and it is entirely possible to reverse life and death. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he opened his mouth and spit. Ninjutsu, 10,000 snakes. This was originally his ultimate move, but it can also be used as a sealless ninjutsu, but without the help of the seal, the snakes summoned are far lower than usual in both strength and number. In an instant, countless snakes emerged from his mouth. In just one breath, these snakes turned into a tide of snakes. A large black mass, according to preliminary estimates, there are at least thousands of them. There are 10 times more than the rock ninjas here. The rock ninjas blocking in front saw this and their scalps tingled instantly. Fortunately, they had fought with Orochimaru many times before. They were all mentally prepared. So many people subconsciously used defensive ninjutsu. Earth escape 10,000 miles of earth-flowing wall. In an instant, when the snake tide was about to submerge them, a thick earth wall rose high. In the blink of an eye, the snake tide was blocked outside. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru was not surprised. For ninjas, the unknown is the most dangerous. Once their own intelligence is exposed, then the danger is for themselves. Without saying a word, he immediately turned the snake tide around and shot towards the pursuers behind him. Not only that, he also made the group of snakes open their mouths wide. The next moment, countless sharp blades emerged from their mouths. These blades were all shining with cold light. Although they could not be called magical weapons, their attack power was at least many times stronger. And there were so many of them. Chapter 357. Outside, Tsunade was waiting anxiously. Especially after she noticed the chaos of the tailed beast's aura and the news that Jiraiya was seriously injured, she couldn't sit still anymore. On her shoulder, a thumb-sized slug was crawling. Seeing her so anxious, she couldn't help but ask, Tsunade-sama, how about I ask for you? Hearing this, Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Not for now. They are both in the rock ninja position, every step is crucial, and there is no room for distraction. If they have something, they will definitely pass it on to me through you. This is also the reason why she didn't contact Orochimaru and the others. The battle of ninjas often ends in an instant. If they are distracted because of her own reasons, then she is really a sinner. So, she is waiting. On the road behind her, she has arranged a large number of detonating tags, traps, etc. Now she just needs to wait. Wait for Orochimaru and the others to arrive. The little slug pursed her lips and said, Tsunade's people, Konoha, have also sent people to support us. Hearing this, Tsunade was obviously relieved. Fortunately, there is support. But just standing there. She immediately said, Slug, I want to use remote healing technique to temporarily stabilize Jiraiya's injuries. The slug understood immediately, okay. I will merge the two clones together. The size of the slug limits the use of healing technique. The two slugs are only the size of a thumb. If they are merged together, their size will be twice as large, and their healing ability will be greatly improved. Then the slug passed the idea to the two clones. The two thumb-sized slugs in Orochimaru's arms and on Jiraiya's body immediately merged into a larger slug. But it's only the size of two thumbs. It's not like it has healing ability, but it's not much different from not having it. When the slug jumped onto Jiraiya, Jiraiya was startled. Is this healing ability? Tsunade's remote healing technique. The slug nodded and replied in a coquettish voice, "Yes, Master Jiraiya." Orochimaru heard this. His face relaxed a little, and it was not so cold. Then he rushed towards the earth wall without even looking at the snakes. Ninjutsu, evil snakes. Another big snake suddenly appeared. It carried him towards the earth wall. Behind the earth wall, there were also perceptive rock ninjas. The sight of others was blocked by the earth wall, but the perceptive rock ninjas could feel something different. He immediately warned loudly, "It's coming." Orochimaru didn't change direction. He released the summoned snake that knocked Lao Ziyi into the second team. "Be careful." Hearing this, all the rock ninjas immediately thought of the last battle. Although the performance of the snake was not as good as the red snake, the purple snake, and the blue snake, but its fearless character made everyone present gasp. The scales on the guy's head were corroded cleanly, and the muscles on the jawbone were gone, leaving only bones. They could almost see the white brain. But this snake not only did not feel any pain, but its speed increased many times. It directly hit Lao Ziyi and crashed into the second team. This terrible mentality made them feel numb just by looking at it. Therefore, many people's vigilance was directly raised to the highest level ever. Countless people immediately made way for the front row and stood in 2 rows, ready to attack. Everyone's attention was focused on the 5 senses, especially the ears. They all listened to the screams behind the wall and the noise made by the big snake when it swam. As the sound got closer, the rock ninjas' breathing became lighter, but their eyes became unusually round. The attacks in their hands continued with even stronger force. Some rock ninjas had beads of sweat on their foreheads, but they didn't bother to wipe them off. For a while, the earth wall became the boundary between the dynamic and static worlds. After a while, a rock ninja couldn't help swallowing subconsciously. Gulp. The perception ninja immediately opened his eyes and shouted loudly, "Here it comes." His words were like a switch. As he shouted loudly, the earth wall was instantly cracked. A big snake suddenly rushed out of the earth wall. Attack! Following the captain's order, all the rock ninjas here fired their prepared weapons at the snake. The snake ignored him and rushed forward quickly. On the snake head, Orochimaru looked at the dense attacks around him, and his scalp was a little numb. Although these attacks were not powerful, they looked extremely creepy. And the amount was so large that if he didn't prepare, even he would be in danger of death. Especially since he was holding Jiraiya who couldn't move. This made him even more restrained. However, because the amount of this technique was large, the power of a single attack was not very strong. Orochimaru quickly came up with a countermeasure. He threw Jiraiya out of his arms with both hands, and temporarily kept him away from the attack. Both hands quickly danced in front of his chest. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. His hand speed was so fast that it almost became an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, the seal was completed. Without waiting for the attack to get close, he immediately shouted, "Earth style, Earth corridor." The next moment, 2 earth walls, half a meter wide, 20 meters high, and nearly 100 meters long, rose high from both sides of the snake. He was the first to arrive after launching, and barely blocked most of the attacks. The remaining scattered attacks were all ignored by the snake, and the attacks on Orochimaru, if they were physical attacks, were blocked by him with kunao, and if they were not physical, he also turned around to avoid them. After doing all this, Orochimaru raised his hands and caught Jiraiya steadily. Looking at Orochimaru's gorgeous operation, Jiraiya couldn't help but admire it. "Awesome, my snake." The corners of Orochimaru's mouth rose slightly, and he said calmly, "Just basic operations." On both sides of the corridor, the faces of the rock ninjas looked ugly when they saw their attacks were blocked. "Comparing earth escape techniques with our rock ninjas, you are simply showing off your skills before an expert." A team leader snorted coldly. His voice was so loud that the rock ninjas present could not help but divert their attention from the corridor. "People in the back, attack the exit immediately." The rock ninjas are good at group combat. When someone gives a command, someone will respond immediately. The rock ninjas standing at the back formed seals together with a telepathic understanding. He shouted, "Earth escape technique, Earth flow river." This is a very popular technique. Almost everyone who has some attainments in earth escape techniques can use this technique. The effect is to use chakra to turn the earth into a sticky mud river in an instant. Either restrict the enemy or impact the enemy like a mudslide. There are many uses, all depending on what the practitioner wants to do. Of course, in addition to this move, the rock ninjas also performed many offensive ninjutsu. Intend to intercept both on the ground and in the air. In the corridor, Orochimaru's mouth corners did not rise, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. The so-called group combat does not mean that everyone uses their own ninjutsu and then attacks a target. Instead, everyone uses the same jutsu to connect each other's chakras for a short time. The power of the jutsu becomes far greater than the original power because of the numerous chakras. 10,000 miles earth flow wall is similar. At this time, the power of earth flow river jointly performed by the group of rock ninjas is far greater than the power of a single ninja. In just a blink of an eye, the ground at the exit of the corridor immediately became sticky. The next moment, they rushed into the corridor like a mudslide. Even because of the corridor, the power of this technique has risen by several levels. Looking at this scene, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh. Alas, the group battle of the rock ninja is tricky. No one said what technique to use, they spontaneously performed this move. Orochimaru didn't look at him, but just held his hands tightly, and said in a very calm tone, "Just heal your wounds, I will solve the difficulties." As he said, he looked down at the big snake under his feet and ordered, "Jump up." Hearing this, the big snake was very obedient, and its head suddenly stopped moving. But the body behind it swam rapidly. Soon, the long body was stacked together, forming several S-shaped postures. The muscles were also filled with strength in an instant. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru's feet surged with more chakra, fixing himself tightly on the head of the big snake. Although he held Jiraiya with both hands, it did not affect his seal. It's just that the posture is not used, so the seal may be slower. After the seal, start talking. Earth escape hardening technique. After saying that, he clapped his hands together. The next moment, he and the snake under his feet all turned extremely dark. At this moment, when the mudslide was about to hit it, the snake suddenly exerted its full strength. With a catapult, it jumped from the original ground into the air. Directly in front of everyone's shocked eyes, it quickly passed. It resisted the mudslide of the Tulia River and withstood the attacks, falling further away. Damn, this is our hardening technique. Damn it, he actually learned it by stealing, this thief. For a moment, the hot-tempered ninjas couldn't help cursing. Seeing this scene, a certain action team leader immediately shouted, "Chase, we must not let them escape, even if we can't catch Orochimaru, Jiraiya must stay." Yes. The rock ninjas shouted in unison. At the same time, dozens of rock ninjas flew over their heads in an instant. That's right, they flew over. The rock ninjas on the ground who saw this scene were instantly overjoyed. Great, the flying unit has taken action. Chase, we must kill them. Oh. They are still on their way in the future. Chapter 358. Orochimaru's face suddenly became extremely ugly. The flying ninja of the rock ninja is here. Although he had heard Onoki's words before, he didn't expect that the flying ninja would be so fast. In this way, they will not be able to get rid of them next time. After all, they can't fly. Damn it, wait, they can fly, I'll go back and tinker with it, sooner or later, I will be able to fly. He thought secretly. 35 flying ninjas, each of them is accompanied by a rock ninja. Jiraiya endured the severe pain and looked behind him. The moon tonight is not very round, but it is big. Because he is a ninja, Jiraiya can also see the general situation of the flying ninjas. He said seriously, "Be careful, Orochimaru, the ones following them are definitely the blasting ninjas of the rock ninja." Orochimaru licked his lips and responded, "I know, and they are definitely the elites of the blasting ninja." Among the two ace units of the rock ninja, the flying unit has less than 80 people on the list. Because they need to select ninjas who are loyal to the rock village and have talents in light and heavy rock technique, there are not many. After gathering the strength of the entire village, only 75 people were selected. As for the blasting unit, the number of people on the list exceeds more than 1,000. Of course, 89% of them are just fillers. They have money and can play with detonating tags very well, so they can join the blasting unit. And the remaining 10% are almost all using pseudo-explosion release. That is, the kind that has learned unstable earth attribute chakra. Among them, most people inject this chakra into objects to make them explode. For example, clay, rocks, etc. Some are like Toranashuk in that case, use hardening technique or earth spear technique to increase your own defense. Then, when attacking with fists and feet, bring this explosive force to improve your own attack power. The last 0.1% is the real explosion limit blood limit ninja. Of course, it does not mean that blood limit ninjas are definitely stronger than pseudo-explosion limit ninjas. It just means that the starting point of explosion limit ninjas is higher. With Orochimaru's experience of dissecting so many rock ninjas, he immediately saw the general situation of the personnel of this group of blasting troops. The strength of the flying ninjas may not be very strong, but their mobility is unmatched. The attack power of the blasting troops is very high. These two teams complement each other with their strengths and weaknesses. They complement each other and are absolutely the most perfect tactical match. Now that these two teams are working together, it seems that Onoki really hates you and me. Jiraiya glanced behind him, frowning. Hearing this, Orochimaru snorted disdainfully. There is no absolute perfection in this world. The so-called perfection is just because you don't understand it deeply, so you have a narrow feeling. Jiraiya, remember, this world is not perfect. They may complement each other, but for flying ninjas, they carry one person, and the consumption will be about 2 to 3 times higher than usual. As long as the time is up, these flying ninjas will be useless. I understand what you said. Jiraiya smiled bitterly. The thought came to his mind again. But the ninjas of the blasting team don't have to work themselves, so even if the flying ninjas can't fly, they can still chase us with full status. As he spoke, the snake had already fallen heavily to the ground. It did not stop moving and swam quickly. Originally, due to its large size, its speed should be very slow, but this world has the energy of chakra. So the conventional law that the larger the size, the slower the speed is useless to it. For a while, the flying ninja was actually a little behind. That's not your concern. Orochimaru glanced behind him, frowning slightly, thinking about how to get out. Orochimaru, put me down. Hearing Jiraiya mention this topic again, Orochimaru looked back at him. He didn't say anything at all. Seeing Orochimaru's cold attitude, Jiraiya smiled bitterly. Alas! I didn't expect that I, the last one, would drag down Orochimaru and the others again. Earth escape detonated earth bomb. Just as Jiraiya was feeling sad, several voices came from the sky. Not only that, as the words fell, there was also a sound of air bursting. Hearing this sound, Jiraiya and Orochimaru turned their heads to look. They found that the flying troops had thrown hundreds of fist-sized spherical stones at them. There were still flickers of fire on the stones. Rather than stones, they were more like gunpowder. Where are the bombs? Seeing this, Orochimaru said nothing and let the snake burst out its potential, increasing its speed by a large margin. This barely prevented the snake's tail from being blown up by the bombs. The rocks thrown down suddenly burst into a strong white light at the moment of impact with the ground. In the blink of an eye, the white light spread instantly. Accompanied by a violent explosion, a 3-meter-deep pit was blown out of the earth. This is the power caused by the first bomb. With its first explosion, it was like a chain reaction. The next moment, a crackling sound came from behind Orochimaru and the others. It was like the new year. Tsunade was on the periphery. She also heard the sound of the flying ninja laying eggs. Hearing the rumbling explosion, Tsunade's face suddenly changed. Iwagakure's blasting troops. She formed a Naruto seal with both hands. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, 5 shadow clones suddenly appeared beside her. 4 of them danced their hands quickly without saying a word, and each finger seemed to be equipped with a small motor, so fast that after images appeared. Moreover, the hand seals of each of these 4 shadow clones were different. Although Tsunade often used super strength and medical ninjutsu to fight the enemy, it did not mean that she did not know other ninjutsu. As a member of the Senju clan, she was born with the 2 attributes of water and earth like her brother. And she also mastered other attributes, thunder and fire. The only thing missing was the wind attribute. As the hand seals were completed. At this time, she could also see the big snake. And the appearance of Orochimaru holding Jiraiya on the big snake. She did not shout, but asked the shadow clone who did not move beside her to perform the transformation technique. The other 4 shadow clones launched their own attacks. Fire style, flame bullet. Earth style, earth dragon bullet. A dragon head immediately appeared beside the shadow clone who called for earth style. As it opened its mouth, dozens of stone balls were ejected from it in an instant and flew into the sky. In other words, it was aimed at the flying ninja. After she heard the dense explosions, she naturally guessed that the explosives were thrown from the sky. So it means that the flying ninja and the blasting ninja joined together to chase Orochimaru and the others. That's not all. The shadow clone who performed fire style directly covered these fireballs with scorching flames. For a moment, these human-sized rocks seemed to have turned into scorching magma boulders, causing not only physical damage but also the burning sensation of flames. The other two shadow clones also performed combo skills. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Lightning style, Gratitude Wave. As the granddaughter of the second generation, she naturally learned the simplified version of Senju Tobirama's Water Dragon Bullet technique, which does not require such a complicated seal. As the Water Dragon appeared, the last shadow clone gave it a layer of lightning. Water style has good controllability, but because of the water, its power has not been increased. Unless it is accumulated by quantity. Lightning style is completely opposite to it. It has strong offensiveness, but poor controllability. It often hits the side of where it points. The combination of these two ninjutsu makes their respective shortcomings well compensated by each other. After performing their respective ninjutsu, the shadow clones all dissipated because their chakra was exhausted. The ninja flying in the sky originally wanted to use the bomb ninjutsu again. But his eyes were suddenly flashed by two dazzling lights. Then they saw a water dragon with lightning and several stone balls with flames. They flew towards them at high speed. All of a sudden, the flying ninjas panicked. While they mastered super mobility, they also lost a lot. For example, some flying ninjas didn't even know a few earth escape techniques. Get out of the way quickly, this is the combination ninjutsu of the third Hokage. Is the third Hokage coming? They have all seen the battle between the third Hokage and Onoki. This kind of water dragon with lightning and earth escape with flames is really impressive to them. Although many people in the ninja world can perform combination techniques, there are very few people who want to play as fancy as him. Sure enough, while the flying ninja tried his best to pull back, he also relied on the ninja's eyesight to barely see the figure below. Attention, the third Hokage is coming. Yes, it's him. Although he changed his clothes, I can tell at a glance that he is the Hokage. Quick, keep your distance and keep your position. Yes, Tsunade created 5 shadow clones, one of which was used to play the role of a teacher. At this time, they were still on their way to the future. Superior. Chapter 359. The combination of the magma boulder and the electric water dragon appeared. The flying rock ninjas were frightened and dodged in a panic. However, the timing of these two moves was too coincidental. If many flying ninjas did not bring anyone with them, they could dodge them. But they brought only one person, which reduced their mobility a lot. They were far less flexible than when they were alone. Orochimaru was right, there is no perfect technique in the world. The combination of the flying and blasting units of the rock ninjas seemed to complement each other. But for the flying ninjas, their mobility was forced to be reduced a lot. As for the rock ninjas, they directly lost their mobility and could only rely on the flying ninjas. Who told them that they could not fly? It can be said that they seemed to have an unbeatable advantage in the air, but sometimes this advantage would become a fatal disadvantage. For a while, many unlucky flying blasting combinations were directly hit by the attack. Whether it was the magma stone ball or the water dragon attack, any move was fatal to them. In an instant, many rock ninjas wailed and resounded through the sky, and they fell from the air like dumplings. Falling from such a high place, they would definitely die. For a time, only more than 20 teams of the 35 flying explosion combinations were left. The flying ninjas who had already avoided the attack were so scared that they hurriedly pulled their explosion teammates again and flew dozens of meters higher. They all looked at the figure wearing a fire bag below in horror. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. The third generation played by the shadow clone just stood there, and his domineering aura was exposed, scaring the people lying on the ground, and few dared to stand up. The rock ninjas in the sky looked at him as if they were facing a great enemy, and did not dare to move rashly. And Tsunade jumped onto the head of the snake and reached out to take Jiraiya from Orochimaru's hand. "Give him to me." Orochimaru nodded. It happened that his hands were a little sore from holding this guy. Yet, the next moment, the snake quickly swam away from the shadow clone 3 generations. The two did not even look at each other. This behavior seemed to be extremely cooperative in the eyes of the rock ninja. Looking at the snake that was about to run away, the group of rock ninjas suddenly became anxious. Before they could say anything, a large group of people rushed out from the smoke of the explosion on the ground. It seemed that they were all rock ninjas chasing on the ground. When they passed through the smoke and their vision became bright, the rock ninjas were stunned. Is that the third Hokage? Yes, it's him. I'll recognize him even if he turns to ash. So that's it. No wonder the three Konoha ninjas had the confidence to sneak into our camp. It turned out that the third Hokage came quietly. What should we do? Are we just going to watch those three damn Konoha ninjas escape? No, we can't let them go. Many people thought so, so a senior ninja from the special operations team shouted loudly, go after the flying ones in the sky first, and we'll hold back the third Hokage. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. The captain of the flying ninja responded immediately after hearing this. Then he led the team to quickly increase the altitude, wanting to pass over the head of the third Hokage in his attack. At this time, the shadow clone standing still said calmly, just relying on you, you want to pass my defense line, it's just wishful thinking. As he said, he stomped his feet violently. Instantly, the ground cracked. As long as he didn't use ninjutsu, he could exist for a long time. This vibration instantly activated the mechanism left by the main body. Without waiting for the flying explosion combination in the sky to react, countless kunai were ejected from the ground behind him. Roughly speaking, there were at least hundreds of them. In the vast sea of black, everyone's ears were filled with the sound of kunai cutting through the air. Not only that, these kunai were also wrapped in a hissing sound. As long as they were ninjas, there was no one who was not familiar with this sound. Everyone, especially the ninjas flying in the sky, changed their faces instantly. These attacks were directed at them. The flight captain hurriedly shouted, it's a detonating talisman, quickly evade. In fact, he didn't need to shout, many flying ninjas immediately pulled their teammates and fled away from the attack. The original pursuit team was intercepted again by the shadow clone. On the head of the snake, Orochimaru looked back at the sky, where countless flames exploded. Deafening explosions were heard, shaking the earth. The explosion was so powerful that they could still feel the shock wave even though they were more than a kilometer away. For a moment, their clothes were rustling. This power. Tsunade's hand, glowing green, was pressed on Jiraiya's chest. Seeing Jiraiya's face relax a little, he was obviously feeling much better. She didn't look back, but continued, well, it was the detonating tag that my brother gave us before we set out. When the three of them were heading to the battlefield with great enthusiasm, it was the four of my brother who came to the village entrance to see them off. At that time, Mirai was still crying and performing the unique skill of swallowing the mad sword. He was also taught a lesson by Minato. Since then, Mirai has never spit out anything with saliva. For their safety, my brother searched the storage room of the second grandfather Senju Tobirama. He prepared several stacks of detonating talismans for them. This detonating talisman was made by the second generation himself. It is powerful and is also a special talisman for multiplication detonating talisman. Hearing the wailing coming from behind, Tsunade's mouth curled slightly. That guy in Awake told me that detonating talismans cannot kill people, hehe. He should really see the scene now. Orochimaru did not answer. He retracted his gaze and looked at Tsunade, pursing his lips. In fact, he wanted to say that those were just injuries, and nothing happened. The detonating talisman did not kill anyone. But after thinking about it, it didn't matter whether he said it or not, and he was more curious about one thing. Now that he had more time, he finally had the opportunity to ask the question that had been delayed for several chapters. Jiraiya, how did you get hurt like this? Hearing this, Tsunade also looked at Jiraiya curiously. Hearing this, Jiraiya opened his eyes and smiled bitterly. He did not hide it, he explained, I dragged Lao Zi into the body of the world-seeing toad, and wanted to remove his seal there without attracting the attention of the outside world. At that time, Jiraiya relied on the toad hiding technique to sneak into Lao Zi's room. He also encountered a scene similar to Orochimaru. That is, 3 rock ninjas wanted to assassinate Lao Zi, but he avoided them all. Similarly, he did not kill these 3 people, but just knocked them out. At the moment when Lao Zi looked at the assassin in a trance, he instantly jumped out of the toad's mouth and fixed Lao Zi. Before Lao Zi could scream, the world-seeing toad, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately opened his mouth wide. Ba, swallowed them both. Then jumped to the shadow and hid. When Lao Zi heard that this was another dimension, even if he used the power of the tailed beast, he couldn't break free. Of course, this was just a lie. Once the tailed beast exploded, the world-seeing toad would die instantly. Then they would be forced to return to reality. A grim smile appeared on the latter's face. He, ha ha ha. Jiraiya, have you chosen a grave for yourself? As he spoke, the power of the tailed beast emerged from his body, and streams of scarlet chakra were almost condensed into liquid, wrapping around him. It just so happened that he had received a lot of hatred these days because of his status as a Jinchuriki, and his anger was bigger than a volcano. He had seen Jiraiya's strength, especially after the war, when he heard from Onoki that Jiraiya had learned the Sage mode. This mode will greatly increase the strength of the practitioner in all aspects. Even he couldn't easily defeat Jiraiya. Let him meet in the future, and never give him the opportunity to enter this mode. So the moment Lao Ziyi saw Jiraiya, he showed his strongest strength at present. Jiraiya smiled bitterly. When I saw this scene, I was shocked. Once the world-seeing toad comes into contact with his tailed beast power, it will instantly turn into ashes. At this time, Tsunade interrupted, so you force the chakra to burst out, allowing it to form a short-term chakra coat to protect itself. Then he controlled Lao Ziyi and took several punches from him before forcibly removing the seal. She saw Jiraiya's injuries. The chakra was mostly depleted, and the damage to the heart and lungs was obviously caused by the heavy blow. Hearing this, Jiraiya nodded, you are right, when I was holding Lao Ziyi, he also fought back violently. He punched me 4 times, and finally I gritted my teeth to remove the seal on his stomach. Before the power of the tailed beast completely erupted, I held him and jumped out of the mouth of the world-seeing toad at the critical moment, which barely saved our lives. Orochimaru pursed his lips and looked at Jiraiya helplessly. Didn't I say that I would come to help you after I released the 5-tailed beast? Why are you so impatient? Jiraiya smiled at him after hearing this. If that happens, it will waste a lot of time, and we won't be able to escape from Uegakure so easily. The position will definitely be stopped by Onoki. In just a moment, the remaining rock ninjas will kill us all. Hearing this, Orochimaru opened his mouth and didn't know what to say for a moment. I have to admit that what Jiraiya said makes sense. He turned his head and looked forward, saying in an inexplicable tone, don't fight so hard next time. Hearing this, Tsunade looked at Orochimaru in surprise. I always feel that this guy has changed. At this time, they are still on their way to the future. Chapter 360. Just when Tsunade was about to say something, her face suddenly changed. She turned her head and looked behind her. Oh no, they are chasing us. Her shadow clone was controlled by the ground rock ninja's restriction ninjutsu, and then the blasting rock ninja flying in the sky quickly used a large-scale explosive to blow up the shadow clone in one fell swoop. Hearing this, Orochimaru's face sank. Although he knew that the shadow clone would not last long, he did not expect that it would be broken by the rock ninja's pursuers so quickly. Speed up! He immediately ordered the snake. The snake did not answer, but proved it with actual actions. With the strength reaching Jiraiya and others, as long as the distance is close enough, they can vaguely feel the other party's chakra. His face was not very good. Orochimaru, your snake doesn't have much chakra anymore, why don't you put me down, we will split up and escape, and the pressure will be much less. Now I am a burden to them. Without me, Orochimaru and Tsunade can still fight or escape quickly. Hearing this, Orochimaru didn't say anything, but Tsunade was unhappy. She coldly blamed, Jiraiya, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't say such things in the future. As she said, she looked at Orochimaru. Danzo and the others have already set out from Konoha. According to the time estimate, they will be able to meet us in about 10 minutes. Just as he was speaking, a series of cold shouts suddenly came from the sky. Where to escape? Everyone, use our latest explosive ninjutsu. Understood. Earth escape rock blast. The next moment, 3 rocks that were dozens of times larger than the previous move suddenly fell from the sky. They were so large that they were almost as big as a classroom. The wind pressure from their fall alone made Tsunade and others feel short of breath. Catching up! Tsunade exclaimed. God knows, they were not slow just now. Orochimaru immediately picked up Jiraiya, still in the familiar princess hug posture. Let's go to No. 1. When they were planning to sneak into the rock ninja, they had already planned several retreat routes. Look, they just arrived at a refuge that they valued. Okay. Tsunade didn't waste any words, she took back the healing chakra in her hand. Like Orochimaru, she jumped off the head of the snake. While running quickly towards the refuge, she also charged most of the chakra. After the snake was no longer useful, Orochimaru terminated the summoning contract and let it go back to recuperate. However, the smoke generated by its disappearance provided good cover for Orochimaru and his men. 5 seconds before the huge rock in the sky was about to fall to the ground, Tsunade turned around and covered the rear. At the same time, she stomped her feet hard. The majestic chakra burst out instantly, shaking the ground and cracking. Some hard rocks were instantly bounced up, the largest of which was as big as a rice cooker, and there were countless small ones. She looked at the boulder that was only about 30 meters high and immediately shouted, "Break it, for me!" Immediately, she punched out fiercely. She only punched, but the rocks around her, as if summoned by some mysterious power, instantly shot into the sky. Of course, they were indeed engulfed. Engulfed by Tsunade's chakra power. Her chakra was like Zhongkong wave, carrying unparalleled impact force, blasting towards the boulder in the air. When the bomb boulder was about 20 meters away from the ground, it was abruptly stopped by Tsunade's power. After doing all this, Tsunade turned around quickly without saying a word and ran after Orochimaru's ass. The principle of rock blast is similar to that of a ground-breaking cannon, both of which rely on impact force to trigger internal unstable chakra to explode. The chakra inside the exploding boulder was directly rioted under Tsunade's remote bombardment. In an instant, a white light that was more dazzling than the previous explosives lit up instantly. Boom! In an instant, the whole world turned white, and the dazzling white light almost dazzled everyone present. Especially the rock ninjas chasing on the ground and the rock ninjas flying in the sky. They all looked forward, and even if they didn't stare at the boulder specifically, the strong light generated by the explosion instantly blinded their eyes. Fuck! Which idiot threw the flash bomb? Don't worry about the flash bomb, lie down quickly, it's going to explode. Originally, many hot-tempered rock ninjas cursed and vented their dissatisfaction after being blinded, but many people didn't say anything before they heard someone say it was going to explode. In an instant, all the rock ninjas were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. They no longer cared about the direction and turned around and ran back. Explosion, I'll settle accounts with you later. Damn it! Lie down! In an instant, as the white light exploded, a violent fire and explosion sounded all around. In particular, the explosion produced a shock wave, which was several times more powerful than the previous explosion. In the cave. At the moment the white light appeared, Tsunade had already jumped into the cave. She did not stop. After Orochimaru put Jiraiya down, the two immediately formed a seal. Even if the waves generated by the explosion could not affect their hand speed. Earth escape, earth prison technique. After shouting, the two people slammed their hands on the ground. In an instant, a special wave spread rapidly from their hands to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it spread throughout the cave. For a moment, the cave that was shaking all the time stopped shaking as if it had been reinforced. Not only that, even the entrance and exit were welded shut. After doing all this, Tsunade finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hurried to Jiraiya and began to treat his injuries. According to the prediction, Danzo and his team will be able to join us in about 5 minutes. Orochimaru also raised his hand, frowning slightly, and his face was not as optimistic as Tsunade's. Be prepared for the worst. What if Danzo and his team are held back by the rock ninja? Hearing this, Tsunade paused, but she didn't say anything else, but concentrated on treating Jiraiya's injuries. The cave is reinforced with the earth prison technique, so the rock ninja's earth escape technique will hardly affect the cave. Even if they want to control the cave, they need to first eliminate Orochimaru and his team's control over the cave. That is, the earth prison technique. Ling Hua, who was following the team, suddenly had a bright vision. In fact, not only her, but almost everyone in the team was dazzled by the white light. But it was not serious. If the ground was not so flat, they might not even see the white light. And the distance was far enough, so everyone recovered quickly. Who released the flash bomb? No one answered him. The Hyuga clan member who cast the bun immediately shouted, 3 kilometers away, there is an explosive. Pay attention, the shock wave is coming. Hearing this, the entire reconnaissance vanguard was shocked. The white light was produced by the explosion. As this thought came to mind, they immediately squatted down and prepared to resist the impact. Just 3 seconds later, a breeze blew. Everyone. No, that's it. My fart is bigger than this. Everyone looked at the Bun clan member with a strange expression. Aberame looked gloomy and looked at the branch ninja who had just shouted. Don't tell me that the breeze just now was the shock wave from the explosion. The Byakugan tribe member was embarrassed. He scratched his head and didn't dare to look at the captain's expression. He tilted his head and smiled awkwardly. Captain. You are so smart, you actually guessed it. Everyone, eyes closed face, this guy must have a bump in his head. Sure enough, the Hyga deputy tribe leader slapped him on the head and glared at him unhappily. What nonsense are you talking about? The Hyga deputy tribe leader was very strong. The next moment, the Byakugan tribe member's head was instantly swollen. The pain made him burst into tears, and he immediately bowed to everyone and apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I won't talk again next time. Aberame Bayu sighed, he retracted his sight, turned his head to look at the place where the small mushroom cloud was produced, and frowned slightly. He shouted loudly, be prepared for battle. The explosion in that direction just now was obviously thrown from a high altitude, it must be the flying unit and demolition unit of the rock ninja. Yes. Aberame Bayu led everyone to run towards the place where the explosion occurred again. It was still dark at this time, which added a good protective color to their actions. By the way, little girl, let the slug sage convey that we will arrive in 3 minutes, let them hold on. Rika and Kushina nodded immediately. Okay, uncle. No problem, uncle. Chapter 361. The large army led by Danzo also received information from the vanguard at this time. He looked at the information in his hand, and his mind was filled with the breath of the tailed beasts. A bold idea suddenly burst out from his heart. Why not take this opportunity to drive the rock ninja out of the rain country? He just wanted to do experiments now. And they had prepared a lot of people needed for the experiment during this period of time. Even if there was one person a day, it would be enough for all the laboratories under his command to use for half a year. Most of these people were rock ninja who did not die on the battlefield, and then he secretly intercepted and imprisoned them. Because they were injured, as long as they did not die, the people of the route would not care about them, they just needed to keep them alive to prevent them from escaping. Once the war here stopped, he would have no use here, and he could return to the court, and do something beneficial to himself during the time when the third generation was not in the village. He could even find out where the first generation of wood release cells were stored. When the third generation comes back, take one out. Thinking of this, he immediately called the person in charge of Nara. The IQ of the Nara clan is quite high, and they are almost the planners of various departments in the village. And they also control 80% of the supply of medicinal materials in the village. Soon, a Konoha ninja with a sky-high bun ran out from the back of the team. Soon he passed the large group and came to Danzo. Elder Danzo, you are looking for me. Danzo didn't waste any words, he said directly, I have an idea, I don't know how feasible it is, please give me some reference. Hearing this, Nara Shikaku's expression moved, he looked at Danzo's expressionless face, and he had an idea in his mind. Elder Danzo wants to attack the rock ninja position directly. Thinking in his heart, he said, please speak. You should have noticed that the two-tailed beasts of the rock ninja have gone berserk. I think Onoki hates Orochimaru and his men. Even the blasting team and the flying team have been sent out, and there must be many other rock ninjas. That is to say, there are not many ninjas left in the rock ninja camp, and they have to deal with the riots of the tailed beasts. Do you think we can defeat them by attacking the rock ninja camp instead? Hearing this, Nara Shikaku knew that he had guessed right. After pondering for a while, he shook his head and said, Danzo, this is a bit unrealistic. Even if the rock ninja camp is ravaged by two-tailed beasts, the Tsuchikage Onoki is still there. With our current combat power, no one can fight him alone. Who told him to fly? It's so tricky. Thinking about it, he suddenly noticed that Danzo's face was not very good. Obviously, his suggestion made the other party unhappy. If he doesn't do something, he's afraid that he will be bullied in the future. Sigh. So annoying. Why can't I just lie quietly and be a quiet handsome man? Thinking of this, he spoke again, if you really want to defeat the rock ninja, my suggestion is to rescue Jiraiya first. With the strength of the three ninjas, even if the three ninjas are too exhausted, the three of them can resist the attack of Onoki together. And the rest of us can launch a general attack on the rock ninjas without human pillars, and they have fought a battle, and their exhaustion is greater than ours. Even if we fight with fewer people, we still have a chance of winning. Another point is that we can let the people who stay in the camp set off immediately and go back to the rear of the rock ninja position from another direction. After we launch the attack, let them attack the rock ninja from behind, so that they will be attacked from both sides. The other side must be panicked, so our chances of winning will be greater. Hearing Narashikaku's analysis, Danzo frowned slightly. This analysis? It's not nutritious, but it's not nutritious. It's something that any normal person can think of. The problem is that I didn't think of it just now, so embarrassing. After being analyzed by the other party, he had a general idea in his mind. Rescue the 3 ninjas first, and then lead the team to take advantage of the fire. No, the first thing to do is to let the people who stayed in the camp immediately set out from the rock ninja position and go in another direction. The rock ninja's side has shifted to this side. If they take this road, they will be easily discovered by the other party. After the rock ninjas are mentally prepared, the sudden attack will have no effect. Thinking of this, he nodded. Okay, I know, you go back first. Okay. Narashikaku responded and turned back to his tribe. Before leaving, he paid special attention to Danzo's face. When he saw that he had regained his calm expression, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he won't make things difficult for me. Fortunately, I survived another day. If a fight breaks out later, I should act as a hero who saves the living. In this way, people will not think that I am slacking off, and I can also ensure the safety of my clan members and teammates. Let's do it. Since the 3 families of Ino, Shika, and Joe joined Konoha, the team they carried out the mission was basically composed of people from the 3 families. After Narashikaku left, Danzo immediately wrote a letter, asking the people of the route to go back quickly, and handed the letter in his hand to the temporary person in charge who stayed in the camp, asking him to set off now. Make sure to get to the back of the rock ninja before them. Outside the cave. In the sky, pairs of flying ninjas were circling, and the blasting ninjas they brought with them were throwing bombs down all the time. On the ground, many rock ninjas used the old method to break the mountain. Bury Jiraiya and the others. Unfortunately, the process was not satisfactory. In the cave, with every attack from the outside, the inside will vibrate once. If Orochimaru and his men had not used the earth prison technique to reinforce it beforehand, I'm afraid this cave would have collapsed. Seeing Tsunade still treating Jiraiya, Orochimaru pursed his lips. Finally, he proposed, Tsunade, give up the treatment first, let's send Jiraiya to Myaboka Mountain first, and then you and I will break through with all our strength. As he said, he subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction of the rock ninja. At this time, he also had the same idea as Danzo, that is, to fight back. While the rock ninja was severely injured by the 2-tailed beasts, he led the people of Konoha to fight back and drive them back to the land of Earth in one fell swoop. He had wanted to end the war for a long time. Since the failure of practicing the fairy chakra in the Ryokai cave last time, he had a good idea. But recently, he had to deal with official business or help Danzo do experiments in exchange for the resources he wanted. As a result, his own experimental progress was quite slow. The idea of taking over other people's bodies is still just a concept. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly. To be honest, Orochimaru's idea is very good. She was tempted. No need to send him to Myaboka Mountain. There are no decent healing toads in those toads. Send him to the wet bone forest. As she said that, she withdrew her hand and prepared to use the summoning technique to let the slug take Jiraiya back. And this is quite simple for the slug, just wrap Jiraiya up. Although Jiraiya has been closing his eyes, his consciousness has been awake. With his understanding of Orochimaru, after listening to Orochimaru's words, he immediately understood the snake's idea. Snake, do you want to fight back? As he said that, he looked at Orochimaru with a burning gaze and asked. Orochimaru was not surprised that Jiraiya could see his thoughts. Speaking of which, he was very curious whether there was any special relationship between him and Jiraiya besides tacit understanding. Otherwise, why was it just a glance at each other, or even no glances were needed, just a sticking of the butt, and he knew what the other wanted to do. Was it loose, or was it dry? Was it going to be broken, or was it all the way? It was amazing. Well, this is a good opportunity. The strength of the rock ninja is greater than ours. If we give up this time, I'm afraid there won't be such a good opportunity next time. Hearing this, Jiraiya stood up directly, and he looked at Orochimaru with an unusually firm look. Then take me with you. Tsunade made Jiraiya stand up without noticing, and she was immediately anxious. She also hurriedly stood up from the ground, blocking between him and Orochimaru, and looked at Jiraiya with her head held high. "You're crazy, your injury is only half healed." When treating Jiraiya, she knew that Konoha had sent a support team, so she didn't use the stimulating healing technique of Palm Fairy technique. Instead, she used medical chakra to warm Jiraiya's injuries and let them recover naturally. Although the recovery speed is not as fast as Palm Fairy technique, it is much better than Palm Fairy technique. Palm Fairy technique is an acute recovery. It will forcefully stimulate the cells at the patient's wound to divide quickly, thereby achieving the purpose of healing. But human cells have a division limit. Once a cell reaches the division limit, the cell will die. In other words, Palm Fairy technique uses lifespan to treat injuries. Generally, she will not use this trick unless it is absolutely necessary, even if she uses it better than everyone else. Although healing technique also makes cells divide, it is far less acute than Palm Fairy technique. The damage to cells is not even half as high as the latter. Chapter 362. Jiraiya shook his head. "Tsunade, I know my injuries, don't worry, I won't do anything wrong." As he said that, he blinked his big watery eyes and looked straight at Tsunade, trying to convince her with his eyes. But Tsunade didn't buy it. "No. I said no, it's no. Things on the battlefield change rapidly, and you and I will be dead if we don't pay attention. Besides, you are still injured. If you really fight later, you will definitely not take care of your injuries and fight desperately." Hearing this, Jiraiya softened immediately. He showed a pleading look on his face. "Tsunade, I swear, I really won't do anything wrong. Don't come on." Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. "You have never kept your oath to me." Jiraiya was embarrassed. If he thought about it carefully, it seemed to be true. He replied with embarrassment, "The past is the past, this time I'm serious." "You said the same thing before, do you think I will believe you again?" Jiraiya's credit with her has been cleared long ago. Hearing this, Jiraiya immediately wilted, and he looked at Orochimaru for help. "Snake, please help me to ask for favors, I will treat you to snake meat sushi when I go back." Orochimaru, _ Damn it, how can I understand it? Treating myself to snake meat sushi, this guy must be doing it on purpose. So he glanced at Jiraiya, turned his head and ignored him. Eyes closed face, "As long as you don't make trouble for me, I will treat you to spicy jumping frog when I go back." Jiraiya, *. Fuck, frogs are so cute, how can you eat frogs? Looking at Jiraiya and Orochimaru's eye-to-eye exchange, Tsunade was speechless. They were bullying a woman like her, didn't she understand what their eyes were like? So she glared at Jiraiya. *. If you don't listen, Orochimaru and I will eat frogs as our staple food in the future. Jiraiya. He was stunned. How could Tsunade know what their eyes meant? Just when he wanted to say something, the battle outside had already changed. The original single explosion sound and the command of the rock ninja had all changed at this moment. They could vaguely hear the loud shouts of the rock ninja commander while hiding in the cave. "Konoha's support troops are here. Go and meet the enemy. We must not let them rescue the Konoha Sunin. Demolition troops, don't worry about anything, release explosive ninjutsu with all your strength. Ground troops, all go and stop Konoha's support troops. Kill them. Kill them, and never let Jiraiya go." The Sunins relaxed when they heard this. Jiraiya didn't care about Tsunade anymore, he said happily, "Support is here, Snake, let's go." Orochimaru didn't move, but looked at Tsunade. How is his injury recovering? Tsunade turned around, looked at Orochimaru, and pursed her lips. If it's a normal battle, he can hold on for 5 minutes. As she said that, she glanced back and continued, "Once 5 minutes are over, his injuries will begin to relapse." After hearing Tsunade's words, Orochimaru touched his chin and pondered for a moment. There was a decision in his eyes. He looked at Jiraiya and said seriously, "You can join the battle, but I have a request." "I won't listen." Jiraiya refused immediately after hearing that there was a request. He didn't need to think about it, it was definitely not what he wanted. Hearing this, Orochimaru turned around and left, saying coldly, "Tsunade, summon the slug and send him away." Hearing this, Tsunade hadn't said anything yet. Jiraiya couldn't sit still, he shook his head and said, "No, no, no, I won't go." "Orochimaru, you say, as long as the request is reasonable, I can agree to it. After hearing this, Orochimaru stopped. To be honest, he really wanted Jiraiya to go to the Holy Land to heal his wounds, but he also knew that Jiraiya would not do so. He was the kind of person who would not feel at ease to enjoy his teammates even if he died knowing that his teammates were fighting hard. For him, leading the charge and protecting the teammates behind him was more important than anything else. This was his ninja way. He turned his head and glanced at Jiraiya. I want you to protect the future. Protect the future. Jiraiya was stunned. He thought Orochimaru wanted him to watch from behind, but he didn't expect it to be this request. Orochimaru retracted his gaze and looked at the closed cave entrance with a strange tone. Rope, I am not worried about Shu, he has recovered, but Mirai is not, he has also contracted the blood disease. Once he gets too excited on the battlefield, he will definitely forget this and continue to use the power of the Sharingan. You also know that Mirai is my disciple and the future of Konoha. So, please. Hearing this, Jiraiya was stunned. He stared at Orochimaru's back. Although it was dark inside the cave, he could still barely see Orochimaru's movements with his eyesight. He actually asked me for help? Is this really Orochimaru? You know, Orochimaru has been a genius since he was a child. He can solve anything by himself and never needs help from others. This time, he actually said please to me for the first time in history. For a moment, he was filled with unspeakable astonishment. Gradually, this astonishment was replaced by a deeper surprise. Please me? Does this mean I am finally needed by Orochimaru? Thinking of this, a bright smile appeared on his face, refreshing. Snake, you are becoming more and more humane. Don't worry, just because this is the first time you ask me for help, I will not let him get ahead even if I die. Even if he gets angry, I will put him out. He made a gesture to Orochimaru while saying this. Orochimaru was stunned. Tsunade's eyes lit up. What a good idea. She also hurriedly said, Jiraiya, please take care of Linghua as well. You know, she is the one I value most. It seems like a good idea to let the disciples keep an eye on Jiraiya. Even if the disciples get angry, Jiraiya can help them put out the fire. It is really mutual supervision. What a good idea. For a moment, she looked at Orochimaru with deep approval in her eyes. A genius is indeed a genius. His mind is full of ideas. No problem. Jiraiya patted his chest and promised. It doesn't matter if I take 1 or 2. I might as well leave the 5 little ones to myself. It's just right for me to see how fast they've grown recently and how terrifying they are. Wait. Suddenly, his excited expression froze on his face. Is he being tricked by Orochimaru? If I take care of them in the future and prevent them from getting too excited, then doesn't that mean that I can't let them get too close to the battlefield? Then he can't go to the core of the battlefield. And he can't take them to where there are senior ninjas. Am I, a babysitter? But before what he was thinking was to fight against Onoki together with Orochimaru and the others. But now, this is not the result he wanted. Thinking of this, he hurriedly wanted to say something, but Orochimaru was such a shrewd person, how could he do what he wanted? He immediately dodged and rushed through the cave entrance, killing the rock ninja without giving him a chance to speak. Snake. Looking at the empty space, Jiraiya only uttered one word. At this time, Tsunade also turned her head to look at him, her expression became very solemn. Jiraiya, you must keep an eye on them, especially my brother Nawaki, he is so unlucky. It was obviously his fault, but he blamed the bad luck on the necklace. If you think about it with Chrysanthemum, this is impossible, okay? Oh. Jiraiya responded blankly. Then his mind moved. At Tsunade's reminder, he also thought of the strange place of Rope Tree. For example, last time, the 5 of them were just wandering around the periphery. Hey, guess what? All the famous ninjas of Rock Ninja were encountered by them. The famous Rock Ninja who escaped from the 3rd Raikage, Toranashuk. The village flower, Yawei and Yuki. By Unaki the highly expected ninja. And all kinds of jonin came to them. He even thought privately that if these 5 little guys continued to hang around, would they attract Onoki as well? With their weird luck, they will definitely attract more powerful rock ninjas to attack. If I stay with them, I can also deal with these powerful ones. It seems not bad. Moreover, if Orochimaru and the others are in danger, with my speed, Even if the injuries have not fully recovered, I can rescue them in the first time. Okay, leave them all to me. Jiraiya said happily. And Tsunade said that the evil thing happened to Rope Tree because of that necklace. Haha, who would believe such words? Whoever believes it is a puppy. Chapter 363. Then Jiraiya was also confused. At this time, half an hour had passed since the battle between the Perception Unit and the Support Unit and the Pursuit Unit of the Rock Ninja. Under the leadership of Da and Tsunade, the Rock Ninja Pursuit Unit was beaten by the Konoha ninjas and cried for their parents. Many Rock ninjas fled directly. Think about it, although the number of pursuing Rock ninjas is more than the number of Konoha ninjas, they have fewer top combat forces. And Orochimaru and Tsunade did not consume much. But the consumption of the Rock ninjas, the Blasting Unit and the Flying Unit, far exceeded that of Orochimaru and his team. After all, one team has to fly with people, and one team has been attacking Orochimaru and his team. How can the consumption not be great? Let's get back to the point. Jiraiya looked at the future with a blank face. At this time, the 5 little ones were looting the spoils. It's just tisk, this kind of garbage again. Rope Tree opened the ninja tool bag and poured out some detonating tags, ninja tools, etc. The quality is not good. There is not even a ninjutsu scroll. Kushina was very happy. She said cheerfully, "Isn't this good, Nawake brother? Look at this battle, we are still playing soy sauce on the periphery, but this time we didn't even meet a jonin." Yes yes. Ling Hua said, "The facts prove that the future idea is not wrong. Your misfortune started from wearing that pendant necklace." Hearing this, the expression on Nawake's face instantly became sunny. "That's right, I will never be targeted by an inexplicable god again." Ha 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 ha. That's great. Jiraiya, oh. Not good at all. Really. I really acted as a nanny and didn't help with anything. Damn it. I didn't expect that this was really caused by the necklace, but it doesn't make sense. It's just a necklace, how can it have such strange power? Look, the first generation of Mew and Tsunade have been wearing it for so many years. Nothing happened, why did it happen to Rope Tree? This is unscientific. Thinking about it, he suddenly opened his mouth with tears in his eyes. Woof woof woof. The barking of the dog attracted the 5 future people who would share the spoils. They all looked at Jiraiya in confusion. "Uncle Jiraiya, what are you barking about?" Rope Tree was a man who couldn't hide his thoughts. He took a few steps forward and asked curiously. "Jiraiya. You are so lucky, the last thing I want to do is talk to you." At this time, Tsunade and Orochimaru also came side by side, and they also looked at Jiraiya with strange expressions. Obviously, Jiraiya's barking just now was heard by them. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya in confusion, "You were bitten by a dog." "But that's not right. When I treated his wounds just now, I didn't find any dog bite marks. And the rabies virus was not detected in his body. Why did he bark like a dog?" "It's okay, I just barked a few times." Jiraiya sighed and made up an excuse. Then he changed the subject and said, "Are we going to attack the Rock Ninja position next?" Hearing Jiraiya's question, Orochimaru and the others didn't bother to understand why Jiraiya suddenly barked like a dog. Orochimaru nodded, and he looked at Danzo who was in charge of the post-war handling. "Well, Elder Danzo's idea is the same as what we thought before. He has sent people back to inform the people who stayed in the camp. Let them set off quickly, go around the back of the Rock Ninja, and kill them by surprise. We are going to chase this fleeing Rock Ninja, and then use the same trick again to let them attack the Rock Ninja position. Maybe it will make it easier for us to win." Jiraiya nodded. It was a very formal attack method, but very practical. At this time, Tsunade brought the topic back. She looked at Jiraiya with a flash of satisfaction in her eyes. "Jiraiya, you finally fulfilled one of your promises to me. You said you would look forward to their future, and you really looked forward to their future. You didn't let them be influenced by the atmosphere of the battlefield and get carried away." Hearing Tsunade say this, Jiraiya, who had already let go of this matter, suddenly wanted to cry without tears. This. The development of this matter is different from what I thought. Why didn't Rope Tree's weird passive skill trigger again? I wanted to use this to kill more strong Iwagakure. But what happened? Since the beginning of the battle, they only encountered 5 Chunins and many Genins. They were all ordinary characters, none of them could fight. Even before he could make a move, these guys were strangled by the 5 little ones who were howling. Damn, for the first time, he felt unhappy with the name of genius. It's a good thing that they are so genius, but how can they appear useless for no reason? Alas! Seeing Jiraiya's face suddenly changed. Tsunade and Orochimaru were stunned for a moment, and when they saw the middle and lower ninjas and rock ninjas being dealt with by the future, they quickly knew why. They turned their heads and looked at Jiraiya, their eyes full of teasing. It seems that Jiraiya is willing to take over the task of protecting the future, just thinking of relying on the evil luck of the rope tree to attract the strong men of the rock ninja and kill them. However, speaking of this, the funny look on Tsunade and Orochimaru's faces has not yet fully emerged, and they looked at the rope tree with a strange look. This battle is so ordinary, it's too wrong. Could it be that this necklace really has some weird ability? Before they could think about it, Danzo had already dealt with most of the matters. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, follow me. This time, we must drive the rock ninja out of the rain country." Oh! Instantly, the shouts of Konoha ninjas were heard all around. Danzo looked at the excitement and high spirits on the faces of the people around him, and he was very satisfied. People's hearts can be used. "Onoki, I'll see if you can lose this time." Thinking, he turned his head and looked in the direction of Jiraiya. Jiraiya didn't fight much this time, and it seemed that he had become the nanny of the 5 little ones. Tsunade and Orochimaru's consumption was not very large, and they could recover quickly by eating a soldier's ration pill. The rock ninja chasing them had been defeated, and with the roar of the tailed beasts coming from the rock ninja position from time to time, it was obvious that Onoki had not resealed the tailed beasts into the body of the Jinchuriki. If he and others set out now, they might be able to catch up. Very good. This wave of advantage is mine. Okay, everyone, follow me. He was rarely enthusiastic, and immediately called everyone to rush towards the rock ninja position. Kill. For a moment, Konoha's support troops ran again. This time, everyone's face was full of excitement. Everyone thought that this was a great opportunity. The tailed beasts' riot was enough to make the rock ninja suffer. If they want to add fuel to the fire, the rock ninja will stay here if they don't want to admit defeat. The 3rd generation held the news in his hand, and the expression on his face was quite wonderful. Orochimaru and his team took the initiative to attack again. Yes. This time, the report was from the Anbu ninja. Since the last time there was a strange operation of letting go, he immediately placed more than a dozen Anbu ninjas to report the movements of Orochimaru and his team at any time. This is too chaotic. Is there no one to stop them? The 3rd generation's face was uncertain. Having 3 disciples with strength and good character is indeed a good thing that makes people feel happy. But every time Orochimaru and his friends do things, they are far beyond their expectations. It was understandable last time, but this time, he was so bold that he wanted to sneak into the rock ninja camp and release the tailed beasts on his own initiative. How can the tailed beasts be released so easily? Otherwise, when they faced Lao Zi, he would have adopted this method a long time ago. No, this is a secret decision made by the 3 adults. If it weren't for Uchiha Mirai, Namikaze Minato, and Senju Noeki, the 3 of them would have fought, and no one would have noticed that Lord Orochimaru and his friends had already set off. Hearing this, although the 3rd generation was curious about why the 3 of them fought, he could ask about this later. The most important thing now was whether the actions of Orochimaru and his friends were successful or not, and how safe they were. Nothing happened to Orochimaru and the other 2. No. The Anbu replied, according to the latest news, after learning about the actions of Orochimaru and the other 2, Danzo immediately called a meeting for the entire camp. 10 minutes later, he led half of the people to form a support force to rescue Orochimaru and the other 2. Hearing this, the Sanda looked much better. Danzo, this guy, may have done a lot of bad things, but his heart for Konoha is not much worse than you and me. As he spoke, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Chapter 364. Rock Ninja Camp. Onoki's face was very ugly. He was knocked out again. At this time, he was suspended in the air, his eyes were full of anger. And an unprecedented solemnity. Damn it, facing a tailed beast alone would be easier and take some time to solve, but this time facing 2 tailed beasts at the same time, I didn't expect it to be so difficult. The most important thing is that these 2 tailed beasts actually cooperate with each other. Although the degree of cooperation is not high, once he launches a fierce attack on one of them, the other will attack him, forcing him to avoid it. So, the battle is deadlocked to the current situation. Of course, the most important thing is that there is no rock ninja to help him hold one. And these two beasts obviously guessed their thoughts and were not moved by their provocation at all. They were determined to keep a relative distance from Theo their tailed beast. This made Onoki's face look quite ugly. The only way at present is to wait for the human sacrifice to wake up on their own initiative. At that time, with the help of both inside and outside, the tailed beast can be quickly resealed. But this method? Alas! I hope Konoha will not come to us at this time. For the first time, he prayed in his heart. But he also knew how self-deceiving this idea was. Konoha will definitely send people to attack them. It depends on when they can seal the two-tailed beasts. Thinking of this, Onoki was ruthless in his heart. If it really doesn't work, just kill the two-tailed beasts, and wait 3 years later, and then go to the resurrection point to capture them again. But he soon shook his head. This idea is a bit extreme. And once the news of the death of the tailed beast spreads, I am afraid that other major countries will be ready to move, especially the country of Thunder next to him. They will definitely invade the territory of the country of Earth on a large scale. In addition, capturing the tailed beasts after 3 years will also add a lot of trouble. He was not the only one who knew that the tailed beasts could be resurrected. The shadows of other villages also knew about it. So now, let's just stall for time. Damn it! The power of dust release was too strong. He didn't dare to use it, for fear of accidentally killing the tailed beast. There was a battle in the outside world. In the tailed beast space, Lao Zi was also fighting with the four-tailed Son Goku for control of his body. He couldn't find Lao Zi's sealing technique, so he borrowed the seal style of the Samsara rod during the 4 wars. There was a long hook on the chest of the four-tailed Son Goku. The hook of the chain was very long and wide. The tips of the 2 hooks almost covered the chest of the four-tailed Son Goku. In the outside world, if someone wanted to break free from the chain, they would only be split in 2 by the hook on the chest. Although this chain restricted its body shape, it was too difficult for Lao Zi to defeat it and take back control. Ha 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 ha! The four-tailed beast laughed heartily. Before it was caught by Hashirama Senju, it thought freedom was just like that. But when it was sealed, it found that freedom was so precious. It was a waste that it only cared about sleeping before. It looked down at Lao Zi and laughed, "Don't waste your energy. The gap between us is like the mountains and the valleys. You are only worthy of looking up to me. Don't talk nonsense, come again." Lao Zi stood up, he took 2 heavy breaths and adjusted his breathing. Although he didn't have control over his body, he could see what his body saw. Looking at the scene of the 2-tailed beasts wreaking havoc. The appearance of the rock ninjas coming one after another to stop him, don't mention how uncomfortable he felt. Now all he can do is to take back control and actively let Onoki perform the sealing technique to seal the tailed beast back into his body. After losing one of the tailed beasts, it seems that with Onoki's ability, it would be easy to seal the 4 tails. Thinking of this, he quickly formed seals with both hands. Lava release, scorching river rock technique. As he opened his mouth and spit, countless flaming rocks, like magma, shot towards the four-tails Sun Wukong. Seeing this scene, the four-tails sneered. Ha ha ha! I am dying of laughter. You actually used the lava release ability you learned from me to deal with me. As he said, he also opened his mouth and spit. The next moment, a magma stone that was even larger than Lao Zi cut through the air and crushed towards Lao Zi. Lao Zi, who saw this scene, had a gloomy face. As expected of a tailed beast, it is not in the same league as humans. Seeing that his attack was about to be absorbed and fused by the four tails technique, then it crushed towards him. A gleam of light flashed in Lao Zi's eyes. This was a good opportunity. He immediately used the cover of the huge lava ball to perform the seal of substitute technique. This was a technique he had secretly prepared in advance. Moreover, the four-tail was very arrogant, and he had shown weakness frequently before. The four-tail would definitely pause for a few seconds after attacking. These few seconds were the time it used to find its own traces. This was the case in the previous battles. He discovered it and remembered it in his heart. Bang! In an instant, the sealed space shook. There was no one in Lao Zi's original position. Seeing this scene, the four-tail suddenly turned his head and looked around, shouting loudly, "Come out, sneaking around, how dare you become my Jinkraki?" The next second, Lao Zi's voice suddenly came from behind him. "The tailed beasts are tailed beasts, they don't have much IQ. Earth-style rock fist technique. Earth-style super heavy rock technique. Lao Zi performed 2 Earth-style techniques in one breath. What? When did it happen? The Four Tails' face changed drastically. It didn't even see Lao Zi's movement just now. The next moment, Lao Zi held a fist made of rock and smashed it hard at the Four Tails. Bang! The Four Tails was too big, and there were chains made of sealing techniques, which limited its strength and range of movement. Coupled with Lao Zi's unexpected attack, the Four Tails was stunned. The huge force carried by the fist directly knocked the Four Tails' body off balance. If there was no chain on the chest, it would have been knocked to the ground by Lao Zi's punch. Seeing this long-planned attack, it finally worked. He hit the back of the Four Tails' head with that attack just now. Although it is impossible to kill it, it can make it dizzy for a moment. Lao Zi's eyes suddenly lit up. While the other party was in a short coma, he immediately fought for control of the body. In another sealed space, the 5 tails kept releasing chakra from the seal. Jinkriki Han no longer had the will to resist it. Under the effect of Orochimaru's medicine, he didn't even struggle properly. But he didn't die. As long as he didn't die, the seal would continue to work. This made the 5 tails even more angry. Damn Han, damn Uzumaki, damn human, you all deserve to die. Seeing that the seal hook that pierced his body was still strong and was not corroded by his chakra at all, the 5 tails became even more angry. The sealed space was filled with its angry curses. For a moment, it was like a shrew jumping and cursing on the street. Outside, Konoha's support troops have been renamed the attacking troops. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, the 5 little ones, Danzo, and the heads of several large families, all gathered together. 100 meters behind them, all were Konoha's ninjas. But they all stood still, blending perfectly with the night. Because it rains all year round in the rain country, even on the border, and it is located at the core of the junction of 3 major countries and 3 small countries. The frequency of battles here is still quite high. So any tree that can grow will basically be affected by the battle. As a result, there are very few trees in the rain country, and the terrain has been worn very flat due to thousands of years of fighting. Therefore, even if they are more than 3 kilometers away, they can see the actions of the 2 huge-tailed beasts full of scarlet and pale white in the dark night without any obstruction. And countless rock ninjas shouting and cursing. Deputy Hyuga clan leader opened his pair of Baiyan and expressed his opinion. We have come here, and we haven't even encountered a rock ninja. It seems that the damage caused by the tailed beast to them is greater than we thought. Are there no rock ninjas around? Tsunade turned around and asked. No, our Baiyan can't see anyone within 2 kilometers. Everyone turned their heads to look at other sensory ninjas. Aberame raised one hand and carefully observed the movements of the insects in her hand. I don't know if he can see clearly at night, wearing sunglasses. My insects told me that Deputy Hyuga clan leader is right, there is no one around. Our noses didn't smell the smell of rock ninjas nearby. The same goes for us. Listening to the words of all the sensory ninjas, Danzo nodded, that's good, let's hide first and let the tailed beasts wreak havoc for a while. Everyone agreed with this proposal very much. Let the tailed beasts consume their energy first, then their chances of winning will be better. Jiraiya suddenly asked, will the previously fleeing chasing Iwagakure tell others about our move to attack Iwagakure? They had planned to chase the Iwagakure and let them attack the Iwagakure positions, which is the so-called old tricks. But they didn't expect that the Iwagakure ran too fast. They didn't catch up. In this way, they came here unimpeded. If the Hyuga clan members hadn't said that the chasing Iwagakure were just ahead, they would have thought that the Iwagakure had hidden behind them. Chapter 365. Time is a terrible thing. It will not change its flow rate for someone's will. Under the vigorous attack and delay of Onoki and others, the Four Tails finally couldn't stand the internal and external attacks. It has already collapsed, and many actions have contradictions. Seeing this scene, the Tsuchikige's eyes lit up and he immediately shouted, the Four Tails can't hold on, everyone, work harder. As soon as these words came out, the rock ninjas immediately saw hope, and the fatigue on their faces was also diluted by this hope. Go, kill it. Go. Don't let it go, it's just a tailed beast. Oh. For a while, the rock ninja position was full of the shouts of the rock ninjas. The 5 Tails, which was restrained in the distance, turned his head and looked over here, and a trace of anxiety flashed across the dolphin's face. Is the 4 Tails so bad so soon? Thinking of this, it immediately turned around and was about to attack Onoki and others. This made the faces of all those who tried to intercept it change drastically. Once it passed, Lord Tsuchikage would definitely fail. Stop it, don't let it affect Lord Tsuchikage. Damn it, it's so scary, how many of our teammates died while running rampant, tell me how to stop it. Yes, how to stop it. Why can't we stop it? For a while, everyone here was arguing. But soon someone stood up, and he looked at the five-tailed beast with great hatred. We have to stop it even if we can't, after all, this is our fault. As he said that, he glanced at the people around him, his eyes were complicated, as if he wanted to engrave them all in his heart. I'm sorry, because of our hatred, we have hurt you. As he said that, he looked at the white-tailed beast, immediately took out all the detonating tags, and rushed towards the tailed beast. Looking at the white monster that was approaching quickly, he shouted with great hatred, although you are our village's weapon to deter foreign countries, I still want to destroy you. The five-tail was raising its chakra to boiling point and wanted to perform his own technique, but when he was not paying attention, someone jumped on his face. Since the tailed beasts were fully transformed, the chakra full of hatred and corrosiveness on their bodies also disappeared. It can be touched by hand. Looking at the little thing on his face, the five-tail was directly enraged. It's like when you go to dig out feces, a fly that has been biting the feces on the ground suddenly falls on your face. That feeling is enough to make your scalp numb and nauseous. You even want to slap it in the face and kill it. The five-tail felt like this. It opened its mouth and roared violently. Roar! Damn human, you die! As he said, he wanted to hit him and rush out. The rock ninja suddenly smiled, and smiled brightly. The kind of teeth were exposed. I know you are angry, but don't be angry yet. Because I will make you even angrier later. You regard us humans as garbage and ants, right? Now I will show you the anger of us as garbage ants. Exploding talisman, explode. Instantly, the exploding talisman's face was covered with sparks. Hearing this sound, not only the rock ninjas were stunned, but even the five-tail's face changed greatly. The anger in its eyes was almost turning into substance. Damn you, how dare you use cheap blood to dirty my noble and white body? Hat. The rock ninja just chuckled lightly, with a playful look in his eyes. Even if he died, he would splash it with blood. Let it feel his hatred. The next second, a violent explosion burst out from the five-tail's face. Boom! The flesh and blood of the human body was blown to pieces, adding a more enchanting and strange red to the bright red flame. The power of a single detonating talisman is very strong, but when the number reaches a certain level and is detonated together, the power is very considerable. The head of the five-tailed beast was directly blown away by the power of the explosion. In an instant, the flames and smoke produced by the explosion enveloped it. The scene fell silent for a while. The air was as quiet as death. Only the four-tailed battlefield in the distance was still fighting fiercely. Soon, the smoke from the explosion dissipated. The appearance of the five-tailed beast at this time was revealed. It just maintained the posture of its head being blown away, motionless, as if it was stunned by the explosion. But its breathing became heavier and heavier, and the original animal pupils in its eyes were gradually rendered scarlet at this moment, and the black pupils were almost disappearing. Although the air was dead silent, everyone was terrified and couldn't help but take a step back. Cold sweat broke out on their faces. Came out. Although no one said anything, they all had one thought in their minds, the five-tails was enraged. It was really angry. Roar! Suddenly, it looked up to the sky and roared. A wave of tailed beast chakra, even stronger than before, burst out directly from its body. Formed a powerful shock wave. The originally hard ground under its feet was like tofu at this moment, and a layer of ground was easily blown away by this shock wave. The rock ninja who was close to it and had low strength was directly blown away by this shock wave without mercy. The person only had time to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his soul was gone. The people in the distance, under extreme fear, were highly focused. When the five tails exploded, they all made defensive measures. Earth escape technique, earth formation wall. Earth escape technique, earth wall technique. Earth escape technique, earth submergence technique. Earth escape technique, hardening technique. Earth spear technique. Body flash technique. Rock armor technique. In an instant, all the earth escape techniques that had been heard of and those that had not been heard of were performed by everyone. At this moment, in order to save their lives, the rock ninjas used all their life-saving moves. Even though many people were well prepared, they were still blown hundreds of meters away by the shock wave. Even Onoki and his men were affected. For a moment, all the people on their side stopped attacking and looked at this side in horror. They had seen tailed beasts and runaway tailed beasts. But they had never seen such a desperate runaway tailed beast. Fuck, who did it? Onoki was directly angry. Nothing went his way tonight. The two tailed beasts were released, and the people sent to hunt down Jiraiya and his men also failed. Maybe they were lying in ambush nearby, ready to take advantage of the opportunity. Now the four tails was about to be suppressed. Something strange happened to the five tails again. Why was he so unlucky recently? Hearing Onoki's question, one of the rock ninjas said with a stiff upper lip, it was the initiator of the previous victim who did it. In order to hold the five tails back, he jumped directly on the five tails' face and blew himself up. Hearing this, Onoki's face was twisted with anger. Stupid! Stupid! Stupid bastard! Fuck your second uncle's grandmother! Is this delaying? This is clearly provoking the tailed beasts. Spy, that damn thing must be a spy sent by Konoha. Otherwise, how could there be such a paralyzed idiot in his village? What is that? At this time, a panicked voice of an Uegakure rang out. The Uegakure ninja's exclamation brought the angry Onoki back to reality. He turned his head and looked, and his face suddenly turned extremely pale. The five tails stood directly in place, with the five pointed tails behind it all gathered in front of its head. And its mouth was very wide open. A very black ball was slowly condensing. As its size became larger and larger, a terrible pressure gradually became more and more terrifying. Tailed Beast Ball. This is the ultimate move of the tailed beast. He was very lucky to have seen it. At that time, the four tails, that is, the old purple when he was a child, had fired one. Directly blew up a mountain. No, a dam in the land of hot springs was originally that mountain. It is conceivable how powerful this autumn is. Onoki, who had reacted, hurriedly flew towards the five tails, shouting, "Everyone, run!" He quickly formed a seal and used dust release. No matter what, it must not explode here, otherwise it will be a feast. Not to mention the rock ninja, even the four tails was stunned. It stood in the distance, with a solemn expression. Murmured, "Is it necessary to do this?" Tailed Beast Ball is their ultimate move, which is powerful and consumes a lot of chakra. The amount of chakra of the two of them is in the middle and lower reaches among the nine-tailed beasts, and the most is the nine tails. To be honest, if they had been like the nine tails, not holding back the sadness in their hearts, but crying, even if they shed 2 tears, would the old man six paths give them more chakra? To this day, it still remembers what the nine tails looked like at that time. To be honest, it regrets it a little. It often can't help but think about it. If I shed 2 tears too. Although the amount of chakra is not the key to determining combat power. For example, the big raccoon cat has the least chakra, but among the 9-tailed beasts, except for the 8-tailed and 9-tailed beasts, no one can defeat it in a short time. If the battle takes place in the desert, it has a high probability of killing the 6-tailed beasts. Even the 9-tails guy, if he were fighting in the desert, would not be able to defeat it for a while. To be honest, if they were not sealed before, they could only use 2 or 3-tailed beast balls at most. But since they were sealed in the human body, they can only use it once a week. Once the chakra is consumed too much, they will be suppressed by the seal and have no resistance. They can only rely on long-term and slow recovery. Even if the Jinkraki strengthens the seal, the recovery time will become longer. Unless the Jinkraki is willing to release the seal and let them absorb. Or, remove the seal. But think about it, that's impossible. Chapter 366. The 5 tails didn't say anything. It directly expressed its determination with action. The tailed beast ball grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye it became the size of a small house. Seeing this, Onoki's face was extremely ugly. Such a powerful chakra was compressed into a ball the size of a small house. Once it exploded, no one here would survive. So he didn't care about keeping a hand of chakra to guard against Konoha waiting for an opportunity. If he didn't take action now, all the more than 6,000 rock ninjas here would die. Even he would die. The hidden rock village would definitely fall to the level of the 5 great nations. Dust Release, Limit Stripping Technique. This is the ultimate move of dust release. Even the second generation Memyu didn't master this move, and it was with this move that he was hailed as the strongest Tsuchikage in the history of the land of Earth. It is more powerful than the original realm peeling technique, has a wider range, and has a sustainability that the original technique did not have. The original realm peeling technique will only be decomposed when it is wrapped in a barrier and the target object touches the core white light. But the limit is different. As long as it is touched by the barrier, it will be ruthlessly decomposed. Let's put it this way, the limit peeling technique is a technique that directly annihilates all the Susanos of Madara-sama's 25 wooden clones. Of course, while the power is so strong, the consumption is also ridiculously large. He could only perform it twice in his prime. But now, he can only perform it once. Once this move is completed, he will not have much resistance. But there is no way. If he doesn't do it, everyone here will die. If he does it, there may be a glimmer of hope. Thinking of this, he no longer thinks about it, grits his teeth and raises his hands, aiming at the tailed beast ball that has gathered above the head of the 5 tails. The next moment, a cube-shaped transparent barrier wrapped in dazzling white light flew out of his hand. It was not big, just the size of a window, that is, 1.5 meters high. Compared with the tailed beast ball the size of a small house, it was simply not enough. Even in terms of pressure, it was not as strong as the pure black-tailed beast ball. Soon, the black and white collided with each other. The imagined mutual compression or explosion did not appear, but the volume of the white cube instantly expanded by more than 10 times. It directly wrapped most of the body of the 4 tails and all the tailed beast balls. When the barrier touched the head, the 5 tails, which was originally on top, shuddered instantly. The scarlet eyes also returned to their original color from the rage. I'm going to die. An extremely strong breath of death instantly hit the heart. This was the second time it felt the taste of death. The first time was when he faced the guy who was the god of the ninja realm, the shameless guy who shouted that his beasts were too powerful and wanted to seal them. The second time was this time. It knew that this old immortal had a strong attack power. That is dust release. But it was relying on itself as a tailed beast and an important weapon of the hidden rock village. He didn't dare to think anything of himself, so he dared to do it. But just now, I released the ultimate move, which seemed to have stimulated him. In order to protect the hidden rock ninja, he was probably ready to destroy himself. No, I don't want to die, humans are about to end, and I won't be able to see such a refreshing scene if I die. It was so scared that it quickly retracted its consciousness into its body, leaving only the shell formed by the gathering of chakra, still in the cube barrier of limit stripping technique. Because it was a body formed by the gathering of natural chakra, it could last for 1 or 2 seconds without being decomposed. Therefore, it had enough time for its consciousness to return to its body. In fact, the stronger the creatures, the more they fear death, and this is what they are like. Otherwise, when they are sealed up, even if they can't commit suicide, they can find opportunities. Besides, the newborn period 3 years later will be their weakest time. Once they are ambushed, they will be helpless and at the mercy of others. Only 1 second passed. The cube suddenly expanded countless times, almost covering 90% of the body of the 5-tailed beast. The white light swept over, and the black ball was decomposed by the white light without releasing a fart. Not only that, the tailed beasts are gone. No, it's not that they are all gone, at least there is still a but, and 5 tails remain. After performing this move, Onoki's face turned several times paler in an instant. Even the chakra to maintain suspension is almost gone, and his body is shaky. However, there is still a tailed beast, so he can't fall down yet, and he can't exposing his very weak appearance. So he took a strong breath and turned to look at the 4-tailed beast. Do you want to fight again? I tell you, I can risk my life and release the previous move again. The 4-tailed beast looked at Onoki's determined eyes. There was no need to think about it, this man really wanted to kill. In a trance, it seemed to see the huge wooden man with a dragon wrapped around his body. The man's solemn expression seemed to ring in his ears. 4-tailed beast, your strength is too strong, I must seal you. It shook its head and shook out the picture in its mind. Onoki, I admit that you are very strong. The 4-tailed beast finally spoke human words. The voice was muffled, similar to that of an orangutan. It looked around. The eyes of the surrounding rock ninjas were full of anger, fear, and hatred. This made it sneer disdainfully. Humans, the countdown to extinction has begun, a truly terrible disaster is brewing, the gate to hell has slowly opened. The time of your human extinction is coming, but we tailed beasts will not die. We will watch how you struggle and wail in pain, but are powerless to resist the disaster. Ha ha ha. Humans, you just spend your last moments in panic, fear, ignorance. Ha ha ha. The four tails just said some inexplicable words, and the chakra was slowly absorbed into the body. Finally, the severely burned old purple was exposed. In the rock ninja camp, the air was as silent as death. They all heard the last words of the four tails. Everyone, including the Konoha people who had not taken action and were hiding in the dark, were all stunned. They also heard what the four tails said just now. They said that humanity was about to perish, and a terrible disaster was brewing. What does it mean? Someone among the rock ninjas finally asked this question. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was like turning on some kind of switch, and everyone started talking. Yet, what does it mean? It's inexplicable. Could it be that it is deliberately trying to scare us? What you said makes sense. The five tails has been destroyed by the Tsuchikage-sama. This tailed beast is obviously afraid of the power of the Tsuchikage-sama Onoki, but it is unwilling to retreat like this, so it said such scary words. The purpose is to make us live in fear. Brother, your analysis is very reasonable, and you have a lot to say. I believe you. Yes, yes, yes. That's right. What a bullshit disaster. This world is decided by us humans, we are the masters of this world. Even if there is a disaster, the Tsuchikage-sama will easily destroy it, just like destroying the tailed beast. That's right. For a moment, everyone laughed. As if watching a joke. There was laughter between each other, as if they wanted to cover up something. But what they think in their hearts, only they know in their hearts. Onoki's face was not looking good. He didn't think the four-tail would fart for no reason. A real disaster. Maybe what it said was true. As one of the five great gangsters, he naturally knew how many injustices and unfair things he had suppressed under the strength of his five countries. In this ninja world, only hatred can be passed down. Maybe, this is true, right? For a moment, he couldn't make up his mind. Orochimaru and others also had uncertain faces. For what the four-tail said just now, their hearts seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. They felt that their breathing was not smooth, as if there was a mountain slowly pressing down on them. This. Orochimaru, what do you think? Jiraiya pursed his lips, turned his head, and looked at Orochimaru seriously. Orochimaru's brows were always tightly locked, as if he was troubled by a problem that he couldn't figure out. Danzo and the others all looked at Orochimaru. They all admired Orochimaru's strategy and wisdom from the bottom of their hearts. For a long time, Orochimaru shook his head, I don't know. Based on just a few words from the four tails, he had no idea how credible it was. Especially from the current point of view, the biggest possibility is that Onoki's dust release directly killed the five tails. The four tails had to say these specious words to intimidate them, and then return to the seal in disgrace. Is this credible? Jiraiya opened his mouth. He was not sure about the four tails' words. Still believed it to some extent. Because he could feel that he was already at the edge of the vortex. In the center of the vortex, there was a bottomless darkness. He could only see an invisible big hand, stirring his fate and that of Nagato and the others. And the great Toad Sage once said that his disciples would lead the transformation of the ninja world. All this proved that what the four tails said was true. But this. Forget it, let's talk to Orochimaru and the others later. Chapter 367. Just when the Konoha ninjas were in a turmoil because of the four tails' words, Onoki suddenly shouted loudly, Come out! Danzo, Orochimaru, I know you are already ambushing nearby. Hearing this, Orochimaru and others were not surprised at all. If Onoki didn't know that they would come here, then there would be something fishy. War. Tsunade turned her head to look at the few people and asked. Jiraiya on the side shook his head, My opinion is to let them withdraw from the Rain country and sign a peace treaty with us. Hearing this, many people looked at him speechlessly. If the peace treaty was useful, World Wars I and II would not have broken out, and they would not have fought with the land of Earth. Jiraiya naturally knew what they were thinking. So he continued to speak and expressed his thoughts. Let's not talk about the four tails for now. Even though we lost some rock ninjas in the battle just now, they are still more numerous than us. We divided our troops into two places to drive the rock ninjas out of the Rain country. We didn't think of swallowing them all. Because we can't do it. When he said this, everyone was stunned. It should be said that what he said made some sense after listening carefully. Since the core goal is to drive the rock ninjas out of the rain country, it is better not to fight if possible. In this way, they won without losing anything. It seems very good. What if some people are tempted? Seeing that everyone's expressions changed, Jiraiya hurriedly continued, I also know that the peace treaty is a piece of waste paper with no binding force, but at least it can ensure that the rock ninjas dare not break the contract in a short period of time. Unless they, the land country, don't want credibility and face. The peace treaty has the strongest binding force when the treaty is just signed. If the treaty is torn up right after it is signed, the credibility of the person, or even the country, will plummet. Which country will dare to sign a contract with him in the future? After all, if he doesn't keep his word, then the chances of him being cheated will be very high. Of course, as time goes by, this treaty will naturally become worthless as people forget it. At that time, you can find an excuse to tear up the treaty, and you won't have much trouble. Jiraiya meant that the signing of the treaty can at least guarantee that during this war, they will have concerns and will not take the initiative to attack themselves again. Danzo opened his eyes slightly. I agree with Jiraiya's opinion. As long as the rock ninja retreats and signs a treaty not to invade our Konoha, it will be fine. Even keeping their people to cause trouble on the borders of the other 3 major countries will be 100 benefits for our Konoha. Hearing that Danzo agreed, the heads of other families also nodded. I agree. I agree too. We all agree. It's best for them to win through negotiation without sacrificing the lives of their own family members. Even if the rock ninja regrets it later, they are able to organize resistance. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya without leaving a trace. The 3 of them almost lived and ate together. Although the relationship was sometimes distant in the past, they have returned to normal since they took in the future. For Jiraiya's proposal, he also saw the deep relationship that Jiraiya didn't say. Is it because he believes the words of the four-tailed beast? The child of prophecy really exists. Preserve the strength of the ninja world and fight against the final disaster. Forget it, I'll ask him later. I agree with Jiraiya's idea. With his statement, the decision was made. Okay, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, the 3 of you follow me out for a talk. Okay. The 3 responded. Jiraiya slapped himself twice to make his face look a little red and not so pale. It was not easy for people to see the clues. Looking at the 4 people of Danzo coming out of the shadows, Onoki's mouth twitched. Although he had a glimmer of luck in his heart, that is, they did not come, but when he saw them, this glimmer of luck was completely gone. Although it was expected, it really happened, and he felt indescribably aggrieved. If it weren't for these 2 daring guys, how could they, the rock ninja, suffer such a heavy blow? He didn't even need to think about it, he knew what would happen next. The people of Konoha would definitely make all the rock ninja withdraw from the rain country. Hey! Just as he descended, a sound of cleaning the battlefield rock suddenly came from behind him. Shinobu's exclamation. It attracted the attention of everyone present. What happened? Han is still alive. What? This time everyone ran faster and gathered around. They watched the huge tail and half of the buttocks turn into chakra and disappear, slowly revealing a human figure inside. One of the action team leaders touched his chin and analyzed, it must be that when the Tsuchikage-sama's dust release hit Han just now, the fearful 5 tails immediately moved the position of the Jinchuriki, so Han escaped the fate of being decomposed. His explanation was quite recognized by everyone. Soon, someone wanted to step on the unconscious Han with red eyes. But he was hurriedly pulled back by the people next to him. Da-chun, what are you doing? Let me go, I want him dead, if it weren't for him, we wouldn't have lost so many people. Calm down, Han is also our companion. Same shit, if he really regarded us as companions, how could he let the tailed beast out? This voice almost roared out. Look at the people around, they are all good men, before setting off, who didn't go to the battlefield with the intention of defending their country. They didn't die on the battlefield, didn't die on the way to charge, but died at the hands of their own people. How can you let me treat him as a companion? The voice was full of grief. It resonated with many people at once. That's right, he must be executed. He doesn't deserve to be our companion, he is a beast, he must be locked up even if he doesn't die. The Sand Village is the place where the Jinchuriki is imprisoned, Han should also be locked up, he doesn't deserve to be a human. Seeing more and more people, they all began to blame Han. The action team leader's face became much uglier. To be honest, he also began to hate Jinkriki in his heart. But he knew one thing more, the matter of Jinkriki was very important, far beyond the control of people like them. Moreover, he had met Han and Lao Ziai, and knew what kind of people they were. Moreover, over the years, they had made countless contributions to the Hidden Rock Village. They had worked hard. How come this group of people only saw their mistakes and didn't remember their good deeds? So he shouted loudly, "What are you doing? You want to rebel? What do you want to do?" It was the people of Konoha who caused the tailed beasts to riot. You actually blamed your own people. Why didn't I see that you are the ones who only dare to bully others in your own home? If you have the guts, go and seek revenge on the 3 ninjas of Konoha. I'm surprised. You saw with your own eyes that the 3 ninjas of Konoha did the 2 riots. Why don't you go find them, but instead hold on to your own people? After he finished shouting, everyone around him was silent. The words of the action team leader made many rock ninjas blush and feel ashamed. Yes, they only dared to bully others in their own home. Are they still rock ninjas? Immediately, someone turned his head and looked at Orochimaru and his people, with a look of hatred and anger. Let's go. Brothers, follow me to take revenge. As soon as he raised his arm and called out, nearly 1,000 people responded. They all held weapons in their hands, pointed them in the direction of Konoha, and were about to launch an attack. How could the people of Konoha be so lenient with them? As Danzo waved his hand gently, the Konoha ninjas who were ambushing behind them all jumped out in unison. In just a few breaths, a large group of Konoha ninjas stood behind Danzo. They stood on a slightly higher ground, and looked superior. They all looked down at the rock ninjas. And Orochimaru and the other 2 immediately bit their fingers and quickly formed seals with their hands. Spirit summoning technique. In an instant, the 3 giant beasts that frightened the rock ninjas appeared again. The violent airflow instantly attacked the surroundings, causing the rock ninjas who wanted to take revenge to be stunned on the spot. All of them stopped at the same time. They looked at the 3 giant beasts with horror. And the figures of the 5 little brats not far away. They summoned 4 summoned beasts last time, which caused the rock ninjas to suffer a great loss. There has been a precedent, and they may be able to summon them this time. Once the war starts. They lost 2 tailed beasts, the Tsuchikage-sama was weak, and they consumed too much. As for Konoha, they have already summoned 3 giant summoned beasts, and those 5 people may also be able to summon 4 summoned beasts. In other words, the last battle may happen again. This idea soon emerged in the minds of many rock ninjas. In the sea. Chapter 368. At this time, Danzo put his hands on his crutches and looked at all the rock ninjas with contempt. He snorted with disdain. Humph! The voice was not loud, but it was extremely insulting. Some rock ninjas, who had fragile self-esteem and had just lost their loved ones, immediately got angry. A strong man shouted angrily, "Go, brothers, even if we die, we must bite off a piece of meat from Konoha. Okay, Wanshi, all the rock ninjas here are your sacrifices." Orochimaru said indifferently. The voice was not loud, but it spread far away. The coldness in his tone was like a cold wind blowing from the snow country. It instantly calmed down the rock ninjas above. They looked at the 3 beasts, and the terrible memories of being ravaged last time resurfaced in their minds again. Some people even couldn't help but take a step back. Seeing this scene, Danzo snorted again. "Ha! A bunch of rats." This time the voice was not only louder, but also more insulting. But no rock ninja dared to show up. Danzo then looked at Onoki and said calmly, 3 demands, 1. Withdraw from the Rain Country, 2. Sign the Never Invade Konoha Treaty, and 3. Pay Konoha 1 billion taels of silver as compensation. Negotiation, he is the best. First he opened his mouth, then he negotiated back and forth, and finally negotiated a price that both sides could barely accept. This is a professional match for him. Onoki. Danzo, your appetite is too big. The first 2 are easy to say, but the compensation of 1 billion taels. Why doesn't he go and rob? You know, the head of an elite jonin is only about 30 million taels. Because Asuma is the son of the Hokage, he has an extra 5 million taels, which is the price of Ichima. 1 billion taels. This is the value of more than 30 elite jonins. The elite jonins of the 5 great nations add up to only this much. It was you, the rock ninjas, who attacked our Konoha first. I want 1 billion taels. Is that a problem? Impossible. I can agree to the first two, but I can't possibly give out 1 billion taels. We rock ninjas are very poor. We can only take 30 million at most. Upon hearing this, Danzo looked at him with disdain. 30 million, are you treating me like a beggar? Onoki also responded unceremoniously, an S-level mission is only about 1 million taels, which is enough for 30 S-level missions. Don't be ungrateful. Then I'll give you 30 million, and you can help me do 30, no, 20 S-level missions. Danzo snorted coldly and responded unceremoniously. Onoki. He was speechless for a while. Danzo, don't push me too far, believe it or not, we will all fight to the death. Come on, you old man. Come here if you dare, I'll beat you to death. Why should I listen to you? If you have the guts, come here. If you are afraid, I will let Jiraiya give you a hand. In the back, Mirai and others were excited. Especially Noways, his face was red with excitement. Awesome, did you see that? Elder Danzo is so domineering. He said, and even put his hands around Mirai and Minato's shoulders. I tell you, I used to think Elder Danzo was quite sinister, but after these days of getting along, I found that he is actually a good person. Mirai, ... He glanced at Noways, this guy is a typical person who only remembers the good things in the present, and will soon forget the hatred in the past. Yes, he admitted that Danzo is not a bad person now, but he is completely different from a good person. The reason why he is so dedicated is not only for Konoha, but also for his own interests. Once he can negotiate and resolve the hidden dangers of the land of Earth, his contribution will definitely be indispensable. At that time, the third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen will be rewarded no matter what. Okay, stop being so excited. Once the battle here is over, we will move the battlefield. Hearing this, Nawaka said happily, move the battlefield. That's great. After you two have recovered, I will take you to show off and fly with you. Minato is not as optimistic as him. Hey, Nawaka brother, I know you are very excited, but you are too excited. And we have been too active recently, why don't we rest for a while first? He felt that his strength was completely insufficient. He wanted to calm down, recuperate and adjust. Especially Mirai and Rika. One has a physical problem, and the other has an early stage of blood disease. They all need to be well recuperated. Hearing this, Shang Shu was immediately he frowned, recuperation. There is still the sand village that has not been defeated. How can we have time to recuperate? As he was talking, he suddenly thought of something and turned his head to look at the future and Ling Hua. These two are the ones who need to recuperate. I was so excited that I forgot to mention this matter. He slapped his head and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I forgot that you all have sequelae and need to rest well. Well, you two should rest first and try to solve your injuries and symptoms. Leave the battlefield to me. To be honest, I found that since I lost the necklace, I feel refreshed in everything I do. And my luck has started to improve. As he said this, he pointed in the direction of the negotiation with a smug look on his face. See? We can easily make the rock ninja surrender without any effort. This is my good luck. Friends, underscore. They have never seen such a shameless person. It was so easy this time, obviously it was the credit of Orochimaru and his teacher. Especially Uncle Jiraiya, if he hadn't been seriously injured, how could he have released the four tails? How could they have gotten such a big bargain? Shameless. Rope Tree turned a blind eye to the eyes of the future people, or he saw and understood, but he chose to ignore and pretend to be deaf. After being speechless, the future people ignored him and turned to look at the two negotiators with saliva flying. Minato said to the future, the confrontation between the great powers is really magnanimous. This scene is completely opposite to what he saw in the book. He has read many books, especially books on diplomacy. It is said that the negotiating envoys of the two countries are very elegant in their conversation. Both sides respect each other very much, are polite and courteous. After one side finishes speaking, the other side will refute. Then they put forward their own views, and the people on the other side will refute. In this way, both sides finally discuss a mutually satisfactory result, and then draft a contract, sign their names, and the negotiation is officially over. It is said that such negotiations can demonstrate the magnanimity of a great country. Otherwise, what is the difference between it and the uncles and aunts buying vegetables in the vegetable market? At first, he thought it made sense. But this time, he saw a different side. Or it is the opposite side. Ling Hua seemed to be hesitant to speak, and her face looked a little tangled. Well, Danzo-sama asked for 1 billion right out of the gate, isn't that too much? Seeing that all the friends were looking at her, and the other people around her also looked at her after hearing her words, Ling Hua hurriedly lowered her voice to ensure that only the friends could hear her and explained, well, the number of rock ninja is more than ours. If they fight to the death, we have a great chance of losing. Elder Danzo said this. She stopped talking, but even if she didn't say anything, everyone knew what she was thinking. Minato was about to answer and explain for her, but the corner of his clothes was suddenly pulled. He stopped talking. He looked at the corner of his clothes with some confusion, and found that it was Kushina's little hand that was pulling him. After seeing him looking at her, Kushina pointed to the future with her lips calmly. This made the latter stunned for a moment, and then she understood in her heart. Suddenly, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It felt like Nana was taking on the responsibility of a matchmaker. She tried so hard to bring Mirai and Rika together. After knowing her idea, Minato shut up. And he winked at Kushina, indicating that he knew. I understand, I won't say anything. Kushina, asterisk. Hee. Seeing that no one was talking, Mirai spoke subconsciously. You want to say strong? Rika nodded after hearing that. Although they were the winners in the last 2 times, it was due to many factors. The first time was because Onoki ignored the 5 of them. The second time, which was this time, was because they not only set fire at night, but also took advantage of the fire to rob. So they had a huge advantage all of a sudden. Once the third war happened, they would definitely lose. Because the overall strength of the rock ninja was stronger than their Konoha side. So she felt that Elder Danzo was a little strong. Once the Tsuchikage Onoki gets angry and fights to the death, even if Konoha wins, it will suffer heavy losses. It is even possible that they will lose. Mirai turned to look at her, Rika, I don't care what you think. Everyone can guess it. However, you need to know one thing, we are the victorious side. If we are not strong, how can we be worthy of those Konoha ninjas who have fought bravely and risked their lives? Although this war did not take place, many people in the rock ninja knew one thing, once it started, they would definitely lose. This is because they all saw Jiraiya's vigorous appearance. Who asked for a medical expert on the other side? It was also because she experienced the horror of her medical ninjutsu, so the rock ninjas mistakenly believed that Jiraiya's injuries had improved a lot. Chapter 369. After a friendly exchange between the two sides, the compensation was finally set at 100 million taels. It was equivalent to the price of 3 asumas. The first 2 treaties were fixed, and Onoki was too lazy to argue. Anyway, treaties are used to make profits. Once there is no profit to be made, just tear it up. Besides, hatred is the mainstream in this world now. As time goes by, how many people can remember the treaty? Even if someone condemns themselves from the moral high ground, what's the use? It's just not painful. Otherwise, how could those small countries call the 5 major countries the 5 gangsters in private? Seeing rock ninjas going back to pack up supplies, Konoha and others all lifted their combat readiness after receiving the signal from Elder Danzo. This made the rock ninjas left by Onoki to watch them breathe a sigh of relief. Visibly, their tense bodies also relaxed a lot. Orochimaru and the other 2 had already lifted the summoning technique. When Orochimaru promised to make up for the sacrifice, Mansaravar returned to the Ryokai cave with a curse. He looked at Danzo, as if he had thought of something, so he whispered, we also had an agreement with Hanzo before. Regarding the private agreement between the teacher and Hanzo, as long as Hanzo did not kill them, the teacher and the others would assist Hanzo in snatching the supplies of the rock ninja and handing them over to the rain ninja. He had already known the general situation through his own channels, and shared this with his 2 teammates. When they knew this, Jiraiya and Tsunade were quite disappointed. Unexpectedly, the turning point of their fate was actually completed under the protection of the teacher. For a while, they were all a little shocked. But fortunately, everyone is an adult, and their mentality has matured. They quickly got out of the shock. Hearing this, Danzo narrowed his eyes and said calmly, there is such a thing, but it is just an agreement. It is just a means to restrict the credit of both parties. As he said this, he pondered for a while. The current situation is not suitable for making enemies with the Rain Ninja. They are the barrier of Konoha, but they need to maintain a certain relationship. Even if they cannot turn against Konoha, they cannot become allies of other countries. And recently, I don't know if the Rain Ninja has been beaten into autism. It is unusually quiet and has not done anything. Don't worry, I will go to the Hidden Rain village to discuss this matter with Hanzo later. After Danzo finished speaking, he directly arranged people to supervise here. After confirming that the rock ninja really moved away, they planned to leave and go back. Go back to Konoha. After returning to the camp, Onoki looked at Lao Ziai, who was severely corroded by the tailed beast chakra, and Han with a gloomy face. They were still in a coma, and they looked quite embarrassed at the moment. Especially Han, the five tails didn't care about his pain, as long as he didn't die, it would burst chakra to death. There was almost no intact skin on his body. In many places, the muscle fibers were exposed, which was very similar to the color of his armor. If you ask him why he could see clearly, that's because the armor on his lower body was pulled back to his ankles, and everything was clearly visible. The upper body was also untied, exposing his breasts. Just now, after the five tails was defeated by Onoki, it retreated back to the sealed space in disgrace, exposing Han. Those rock ninjas, almost no one was in a good mood for Han, and they were extremely reluctant to carry him back. How could they help him put on his clothes? Seeing this scene, Onoki immediately thought of how Orochimaru lifted the seal. He lowered his eyes and saw the caterpillar, feeling a little surprised. There was no burn here. Then his eyes shifted to other places. On some of the remaining skin, he saw some scars. This made him slightly moved. The scars were not even corroded by the tailed beast chakra, which shows how many scars there were in the corroded places. He didn't know whether other villagers were familiar with Han, but at least he thought he was very familiar with Han. Although this guy has a strong vanity in his heart, strictly speaking, vanity is a good thing. After he became a Jinkraki, he just beat up the first in the grade. He didn't cause any trouble for him, but instead completed every task assigned to him very well. The failure this time was not because Han was not strong, but because the enemy Orochimaru and his men were too cunning. Oh, forget it, these two battles can only be blamed on Han's failure bad luck. Besides, Han is much cuter than Lao Ziai. At least he won't be like Lao Ziai, who will make him angry at any time. Thinking of this, he took the initiative to help Han take off his clothes and let the medical ninja treat his injuries. Seeing that Onoki was so good to Han, an Uegakuer couldn't help but frown and said, "Lord Tsuchikage, Han has caused serious harm to us twice, why not this time?" Before he finished speaking, the Tsuchikage suddenly turned his head and looked at him. His eyes were cold and his tone was cold. "Why, you want to teach me how to do things?" Hearing this, the Uegakuer hurriedly knelt on the ground in fear and said anxiously, "No, no, no, I'm not, I dare not." Looking at his fearful look, Onoki's anger just emerged in his heart, and it was instantly extinguished. He noticed that although the other Uegakuer ninjas didn't speak, their eyes looking at Han and Lao Ziai were full of hatred and fear. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "I witnessed my relatives and friends die at the hands of monsters, and the monsters were sealed in human bodies, but I was powerless to avenge them. This hatred will naturally transfer to Han and the others." What the rock ninja said just now was obviously what the other rock ninjas meant. He looked around, and when the rock ninja's eyes touched him again, they immediately dodged and did not dare to look at him. "I know that your relatives and friends died in the tailed beast riot. But I want to tell you one thing. Han, and Lao Ziai, they are all our rock ninjas, our companions, and the tailed beasts sealed in their bodies are important weapons for us rock ninjas to deter foreign countries. If it is a weapon, it will hurt itself, just like a kitchen knife. Even if you have practiced knife skills for 2.5 years, you will hurt yourself when cutting vegetables. In these two battles, the reason why the tailed beasts ran out was not only their reasons, but also our reasons." As he said, he noticed that many people had a flash of dissatisfaction in their eyes. "I know you are not convinced and think my words are a bit far-fetched. But have you ever thought that if your defense was more rigorous, would Orochimaru and his men have returned empty-handed? Besides, if you were Han, facing the sneak attack of top-level masters like Orochimaru and Jiraiya, would you be sure to escape?" Hearing this, the surrounding rock ninjas looked at each other. For a moment, no one answered. If I were Han, could I really escape? No. Even if I was discovered, I couldn't escape at all, not to mention that this was a sneak attack. In this ninja world, who dares to guarantee that they can escape unscathed from the sneak attack of Orochimaru and his men? Looking at the hesitant expressions of the crowd, Onaki retracted his gaze and continued, so, for the hatred caused by this incident, I hope you can distinguish people. As he said this, his tone was a little inexplicable, and even he didn't know what kind of mood he was in when he said this. Lao Ziyi and Han, they are also miserable people. For a moment, no one around spoke. They were all speechless and ashamed by what Onoki said. If Onoki could notice the scars on Han's body, then they who were here before Onoki would naturally notice it. In fact, if Han was conscious, he would never do such a thing. After a long time, a rock ninja looked up and asked, Lord Tsuchikage, are we just going to let it go? His words focused everyone's attention on Onoki. Onoki naturally knew what he wanted to ask. Turning his head to look in the direction of Danzo, his eyes were full of coldness. The treaty has been signed, what else can we do? However, they made our Jinkriki suffer, and I will also make their Jinkriki suffer. As he said that, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. In this way, not only Konoha's Jinkriki, but also Jinkriki from other countries will help me investigate. Although we can't take action against Jinkriki, we can spread rumors. Spread the word that there is a monster sealed in the body of Jinkriki, so that their own people will hate Jinkriki. Maybe it can stimulate Jinkriki and make him go berserk. After saying that, he snorted coldly, after all, we can't let only our rock ninja family experience the riot of the tailed beasts. Hearing this, all the rock ninjas' eyes lit up. What a good idea. Lord Tsuchikage is right. Why should we rock ninjas be hurt by the tailed beasts? We are all ninjas, and they should also experience the riot of the tailed beasts. Yes, Lord Onoki. Well, the focus is on Konoha. With Uzumaki Mito's age, it won't last long. You guys should pay more attention and see who will be the next Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The corners of his mouth opened into an arc. It is said that the Nine Tails is the strongest tailed beast. If it riots, will Konoha lose a Hokage? It's really exciting. When the other rock ninjas heard this, they couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. Lord Tsuchikage, your idea is good. So sinister. But we like it so much. Hee. Chapter 370. The third Hokage was confused again. He looked at the information in his hand, a little bit unbelievable. No, how did they win again? The root who came to report, seeing the third Hokage so anxious, immediately told him everything he knew. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya, and Lady Tsunade decided to sneak into the rock ninja secretly. The third Hokage was speechless. Is this root person in front of him stupid? He actually wants to tell the whole story from beginning to end. Doesn't he know how to read people's expressions? He is a Hokage. Even if he doesn't know the ending, doesn't he know the beginning? I know everything you said, and you say something I don't know. Root. How do I know you don't know? Isn't this embarrassing for me, the root? I'm sorry. As a member of the root, you can't have emotions. He replied coldly, I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, I don't know what you know, so I decided to tell you everything from beginning to end. Third generation. Good guy, this is my fault. How could Danzo train such a root ninja? It's really bad. Just disband him in the future. He waved his hand, okay, I know. He didn't want to listen to the root's words anymore. Anyway, what he said was recorded in the information in his hand. So he read the information from beginning to end again. At the same time, he asked, Danzo sent you here, it's impossible just to deliver information, does he have anything else to say? The root ninja replied without emotion, yes, Hokage-sama. This time, without waiting for the third generation to ask, he took the initiative to say, Elder Danzo and the Tsuchikage discussed the treaty after the war. The content is as follows. First, withdraw from the rain country. This time the land country is the loser. Of course, this is also because they don't know the extent of Jiraiya's injury, but they are very familiar with Tsunade's healing ability. When they saw Jiraiya jumping around, and even summoning a giant toad in one breath, they didn't dare to gamble. Now it is just the default loser, once it really becomes the loser, the compensation will not be just 100 million. In other words, the rock ninja will become the loser, and this is all because of Jiraiya's bluffing. Second, sign the Never Invade Konoha Treaty. After hearing the report from the Gen Ninja, the third generation looked up from the intelligence. The corner of his eyes slightly raised. Are you sure there is no word border in the second clause? The Gen Ninja recalled carefully, and after being sure that he was not wrong, he nodded at the third generation. No. After getting a definite answer, the third generation Hokage raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Having the word border and not having the word border are completely different. The former has great restrictions, while the latter has almost no restrictions. It all depends on how they define the word Konoha. For example, they can completely include the allies. You invaded a certain country, but this country is our Konoha's ally. If you invade it, it is a violation of the second treaty, and we will fight you. This is the best reason to send troops. Haha. It's really professional. He is assured when Danzo does things. What about the third? The war compensation we received from the Rock Ninja is 80 million taels. Elder Danzo hopes that you can give 25 million taels to the root as a reward for this event and as a startup fund for future development. Hearing this, the original cheerful expression of the third generation disappeared instantly. His eyes twitched wildly. 80 million taels. Do you think I believe it or not? To answer Lord Hokage, I believe it. Elder Danzo is a good man. Third generation, eyes closed face, he glanced at the root ninja and said unhappily, from my understanding of him, he should have embezzled 20 million taels, which means that the compensation for Article 3 should be around 100 million taels. The root ninja, who thought he had no feelings, was stunned when he heard this. He set out before the Anbu ninja, and used a rare flying summoned beast. He just wanted to report this matter first according to Lord Danzo's instructions, and wait until the Hokage agreed to Elder Danzo's request. Then their root would have 45 million taels of money. Even if Lord Hokage learned the real compensation afterwards, Lord Danzo could argue with reason. Even if it failed, as long as he had 20 million taels in hand, he would not lose anything. Besides, this is a huge amount of money, enough for them to endure not eating or drinking and work hard for a year. He looked at the Hokage with a twitching mouth. At this time, an Anbu suddenly appeared. He knelt on the ground. He looked at the root ninja in surprise, and then replied, Hokage-sama, the news from Elder Danzo has arrived, do you want to see it? Bring it here. The third generation replied. Yes. The Anbu disappeared in the tent in response, and soon, a dusty Anbu walked in. When he noticed the root ninja kneeling on the ground, his body paused obviously. Then his brows frowned. I have used all my strength to hurry on the road, but I am still behind the other party. Soon he came back to his senses and knelt in front of the third generation. Then he took out a scroll of information from his arms, held it in both hands and handed it to the third generation. Hokage-sama, this is the latest information, and the details of the contract signed by Elder Danzo. After hearing this, the third generation looked at the root with a smile. And the root ninja was completely stunned. Oh my god, third generation Hokage, you are so familiar with my boss. Without even getting detailed information, you already know how much money my elder has embezzled. This is the bond between my elder and the third Hokage. I envy him. The third Hokage took the information and took a quick glance. He found that it was not much different from what the root ninja sent, except that it clearly stated 100 million taels in the treaty. The root ninja said it was 80 million taels. Hat. He still wants to fool me. If I'm really fooled, then let him take the position of Hokage. The achievements of Danzo and your root will be counted together after the war, and then rewarded to you. Let him wait and see. This kind of reward is easy to win people's hearts, so the two in the village didn't touch it at all. And he was still on the battlefield, and his daily affairs were very busy. He didn't have time to consider the rewards in detail, so he postponed them all. Otherwise, they would have received rewards and commendations in the future. After the third generation finished speaking, his eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. He remembered something related to Hanzo. So he asked, where is your master? Why didn't he come? Hearing this, the root ninja rolled his eyes at him inconspicuously in his mask. If your own boss doesn't come to you, you don't know what's going on. Every time he comes to you, you treat him like a donkey in the production team. He saw the bloodshot eyes of Danzo several times, which made them feel distressed. Elder Danzo has handed over the command to Jiraiya and others, and he and Orochimaru will return to the village with the wounded. After preparing the supplies, they will follow the next troop to support you here. Hearing this, the third generation's expression froze slightly. Danzo and Orochimaru went back. Yes. The root ninja was a little puzzled. What's so surprising about this kind of thing? Isn't it just a rest day? It was originally the turn of Danzo and Jiraiya to go back to the village to rest, but Jiraiya wanted to stay in the land of rain, so he gave this opportunity to Orochimaru. Why did the Hokage react so strangely? The third Hokage ignored him and sat back at his desk, his brows heavy. Orochimaru, Orochimaru, I hope you can resist the temptation of darkness. This is my last test for you. He had planned to find a reason to arrange Orochimaru to be with Danzo, who was known as the darkness of the ninja world, to see if Orochimaru could resist the temptation of darkness. And monitor Danzo at the same time. But he didn't expect that before he started, the two of them had signs of collusion. But Danzo was going back to Konoha. He was definitely going for something. He looked at the piles of documents on his left and right, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on his lips. You, go find your master right now and tell him not to go back yet and come to my place. Without waiting for the genin to answer, he continued, tell him that if he doesn't come, I won't arrange for him to plan the wood release plan. Hearing this, the genin was obviously stunned. Even the people in the tent were stunned. Wood release plan. Although they didn't know what the plan was, they knew it was related to the first generation of Master Wood from the name. And things related to him are not trivial matters. The genin asked directly, please explain clearly, Master Hokage. He didn't want his superior to just give an ambiguous answer, and the rest depended on his own speculation. If he guessed right, it would be fine, but if he guessed wrong, he would become the scapegoat. And things like the wood release plan sounded very confidential and important, he was afraid. The third generation did not embarrass him and said, my plan is to let you, the root, lead this experiment. You can tell him that if he doesn't come if you say so, forget about this qualification. Okay, go down. Yes, I'll go right away. The root ninja stood up and left. As a member of the root, he knew too well how important it was to be the official leader of the experiment. Funding is one thing, but the invisible benefits are simply too numerous to count. Chapter 371. The future little ones followed Orochimaru and set out on the road home. Originally, Naoki was not happy, he wanted to stay here and show his skills. But under Tsunade's embarrassing iron fist, he finally said righteously with a bruised face that he just missed home and wanted to go back to sea. It was definitely not because of his sister's fist. It was the evening of the second day after the war. 5 people plus Orochimaru stood on the small earth slope, watching Danzo's excited back leaving. Mirai asked curiously, Teacher Orochimaru, what happened to Danzo? The other 4 little ones also looked over curiously. There were only 6 of them here, so Orochimaru didn't hide it. He said, Hokage called him back on the grounds that he was the leader of the wood release plan. After that, he looked at Naoki. The latter also looked at him in confusion. What? Wood release plan? Mirai and the others were also shocked, and all opened their mouths slightly. Is it the wood release that the first generation of Mr. Wood used? Orochimaru nodded and replied, yes, that's it. After waiting for the little ones to digest the news, he continued, the cells of the first generation of Mr. Wood have strong activity. Rope tree, your second grandfather also studied it. He came to a conclusion that although the blood limit of wood release is formed by the fusion of water and soil, this blood limit is almost unique. Throughout thousands of years, only the first generation of Mr. Wood can use it in your Senju clan. And it can't be passed down through blood. Your father and several uncles can't use wood release. When Orochimaru mentioned his father, Rope Tree was silent. To be honest, if Orochimaru hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten his father. His father died during World War I. His mother was a princess of the Land of Fire. She was delicate and frail since childhood. Not long after giving birth to him, she also died. So his mother's status as a princess was inherited by his sister. Because his sister was a contractor of the Whetbone Forest, the daimyo of the Land of Fire gave her the title of Slug Princess. Her status was quite noble, but it was a pity that his sister never took it seriously. Like Mirai, he was almost raised by his sister. But the difference is that one has a sister in a house, but both parents are dead, and the other also has a sister in a house, but both parents are kings. After all, the couple are both Uchiha strongmen, and they are slightly related to King. Seeing that Nowaze was lost in thought, everyone walked towards the main force silently. Minato and the others were a little worried about Nowaze. After all, the village was going to study the body of their own ancestors, and I think he would feel bad. Not long after, Mirai put his arm around Noe's shoulders and said with a smile, "Don't worry. In all these years, wood release has only appeared once. The village may not be able to research it." His words made Orochimaru look at him with a raised eyebrow. But he didn't say much. He knew that this was Mirai's words to comfort Noe's. After he said this, Noe suddenly raised his head. He looked straight at Mirai and finally at Orochimaru. "Teacher, please let me join in." Hearing this, Orochimaru was stunned, and even Mirai was stunned. "No, buddy, aren't you not interested in scientific experiments?" Orochimaru asked him to help in the laboratory more than once, but he refused. "Why do you want to participate in the experiment so suddenly this time?" Noe shook his head. "You misunderstood me. I want to join in as an experimental subject." Hearing this, Mirai looked at him with wide eyes. He exclaimed in disbelief, "No, senior brother, you are crazy. In terms of addressing, if there is nothing serious, or if they are joking and playing, Mirai will only call Noe's brother or call him by his name. Once it comes to a big event, he will call him senior brother. As the first generation of Mu, wood release is not so easy to control. You know, even the second generation has studied it for so many years, but there is no result at all. You are his grandson, you should know the horror of wood release better than me." Noe turned his head and looked at Mirai. He shook his head and said, "I know, but wood release is the blood limit of my Senju clan. Since I want to lead the Senju clan back to its former glory, wood release is an indispensable helper for me." The battles these days have made him deeply realize the gap between himself and others. To be honest, he is 4 years older than Mirai and them, but he is much worse than them in terms of combat power. The Uchiha clan has a perverted future. As the first powerful clan in the Warring States period, if he doesn't work harder, I'm afraid that in the future, their Senju will be reduced to second place. No, with the current decline of the Senju, it's almost impossible for them to be second, third, or fourth. Even small families like Moonlight are almost inferior to them. They can still enjoy the honor of the first great family, only because of Hashirama Senju. As time goes by, when people forget about the Senju, then they will really decline. Even with the identity of the princess and the title of one of the 3 ninjas, it's still the same. No, I don't agree. Mirai replied directly and forcefully. In the original work, Konoha did have a plan to study wood release. One in the open. One in the dark. In the open, the top leaders of Konoha started the research plan of wood release, and countless volunteers came out at once. After all, it's wood release. Who doesn't want to have the same power as the first generation Hokage? But the result was that none of them could withstand the power of the wood release cells and died in pain. It was so serious that the third generation had to call a halt. Didn't he want the wood release to reappear in the world? No, he wanted it very much, but the experiment lasted for so long, so many people died, and in the end, there was no progress at all. In order to prevent these people from dying in vain in the experiment, the third generation had to call a halt to the experiment and seal it forever. The second time was the secret research of Orochimaru and the root. They kidnapped people from the village one after another in secret and began to continue the wood release reconstruction plan. Still no effect. In order to become the Hokage and to save his own life, Danzo immediately kicked out Orochimaru, the stumbling block, and no longer provided any help to Orochimaru. In desperation, Orochimaru had to attack the people around the village. Even the third generation noticed this. So Sarutobi increased the intensity of the search. He found 60 babies and injected the cells of the first generation into their bodies, intending to make a last-ditch effort. It was also because of this incident that Orochimaru was completely exposed. His laboratory was destroyed by the third generation. As a result, he embarked on the path of rebellion, and after losing his restraints, he became even more unscrupulous. I don't know how many people have been killed by him. For example, the famous Fuma clan, all members were killed by him. Although Danzo got a big advantage afterwards, that is, among the 60 babies, only Yamato survived. He also successfully mastered wood release. But this probability is sporadic and cannot be popularized at all. Noeka looked at such an exciting future and felt relieved. Look, my brother-in-law is still worried about me. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash. Besides, I'm from the Senju clan, and I have the blood of the first Hokage flowing in my body. I'm the one who is most likely to master wood release. Besides, Orochimaru is also participating in this matter, so I'll be fine. He has been with the future for so long, so he naturally knows what kind of person the future is. He won't be narrow-minded and want to stop himself just because he wants to master wood release. He is really worried about his own safety. At this time, Orochimaru also shifted his gaze from the future. He looked at Noways and suggested, "How about this, I will extract your blood to see if you and the wood release cells have a degree of fusion. If it is feasible, I will agree to do experiments on you. If there is a rejection reaction, then you should give up this idea." "Okay, teacher." Noways nodded. Only a fool would refuse such a proposal. Although he wanted to master wood release, he would not be so stubborn as to inject himself with a syringe of the first generation of wood release cells. Seeing this, the future opened his mouth, but in the end he had nothing to say. Chapter 372. In the end, the future could not stop Rope Tree from joining the experiment, so it could only be left unresolved. Now they have returned to the gate of Konoha. With the enthusiastic cheers of the surrounding villagers, he and his friends parted ways and returned to their own clan land. Accompanying him were some Uchiha clan members. These Uchiha were injured on the battlefield and needed a long period of rest. Other clans also returned one after another. But more of them turned into ashes, or their bodies were transported back. When the future just stepped into the gate of the Uchiha clan, he noticed the two people standing at the door. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He immediately trotted over, threw himself in front of the beautiful woman, and hugged his mother's buttocks tightly with both hands. "Mom, I miss you so much." To be honest, he didn't feel it on the battlefield, nor did he feel it before he came back, but the moment he saw his mother, he was suddenly filled with excitement. If it were in the past, he might not be so affectionate to his mother. Miyako hurriedly hugged Walai and asked excitedly, "Walai, how are you not injured?" Not only was Walai excited, she was even more excited. After all, her son was so young and went to the battlefield. As a mother, how could she not worry? Although they would communicate with each other by letter, when she saw with her own eyes that her son was fine, she was so happy. Walai rested his head on his mother's belly and rubbed it. "No, I'm fine." After saying that, he finally let go of his mother, took a step back, scratched his head and said with a smile, "You've grown taller and stronger." Miyako supported Walai's shoulders, and seeing that she was almost as tall as her chest, the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. "In a few years, you will be a man." Children in the ninja world mature early, not only psychologically but also physically. Many 12-year-old children look like they are 17 or 18 years old. Of course, Naruto and the other 12 are different. They look young. Even if they are 30-something, they look like they are in their 20s. Hearing this, Mirai smiled and said, "No matter how manly I am still your baby." "Hey, you little brat." Dezhuang looked at the place where there was a mixture of sadness and excitement, put away the smile on his face, and then suggested, "Okay, let's go home." "Okay." The mother and son immediately held hands and walked towards home. "By the way, where is my sister? Why can't I see her? Hong Hong is on a mission. She should be back tonight." "Is that so?" Soon, the family of three returned home. As soon as they sat down, Miyako hurriedly asked her son to tell her about his experiences in the past few days in detail. Although they had some understanding in their hearts, it was only a few words after all, and they didn't know it very clearly. Mirai rolled up his trousers and exaggerated his heroic deeds with saliva flying. For example, how he turned the tide, summoned the red snake, and reversed the situation. Mirai didn't believe that his parents really didn't know what was happening on the battlefield. After all, they were one of the small leaders of Uchiha. And Dad secretly entered the decision-making level. The news he knew must be known by Mom. Under the condition that the big events did not change, he was allowed to talk nonsense about the small events. "Mom, listen to me." Crackle, crackle. Moshi moshi, slippery. Minato walked into his house. The house he lived in was not the one Naruto lived in the future. It was one of Kushina's properties. He lived in a residential building that Konoha had allocated to orphans like them. But the difference was that his room was a single room. This was because he was a student of the ninja school, otherwise he would have to share a room with other people. The first thing he did when he got home was to find the touching love books he had hidden under his bed. Then he read them carefully, and after reviewing them, he locked them all in a small cabinet. Then he started to clean the house. His house was already covered with a light layer of dust. Originally, Aunt Mieko wanted to help him clean, but Minato knew that there were many things in his room that were not allowed to be seen in the light. If Aunt Mieko saw him, he would be killed on the spot. He blushed and politely and firmly refused. After Noeki and Kushina returned to the Senjo clan, they immediately ran towards the whirlpool tower of Uzumaki Mito. When they saw the old man standing in front of the gate, they were instantly excited. "Grandma! You're back!" Uzumaki Mito smiled kindly. The two little ones immediately supported Uzumaki Mito on the left and right. However, when Kushina touched Uzumaki Mito, her body paused slightly, and her eyes were filled with tears in an instant. "Grandma!" Uzumaki Mito smiled kindly, she stretched out her hand and held Kushina's little hand. "Grandma is fine, seeing you are safe, Grandma is relieved." At this time, Noeki, who was full of excitement and admiration, also noticed Kushina's expression. Even if she saw Grandma, she wouldn't be so excited that she cried. Girls are girls, they cry so easily, unlike me, a man, who will not cry even if he bleeds. Hehe. */ In the consciousness space. Kyuubi suddenly opened his eyes from the ceiling boulder. An old woman stood in front of it. At this time, the Kyuubi looked very calm and did not scold the old woman for her unrighteous behavior. It said lightly, "You are going to die. Yes, within these 2 days." Uzumaki Mito's eyes were kind and there was a kind smile on her face. There were only 2 of them here, and Kushina did not appear. "You should have died long ago." Kyuubi's words sounded a bit like a curse, but Uzumaki Mito just smiled. She knew that Kyuubi could not speak and was always straightforward. Hehe. Yes, I should have died long ago. It's just that I can't let go of Kushina for the time being, so I've been holding on until now. But it's also reached the limit. At the end, her tone was obviously much lower. As she said that, she looked up at Kyuubi, and the smile on her face became more obvious. "Kyuubi, thank you. Thank you for everything you did on the battlefield." Kurama didn't run away, which was the best for them. Hearing this, Kurama paused for a moment, then looked up and stopped looking at Uzumaki Mito. "Humph! What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand it at all." After saying that, it drove Uzumaki Mito out of the sealed space. In reality, Rope Tree asked. "Kushina, what's wrong?" At this time, he had already noticed something was wrong. Kushina didn't seem to be crying with excitement, but was in pain and sadness. Grandma's body. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she still had the power of the Nine-Tail in her body. Although she didn't hear what she and the Nine-Tail said, Kushina could also sense that there was no life in Grandma's body. Rope Tree was stunned when he heard half of Kushina's words. What did this mean? He didn't need to explain it, he could clearly know it. Does it mean that Grandma is dying? In an instant, his eyes were filled with water stains, and the big tears fell down. His voice suddenly sobbed. "Grandma, you..." Uzumaki Mito quickly reached out and touched their heads, smiling and comforting them. "Don't cry, Grandma should have died a long time ago, but being able to live this long is already God's favor to Grandma. And Grandma has seen you all grow up and find your own lovers. Grandma has no regrets, you should be happy. But, we of you..." Hearing the wake is crying, Kushina also cried. "Grandma, I don't want you to leave." "Yes, Grandma, can you please not leave? I haven't brought her to see you yet." Noeki wiped his tears and cried sadly. Suddenly, he wiped away his tears, because he thought of a way. "Grandma, wait a minute, I will ask Grandpa to kill the god of death, so that you will not be taken away." As he said, he was about to get up and go to Longchi Cave to ask the White Snake Immortal to pass on a message. But he was stopped by Uzumaki Mito. The latter shook his head and chuckled, but his tone was very firm in denying. "Grandma has lived for a long, long time, let Grandma have a good rest and go to your grandpa to reminisce about the past, okay?" Hearing this, Noeki paused. He turned his head to look at Uzumaki Mito, and then looked at Kushina. Grandma's meaning just now was very clear, she didn't want to live, she wanted to find Grandpa. For a moment, he was at a loss. Uzumaki Mito glanced at him, then said cheerfully, "Okay, let's not talk about this. Little Rope Tree, Grandma has met your sweetheart, she is a very good girl, you have to treat her well, understand?" Rope Tree was stunned. When did Grandma meet Hong Hong? Why didn't he know? "Okay, stop crying. Let's go back, you have to talk to Grandma and me about what big things you have done recently." The two little ones hurriedly supported Mito. At this time, Noeki realized that Grandma's hands were very cold. Almost no temperature. Is it the limit? But Grandma was determined to leave, and he had no reason to keep her. Immediately, he wiped the snot and tears on his face, forced a smile, and said, "Grandma, listen to me. Jilly Gilu. Billy Billy. Balala energy. Woohoo lahu." The Anbu guarding around were a little confused. They couldn't hear what Noeki and the others were crying. Because after Kushina's face changed, Uzumaki Mito raised the barrier to intercept the sound of their conversation. She didn't want other people in the village to know about this. Chapter 373. Linghua followed the people of the Hyga clan and just returned to the gate of the clan. She was called over by the clan leader. The Hyga clan is a very conservative clan, and they attach great importance to traditional concepts. Linghua was very respectful along the way. As for why she was summoned by the clan leader, she actually thought a lot about it after she became Tsunade's apprentice. One of them was that she would inevitably walk into the sight of everyone. So she directly rejected the previously planned hiding route and planned a new life instead. Soon, she followed the people of the branch family to the gate of the Hyga clan leader's courtyard. The door was closed. The branch family who led the way knocked on the door respectfully 3 times, and then waited quietly outside the door. After a while, the indifferent voice of the Hyga clan leader came from the yard. "Come in." "Yes." Linghua and the people of the branch family responded in unison. Then they pushed the door open and walked inside. Linghua lowered her head along the way, with a gleam in her eyes. "Hat. You're giving me a show of strength right after you arrive." The Hyga clan leader's residence is in the Hyga clan's territory, which means that they are all at home, so why do they have to close the door? If the door was closed at ordinary times, she wouldn't think too much, but when she came, the door was closed. If it were an ordinary child, they might not understand, but they would subconsciously think of the word rules. They would be more restrained. Unfortunately, she is not an ordinary child. Soon, the two came to the yard. There was only one person here. That is, the owner of this yard, the current clan leader of the Hyga clan. The two came 3 meters behind him, saluted respectfully, and shouted, "Clan leader." The Hyga clan leader did not speak, but just turned his back to them and threw bait into the lake. It seemed that watching the fish in the lake fighting for food was more interesting than Linghua and the others. The person from the branch family smiled bitterly. In fact, when he asked him to bring Linghua over, he had a bad guess in his mind. There is an old saying that goes, "A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind." The same is true for people. Especially for the Hyga clan, an excellent branch family will make the people of the main family happy. Because he is strong, he will become their guard in the future, so their safety will be more guaranteed. But once the people from the branch family have talent, strength, and backing, then this is extremely disadvantageous for the main family. The system of branching the main family is destined to make it impossible for the people of the main family and the branch family to reconcile. Because no one dares to guarantee that once the branch family is free of constraints, their long accumulated hatred will drive them to kill the people of the main family. After all, there are many people in the branch family, and because of the curse of bird in a cage, they can only work hard to improve their strength in order to obtain more resources in the Hyga clan. So even if the main family didn't pass on all the secret skills to the branch family, if they really fought, the branch family would be able to wipe out the main family in a matter of minutes. Of course, this is without the bird in a cage curse seal. The reality is that once the main family wants to wipe out the branch family, it's very simple, just one seal, and then activate the curse seal. No matter where the branch family hides, even if they are thousands of miles away, the bird in a cage curse seal will take effect and directly kill the person who is hit by the spell. The current Hyga Rika originally had a high status in the Hyga clan when she was a child because of her parents. She naturally received a lot of attention. Many people know that she has a good talent. Otherwise, she would not be valued by the main family and become the child bride of Hyga Soyashi. But not long after, that incident happened, and Rika seemed to have changed overnight. Not only did she give up on herself, but she also overate. In people's eyes, she was a little girl who was hit by the death of her parents and never recovered from it. She was useless. Gradually, both the people of the branch family and the people of the main family began to forget her existence. Even when Hyga Tsuyoji's big event that shocked the whole Hyga happened, no one mentioned Hyga Rika. To a certain extent, Hyga Rika's plan was successfully realized. Everyone ignored her existence. And she was developing quietly in the dark. And until recently, Tsunade suddenly announced to the public that she would protect Hyga Rika in the future, that is, she took a fancy to Hyga Rika and accepted her as her disciple. This matter was a big melon for others, but it was a big melon for the Hyga clan, countless big melons, one for each person. The people of the branch family naturally knew the truth. I hope Hyga Rika can survive this disaster. The family members stood there helplessly. Linghua was fully prepared for what was going to happen. When she returned to the village, she even changed the forehead protector that covered her forehead to her neck, revealing her mark that was covered by her bangs but was barely visible. She secretly wanted to tell these people, "Don't worry, my life is still in your hands, you can just kill me directly." Of course, it is highly likely that they will not do it, unless the Hyga clan does not want to stay in Konoha. Konoha was established after the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan shook hands and negotiated. Then these clans joined one after another. Finally, the current Konohagakure village was formed. Although the Senju clan has declined, its deterrent power still exists. And Tsunade is still a princess of the land of fire. Once she is determined to make trouble for the Hyga clan will definitely not be able to escape. Even if it costs a great price, the Hyga clan can be driven out of Konoha. After losing the protection of Konoha, with the Hyga clan's clan system, it will definitely attract the attention of ambitious people. In order to completely absorb the Hyga clan and make them return to their hearts, they will definitely join forces with the people of the branch family to destroy the main family in one fell swoop. Even if it is handled properly, it is possible to obtain the control method of the bird in the cage curse seal. Thus, the people of the Hyga clan can be directly controlled 100%. So the consequences of killing her are very serious. She bets that the head of the Hyga clan will not do this. And the bet money. She has shown all her talents in front of Tsunade, except for the reincarnation eye and Tongzi. Among them, medical ninjutsu is particularly outstanding. Tsunade was so shocked that she exclaimed that she had picked up a treasure. So many times when she saw me, she didn't act like an elder, and hugged me and rubbed me wildly. I don't know how long it took, Linghua only felt that she counted the ants under her feet, and counted to 1086. The man feeding the fish finally turned around slowly. His eyes were calm and his expression was serious, but he exuded a powerful aura without anger. "You go down first." These words were very indifferent and emotionless, as if he was not a person, but a cold machine. The man from the branch family paused for a moment, and he couldn't help but look at the fat man beside him. The clan leader's words were obviously directed at him. He opened his mouth, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Although he was also a member of the branch family, he was not familiar with Linghua, nor with her deceased father, but he was familiar with her mother. After all, her mother was a medical ninja trained by the clan. She was pretty, and I and other losers had a crush on her. But he is now married and Hisan is 3 years old. That feeling had long been wiped out in the ruthless Hyga clan. Yes. After opening his mouth for a long time, he finally uttered a word. The majesty of the main family cannot be challenged. This is a sentence that the main family stipulates that the branch family must recite every morning. It's like brainwashing. Soon, he walked out of the patriarch's yard, looking back every few steps. He also closed the door. This is the rule. Because the door was closed when he came in, the people from the branch family must also restore the door to its original state after leaving. The head of the Hyga clan finally spoke, and his expression softened a lot. Hyga Linghua. In a blink of an eye, you have grown up so big. Over the years, I think you have suffered a lot. At this time, his tone finally had some waves, just like a stone thrown on the lake in the cold winter, causing waves. Linghua hurriedly replied, "No, the welfare of the main family is very good, and the people of the branch family treat me well." But he sneered in his heart. She didn't believe that this guy didn't know how she had lived these years. Even if he didn't know before, since she became Tsunade's apprentice, her life would definitely be investigated by these people. Want to play the emotional card to win me over? Unfortunately, he was destined to make a wrong decision. Her hatred for the main family was like the Yellow River, flowing endlessly. Ah! The Hyga clan leader sighed. Although this kid said so, he didn't think so in his heart. He could see the hatred hidden in this child's heart. Very deep, very heavy. Chapter 374. Not long after, Ling Hua walked out of the clan leader's yard with a strange look on her face. The development of the matter was completely different from what she thought, and she was ready to be disciplined by the clan leader. But the Haiga clan leader just said something to her, and then raised her treatment to a higher level, and let her go back. What's the matter? For a moment, Ling Hua was completely confused. The people from the branch family who had been waiting at the door also looked at Ling Hua in surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect Ling Hua to come out so soon. You! He shouted a word, and the rest of the words were stuck in his throat and couldn't be said. Looking at him, Ling Hua restrained the expression on her face, and she smiled politely at the people from the branch family. Thank you. Although they had no relatives or friends, they were waiting for her at the door, and it was obvious that they were worried about her. She didn't have such a big hatred for the poor people from the branch family. Uncle, do you have anything else to do? The man from the branch family was stunned for a moment, and shook his head subconsciously. No. Then I'll leave first. I've been away from home for so long, I think the house is already covered with dust, and I still need to clean it. Excuse me. As she said that, she bowed and turned away. Polite, but distant. Soon her back disappeared around the corner. This made the man from the branch family stunned for a moment, and then shook his head with a wry smile. Although the appearance is not the same, the personality is similar to Dr. Lan. The same stubbornness. Haiga Lan is Ling Hua's mother. Speaking of which, her mother is not bad, otherwise, she would not have given birth to a girl as beautiful as Ling Hua. Of course, Ling Hua's appearance is better than hers, otherwise, she would not be so beautiful that she would open her eyes at a glance, and her blood would surge up at a glance, almost killing herself. Oh, forget it. As he said that, he also turned and left. As he took a step forward, there was no more complicated expression on his face. Ling Hua has already become a disciple of Tsunade-sama, one of the 3 ninjas. She and others will not be from the same world in the future. Too much contact will easily cause trouble. I am just a small Haiga Chunin, and I just need to live my own life. It's strange that Mirai and others don't feel tired, but once they return to their respective homes, they don't want to move at all. Especially when they just lay on the bed, the 5 of them fell asleep quickly. As soon as Uchiha Hong came back, she hurriedly looked around the room. But in her sight, only her parents were facing each other, and she was no longer surprised by the scene. Mom, where is my brother? Hearing her words, De Chuang and Mieko opened their mouths with lingering feelings. He seems to be asleep in his room. Mieko replied. At this moment, she suddenly noticed that there was a crystal clear thread at the corner of her lips, which was connected to the corner of Dazhuang's mouth. Her old face suddenly turned red. She couldn't help but clench her fist and hit Dazhuang's chest. She said shyly, "Oh my, look at you, you are so disgusting." Dazhuang. Hee. Hong Hong ignored their flirting. You know, since the younger brother went to the battlefield, they haven't been so intimate for a long time. This time they were intimate, obviously a long drought and a short separation is better than a new marriage. She changed her shoes and hurried to her younger brother's room. As she got closer and closer to the room, her steps couldn't help but slow down a lot. When she arrived at the door, it was almost silent. As she gently opened the door, she saw the future sleeping soundly in the room. At this time, the future was holding the quilt with both hands and the quilt between her feet. With her head resting on the quilt, her face was clearly seen by Uchiha Hong. She could not help but tiptoe to the bedside of Walai and sit down. She stretched out her hand and slowly brushed aside his hair. She could not help but reveal a touch of doting in her eyes. The baby fat on her face has become much smaller, and she looks a little mature. I guess she has suffered a lot. Thinking of this, she could not help but feel distressed. It seemed that she felt the breath of her sister, or was gently touched by Hong Hong. Walai's mouth corners suddenly rose a few degrees. Sister, hee, slurp. Beiji. Hearing the sound of her brother's sleep talk, Hong Hong was immediately amused. This kid, could it be that he is dreaming about Ham again? After stroking him gently for a few more times, she stood up and gently adjusted his sleeping position, letting him lie down properly, and then covered him with a blanket. Seeing her brother sleeping, she couldn't help but kissed his forehead gently. Mirai-chan, Sweet dreams. After saying this softly, she tiptoed out of Mirai's room. Then she closed the door. Sand Ninja Camp. Danzo wanted to cry but had no tears. The most common path he had walked in his life was the routine of the third generation, that bastard. Damn it, I shouldn't have come. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen, one day I will become Hokage, let you taste all the humiliation I have suffered. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was handling official business, suddenly shuddered. He immediately looked up at Danzo without thinking. Just handle your official business well, why are you scolding me in your heart? Danzo, angry. Not only do I want to scold you, I also want to beat you. Danzo said angrily, and then pointed to the pile of official documents. He said angrily, these are obviously what the Hokage should do, why do you let me deal with it? If you don't want to do it, just abdicate and let the wise man take over. For example, I am that wise man. The third generation retracted his gaze and looked back at the official business, but he retorted, okay, let you curse a few times to vent your anger, that's enough. If you curse again, believe it or not, I will revoke your status as the main experimenter. Danzo. Here he comes. The old man, the Sandame, is coming with his tricks. He wanted to slam the table in anger, point at the Sandame's nose, and curse that he would quit. But his body honestly picked up the documents and began to review them. Ho. Be patient for a while and you will have peace. Take a step back and you will have a bright future. I'm not angry. Yes, I'm not angry. In fact, if you think about it carefully, I have handled the documents that only the Hokage can handle in advance. When I become the Hokage in the future, I will be able to handle these documents with ease. Thinking this way, it seems that I have made a profit. Thinking of this, he felt much better. This made the third generation, who had been paying close attention to him, curl his lips slightly. Danzo, this guy, has a pretty good ability to self-regulate and withstand pressure. In the future, if there are any unimportant official duties, just let him handle them, and I will just review them afterwards. It was late at night soon. With Danzo in the excitement mode, the official duties that had accumulated for a week were finally handled. Hey! Finally, it's done. Danzo stretched his body, and all the bones in his body were crackling. The third generation looked at Danzo with burning eyes. He almost drooled. Why didn't I realize that Danzo was so useful before? At this moment, he felt the ecstasy of finding a tool man. Hiss! Danzo, who was stretching his body, suddenly shuddered. He subconsciously looked at the third generation, and his face froze instantly. He actually saw a green light in the third generation's eyes. Just like when Biwako saw the third generation, he was like a wolf and a tiger. He was so scared that he couldn't help but shrink back. When he came to his senses, he realized that he seemed to be scared, so he stepped forward and asked fiercely, "What do you want to do?" After being called by Danzo, the third generation also came back to his senses, and he quickly retracted his gaze. He couldn't let Danzo know his thoughts and plans, so he coughed dryly and changed the subject. Ahem. What do you think about the agreement with Hanzo? Hearing that it was a topic about official business, Danzo subconsciously thought about it. After all, we agreed first, and he has fulfilled his promise, so we can't go back on our word. As he spoke, Danzo soon had an idea. In this way, the rock ninja has no chance. Ask him if he wants the resources of the sand ninja. The third generation looked at him with approval. Yes, I think so too. Although the sand ninja is a little poor, it is one of the 5 major countries after all. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The resources of the sand ninja are not as good as those of the rock village, but they are much better than those of the rain country. I think Hanzo will not refuse. Well, since you have dealt with Hanzo before, you can make the trip. Danzo's face darkened when he heard this, and he was immediately unhappy. I am not an errand boy. This time he tricked me into doing hard labor, and I haven't settled the bill with him yet. I must not be fooled by him again and help him count money. As a third generation who grew up with Danzo, he immediately saw his thoughts. Immediately, he spoke first, without looking at Danzo, pretending to be distressed and muttering to himself, alas! There is still a month of official business to be dealt with, or you don't I am going. Hearing that there was still a month of unfinished business, Danzo was stunned. I'll go. 0. He stared at Sanday with one eye wide open in disbelief. When did this guy become so lazy? When he was a child, he was very diligent. He would take off his underwear, wash it and change it every now and then. Sunday was happy, but he showed a regretful expression on his face. Why don't you let me go and help me with the business? Danzo said without thinking, I'll go. Although government affairs are good, he wants to stay away from Sunday. Chapter 375. The next day, Mirai happily ate the long-lost meal. That was the breakfast made by Hong Hong. Sister, the food you cook is still so delicious. Gurgle. Hong Hong came out of the kitchen with millet porridge. She said with a smile, it's delicious, you should eat more. Okay. Asterisk. Hong Hong brought the millet porridge and handed it to Minato. Be careful, it's hot. Minato hurriedly took it, thank you, Sister Hong. That's right, Minato came to eat early in the morning. Of course, if he didn't come, Uchiha Hong would probably let Mirai bring the porridge to Minato. While eating, Minato asked curiously, Mirai, what are your plans today? After hearing Minato's question, Mirai, who was sipping porridge, couldn't help but put down the bowl. After thinking for a while, he replied, I want to read the books my teacher gave me. Books. Minato didn't react for a while, but when he reacted, he understood. The so-called books refer to the books published by the ninjas of various ninja villages. Ordinary ninjas don't like these very much, and so did he. He just gave up after reading them roughly. For him, learning the sealing technique alone has occupied most of his time, and he really has no energy to learn other things. What's wrong, do you have any ideas? Mirai took another sip of porridge and asked in confusion. If Minato didn't have any ideas, he wouldn't ask this. Minato nodded, well, I think we should go see Lady Uzumaki Mito. You know her situation. It's against common sense to extract the tailed beast without dying. Because the core of the Jinchuriki's sealing technique is to forcibly bind the soul of the tailed beast and the soul of the Jinchuriki together. However, the compulsory nature of the sealing technique cannot resist the power of the rules of the Pure Land Death God. Therefore, once the tailed beast is extracted from the human body, it will take out the soul of the Jinchuriki through the seal connection, and then the Death God will come to cut off the seal connection and directly take away the human soul. This also creates that if the tailed beast is extracted first, the person will die, but because the power of the rules cuts off the connection, the tailed beast will not die. But if the Jinchuriki dies first, then the tailed beast will be implicated by the sealing technique. The order of the two is different, and the results are also different. These things were told to him by Kushina when he was learning the sealing technique. Grandma Uzumaki Mito is a master of sealing techniques, and her mental power is strong. So when the tailed beast was transferred, she immediately performed the sealing technique when the god of death swung his sickle and cut off the seal connection, forcibly snatched the soul from the hands of the god of death and bound it in her body. Therefore, he has been very worried about the physical condition of Uzumaki Mito's grandmother. They all had their own things when they came back yesterday, and this morning, he came here to tell the future about this matter. Uchiha Future paused after hearing this, okay, I'll go with you. He had a good impression of the old man. It doesn't hurt to go and see. Besides, with their current status and position, they are not afraid of being caught and accused when they visit the old man. The couple who were drinking porridge on the side couldn't help but look at each other. In that case, let's go with you. Dezhuang said. This made the future and the others stunned for a moment. Parents are going with them too. After a moment, Wei Lai narrowed his eyes, looked at his parents, and couldn't help saying, it seems that during the days we were away from the village, something happened that we don't know about. I can go because they are all disciples of the three ninjas. No matter it is the relationship between Shengshu, Kushina, or the relationship between the teacher, no one will say anything if I go. But my parents are pure Uchiha clan members. If they can go, the situation here is worth exploring. Hearing this, Dezhuang and the others couldn't help but look at Hong Hong. Noticing their expressions, Wei Lai and Minato couldn't help but look at each other, and then they all looked at Sister Hong Hong. This. Is it related to my sister? Mieko said in surprise, Hong Hong, didn't you tell Wei Lai? Uchiha Hong drank the porridge, she shook her head, not yet. Why si? Wei Lai was very curious. Judging from the expressions of his parents, this is not a bad thing. Your sister met Lord Mito Uzumaki on the day you set out, and then Lord Mito invited your sister to her home. Then your sister was accepted as a disciple by Lord Mito. Minato. Mirai, asterisk. Mirai and his friends were stunned. Lord Mito Uzumaki accepted someone from the Uchiha clan as his disciple. This. Is this true? Why does it feel like a fairy tale? Mirai and Minato were both dizzy after finishing their porridge. They didn't even know when they arrived at the Whirlpool Tower. Anyway, when they came to their senses, they were already here. Mirai and Minato also found something strange at this time, that is, the Anbyo guarding around the Whirlpool Tower actually ignored them and allowed them to enter the tower. Shaking their heads and putting these strange things behind them, they walked up the spiral staircase to the balcony. Kushina and Noeki were already here, and what Mirai didn't expect was that Rika was also here. As if noticing the doubts of the future, Shang Shu forced a smile and explained, "This morning, Grandma Mito asked Kushina to go to the Hyga clan and bring people here." As he said this, he looked at the future family and continued, "In fact, if you didn't come, I would have gone to your house to find you." At this time, the future and the others noticed that the expressions of Shang Shu and the other two were a little wrong. Especially Hong Hong. When she came here, she could tell at a glance that Shang Shu had cried before. A bad premonition gradually emerged in her heart. The future noticed this, and he asked with a bad look, "Could it be that Grandma Mito's body? When we parted yesterday, everyone was happy and cheerful. But Shang Shu looked like this morning. If you use your brain a little, you will know what happened." Shang Shu nodded, he turned his head to look at Hong Hong, whose face turned pale, and forced a smile. "Mito's grandmother said that when you arrive, go find her first. She has something to tell you." Hong Hong didn't care about anything at this moment, and she ran into a house. Soon, Hong Hong's sobbing was heard from inside. It made Mirai feel distressed. If his sister control was like this, Daz Wang, who was a daughter slave, would be even more uncomfortable. But fortunately, there was Mieko here, who could calm her husband's emotions. Mirai and the others ignored their parents and looked at Shenshu. "Didn't you tell the village leaders about this?" If the leaders knew about this, they would have surrounded the place in 3 layers inside and outside. Shenshu walked to the balcony, and he couldn't bear to hear Hong Hong crying sadly. Although he wanted to go in and comfort her, his grandmother had told him not to go in and disturb them. Kushina and Linghua didn't go in either. There were only Hong Hong and Mito in the room. Obviously, Uzumaki Mito is teaching something to her only disciple. Hearing Mirai's question, he shook his head. "No, Grandma said she can hold on for a few more days, and she will inform them after she has arranged everything she wants to do. Otherwise, if they make a fuss, what Grandma wants to do will definitely be ruined." Hearing this, Mirai and others were silent. At this time, they also understood something. No wonder the Anbyo guarding the periphery were so calm. It seems that they don't know about this yet. Maybe that's why Grandma Mito drove them out and told them not to stay around her. Minato pursed his lips. He felt very uncomfortable. He turned his head and looked at the 3 girls hugging each other. Aunt Mieko walked to Rika and the others, hugged them and comforted them. He retracted his gaze and asked, "Have you informed the teacher about this?" "Not yet." Noeki shook his head. "Grandma didn't let me inform them, saying she didn't want to affect my sister and the others." Mirai looked at him. "What do you mean?" Shenshu replied directly, "I definitely want my sister and the others to know." His tone was a little excited. Then he sat down on the ground in disappointment. "Since we were young, both our parents died. I was raised by my sister, and my sister was raised by my grandmother. My sister has a very good relationship with Grandma, and I don't want her to miss even the last time she saw Grandma." Hearing this, the 3 of them suddenly looked at each other, and the meaning was self-evident. Then they all nodded firmly. Mirai turned his head and took a look at the situation in the room. Although the door was ajar, they could no longer hear the sound inside at this time. It was obviously isolated by a barrier. He quickly came to Linghua, took her hand, and called Kushina, her mother, and the others to the balcony. Although the bedroom was protected by a barrier, they still subconsciously wanted to stay away to avoid being discovered by Mito Grandma. Linghua struggled twice until she got to the balcony and finally broke free from Walai's hand. She frowned and asked, "What are you going to do?" Walai looked at the 2 of them and said seriously, "We want to use this matter to the summoning beast. Will tell the teacher and the others." Hearing this, Kushina was stunned for a moment. Like Noeki, she was warned by her grandmother not to tell Tsunade and the others about this matter. But she soon became determined and decided that Tsunade and the others must see their grandmother for the last time. "Okay. The 5 of them bit their fingers and summoned the summoning beasts they used to contact the teacher. Chapter 376. Soon, the little ones prepared the letters they wanted to convey, and then stuffed them into the mouths of the summoning beasts. Let them all be delivered to the teacher. After doing all this, Ling Hua said worriedly, after the teacher and others receive the letter, do you think the 3rd generation will agree to their return? Hearing this, Minato and Kushina were silent. Instead, Mirai and Nawaka comforted them. Don't worry, Uncle Jiraiya and others will definitely come back. You know, the rock ninjas have all withdrawn, and now only the ninjas of the sand ninja village are left. And the strength of the sand ninjas, I don't need to say more. They are weak, disgusting, and love to fight. Their teacher Orochimaru is in the village, so there is no need to worry. Only Tsunade and Jiraiya are still on the battlefield. If there is no such thing, Uncle Jiraiya and others may be able to beat the sand ninjas back soon. After saying that, several people fell into silence. In the barrier. In the future, when they summoned the summoned beasts, Uzumaki Mito had already sensed the summoning fluctuations. She looked out through the crack in the door. Although the barrier prevented her from seeing the world outside. But this barrier was originally designed by her. As her mind moved, she soon saw the heavy expressions of the 5 little ones. She couldn't help but smile bitterly, alas, why bother? I clearly told Rope Tree and the others not to tell anyone. Although Hong Hong couldn't see the outside world, she could guess what happened from Uzumaki Mito's words. She sat at the head of the bed and tucked the quilt for the teacher. The teacher's body was very cold now, and almost no heat was generated. So every bit of the temperature in the quilt was crucial. Teacher, if Tsunade's sister didn't even see you for the last time, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Alas! Uzumaki Mito sighed again. She knew about this, but to be honest, she felt that the safety of Konoha was more important than her life and death. Because Konoha is the man's favorite. It is also her second home. Tsunade and the others have just dealt with the rock ninja, and now only the sand ninja is left. It is conceivable that they will be able to end the battle soon. But this soon will also take a few days. So she didn't want to delay them because of her own affairs. But they have done it in the future, and she can't stop anything. After a sigh, she took Hong Hong's hand and said softly, what I can't let go of the most is Kushina. She is my only clan member, and her identity is extremely special. I am alive, and I can rely on my prestige to suppress some people with bad intentions. Once I die, Kushina's situation will be much more difficult. You are a member of the Uchiha clan, you must help her a lot. In fact, she knew Danzo's little thoughts. But although this guy did bad things, he was sincere to Konoha. Like other ninjas, he protected the big tree of Konoha in his own way. Later, when transferring the 9 tails, she sensed that the malice in this kid's heart had actually decreased a lot. This means that this kid can still be saved, he just needs someone to beat him up and wake him up. The red eyes were very red and a little swollen. She had already cried once just now, but now she couldn't help crying again after hearing what the teacher said. However, she smiled and said firmly, Teacher, don't worry, Kushina is Minato's beloved, and we Uchiha have planned to help him become Hokage. By then, Kushina's status will also rise, even during this period, our family will protect their safety. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito was stunned for a moment. Minato as Hokage? Does it mean that you Uchiha will not fight for it? You know, the current Uchiha has reached a perverted desire for the position of Hokage. As a result, their relationship with the village became worse and worse, but of course it has improved a lot recently. She has always known the thoughts of the Uchiha high-level officials. They have always believed that if they want to improve the situation of the Uchiha, they must get the position of Hokage. And it was agreed at the beginning that they, the Uchiha, will be the Hokage first. But the people in the Konoha high-level officials all don't want a group of crazy people to be Hokage. One side desperately wants to grab the position of Hokage, and the other side has the position of Hokage and doesn't want them to be the Hokage. The conflict between the two sides has intensified. Since Uchiha Mirai became a disciple of Orochimaru, he has become the person with the best chance of getting close to the position of Hokage among all the Uchiha generations. So the Uchiha has only calmed down recently. Uchiha Hong shook his head and said, it's just that he doesn't want to fight in the future. He wants give all your resources to Minato to help him become Hokage. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito understood. So that's how it is. Her eyes widened a little, he is using Uchiha as a tool by doing this. Aren't you afraid that those paranoid Uchiha will suddenly rebel? Don't worry, teacher, only a few of us know about this matter now, and besides, Mirai is still young, and the third Hokage is still young. It may take more than 10 years to select the fourth Hokage. When the fifth Hokage is selected, with my brother's talent, he will have become the most powerful person in Uchiha, enough to suppress the dissent of other Uchiha people. And most importantly, the Uchiha can still barely accept the fact that Minato became Hokage, which is better than others. After all, Minato grew up with the support of Uchiha, and not only Minato knew this, but Uchiha also knew this. So they would subconsciously think that Minato had such a good relationship with Uchiha Mirai, and he would definitely stand on the side of Uchiha. It would definitely be much better than the previous situation. Is that so? Uzumaki Mito nodded, and she quickly figured out the key. Her sight once again looked through the crack in the door and looked at the balcony. There was already a hint of inexplicable complexity in her eyes. Uchiha Mirai, really, is different from Uchiha. When your ancestors were at his age, they were far inferior to him, whether in strength or character. If Uchiha Madara had the mindset of the future, she might not be able to snatch that man. Uchiha Hong paused slightly, then smiled bitterly. She was too lazy to explain anything. The grandfather's generation suddenly raised a level of status and became the ancestors' generation. If Uchiha Madara knew this, he would probably open the coffin and dance. Because he can be the father of Senju Hashirama. Uzumaki Mito retracted his gaze, looked at Hong Hong, and said softly, "Okay, teacher, I will give you everything I can teach you. You can only walk on your own in the future." Teacher Hong Hong's eyes were about to moisten again. But Uzumaki Mito wiped them away with a smile. She said kindly, "Go and call the 5 of them in, teacher, I want to see them again." "Well." Hong Hong responded, then stood up and walked to the door, calling in the future and the others. At the same time, Tsunade, who was treating the wounded, was slightly stunned. "Tsunade-sama, urgent information." A soft voice suddenly sounded from the bottom of her heart. Slugs are different from toads and snakes. No matter how small the slug is, it can speak, because they have only one body. Toads and snakes are divided into ordinary and extraordinary. Especially snakes that transmit information, and toads, they are almost just tool animals, without much intelligence, let alone talking. Emergency information. Tsunade was stunned. After a moment, her hand stopped moving, still releasing the healing technique. What happened? Did the rock ninja break the contract and fight back again? The slug hurriedly replied, "No, it was the information sent by Rika and Kushina." At the strong request of Rika and Kushina, the slug clones finally stopped adding the word adult when they addressed them. Hearing that it was something in the village, Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. She slowly withdrew her chakra and said to the patient, "Your injuries have almost recovered. You will be fine if you take care of them slowly in the future. I have something to deal with now." Before the patient could say anything to express his gratitude, Tsunade had already walked out of the tent. She bit her finger and pressed it on the ground. Summoning technique. Bang! The next second, 2 slugs the size of a human head appeared in front of her. The slugs didn't say anything, they all opened their chrysanthemum mouths and spit out a letter each. Tsunade took them, opened them all and looked at them, her breathing suddenly froze. "Sister, Grandma is dying, you come back soon." "Teacher, Grandma Mito can't hold on for much longer, you come back soon." The content of the 2 letters was the same. The next moment, Tsunade's breathing stagnated. She felt dizzy and her heart was so painful that she couldn't breathe. How could it be? The person who raised her, took care of her, and loved her, has reached the end of his life. When she thought of this, she immediately turned around and ran to the 3rd generation. Chapter 377. In the tent of the 3rd generation. There are only the 3rd generation and Jiraiya here. Danzo has already leaned on his crutches and staggered back to his tent to rest. At this time, the master and apprentice, who were not disturbed by anyone, were surrounding the crystal ball and making strange smiles. "Tisk tisk tisk, I didn't expect that there are still people living in the village not far away," Jiraiya said with a sigh. After all, the town is not more than 10 kilometers away from them. According to the speed of ninjas, 10 minutes is enough to get there. It is easy to be affected by the battle. After all, there are rain ninjas stationed there, so the people of the rain country there are not too worried. After all, Hanzo is a demigod. As he said, the third generation pointed his finger at another rain ninja in the crystal ball. His telescope technique is located by the target chakra. And the picture needs to rely on his own chakra. At this time, the rain ninja that Sarutobi was concerned about was taking a bath in the bathhouse, so the two saw the erotic scene in the city next door. The water is so white. The bathtub is so round and smooth. The towel is so curvy. Especially when they are playing and joking, the scenery exposed is so beautiful. As they watched, the three generations laughed again. It should be said that they are worthy of being master and apprentice, and even their expressions are equally obscene. Jiraiya suddenly said, "Teacher, why don't you give me the telescope technique? I need it for my novel." Recently, he has a burst of inspiration. In addition to a serious novel, he also has several non-serious novels. Especially the latter, once you start writing, you can't stop. So he named this book Intimate Paradise. But how to say it, this book needs art, so he needs the help of ninjutsu treasures like telescope technique the most. Hearing this, the three generations turned his head and glanced at Jiraiya. His face was still flushed with excitement. He thought about it and said nothing more. "Okay, but you have to exchange your peeping technique." He has been craving Jiraiya's trick for a long time. From childhood to now. It just so happened that Jiraiya wanted to learn his telescope technique, and there were only the two of them here, so he didn't have to worry about face and said it directly. Jiraiya was stunned, and then looked at the teacher with an extremely strange expression. "Teacher, you..." But before he finished speaking, he noticed something strange. He couldn't help but wonder. Strange, why would Minato send a letter at this time? As he said this, he bit his finger and summoned the messenger toad. The improper look on the Sandai's face also disappeared, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. As far as he knew, Minato should not be so attached to Jiraiya. Besides, it was only early in the morning. Jiraiya opened the letter and his eyes widened. "Teacher, please come back soon. Grandma Mito is in bad health." His breathing stopped, and even his heart stopped beating. How could this happen? He exclaimed, and his hands holding the letter were trembling slightly, especially the knuckles, which were white. What's wrong? The bad premonition in the heart of the third generation became stronger. Jiraiya did not speak, but handed him the letter. The third generation walked up to Jiraiya and took the letter. The whole person froze in place. Although this matter was expected, he did not expect that this day would come so soon. After a long time, he closed his eyes and his breathing recovered. He rubbed his eyebrows and quickly made a decision in his heart. "Jiraiya, gather the whole camp immediately. We must defeat the Sand Ninja before noon." Then. He did not say the rest, but Jiraiya knew it. They must go back. So the Sand Ninja must lose. At this moment, the tent was suddenly opened by someone. The force was so strong that the tent was almost torn off. "Teacher, I want to go back." The person who came was Tsunade. As soon as she entered the door, she expressed her thoughts. But soon, she noticed that the atmosphere in the tent was wrong. On the table was the crystal ball that could be peeped into, and it showed a scene of a bathhouse. And it was a women's bathhouse, very erotic. But the two perverts didn't even look at it, and they were holding a letter in their hands, with a very solemn expression. Needless to say, it was obvious that Kushina and the others wrote to more than just her. This was good, so she didn't have to waste her breath. Jiraiya hurriedly said, "We know what happened in the village. The teacher just ordered us to go out in the whole battalion and we must eliminate the Sand Ninja before noon." The meaning of this sentence is very clear. Tsunade turned and left. "Okay, then I'll leave first." As for where to go, Jiraiya and his apprentice knew it very well. Tsunade is going to the Sand Ninja camp. The third generation walked to the side and put on his combat uniform. "Go and make arrangements, Jiraiya, I'll go after Tsunade." As he said, he patted Jiraiya's shoulder and left quickly. Jiraiya's injury has not healed yet, so he plans to let Jiraiya lead the large force. "Okay, I'll be there right away." Jiraiya responded in a deep voice. He also knew his situation, and now was not the time to show off. For a while, the Konoha camp became active again. Although they planned to give the Sand Ninjas Cipliasto the Rain Country to fulfill their promise. But they also had to defeat the Sand Ninja. As for what happens after defeating the Sand Ninja, let Danzo handle it. The third Hokage thought so. Jiraiya and the others received the information, and Orochimaru was no exception. After returning last night, he rested for a night and came to the secret laboratory of the root before dawn. He started his own experiment. That is, studying the mystery of the soul. But when he had prepared all the necessary experimental equipment, he received a message from 2 disciples. 10 minutes later, he quickly entered the whirlpool tower with a cold face. The envy guarding the surroundings did not even stop Mirai, so how could they stop Orochimaru? Suck. Why do I feel that Lord Orochimaru is not in a good mood? Indeed, it's so cold that I'm shaking with cold. By the way, don't you think it's strange today? Hyuga, Uchiha, and Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, all have their disciples here. Could something have gone wrong inside? As soon as these words came out, the other 3 envy people were stunned. Yes, it's so strange today. Do you want to report to the higher UPS? One of them was silent for a while and asked his teammates. And the teammates all looked at the captain. This put a lot of pressure on the captain for a while. But who asked him to be the captain? At the critical moment, he must make up his mind. Wait a little longer. He thought for a while and said. Then he continued, they used to come to visit Lord Mito often, and they just came back yesterday. They will come together today. Maybe it's an agreement. He said this, both as an explanation to his teammates and as comforting himself. The team members looked at each other in bewilderment. That makes sense. Then let's wait a little longer. If we make a false report, the higher UPS will definitely have a worse impression of us. Well, let's wait until they come out and observe their expressions carefully. If they don't smile, it won't be too late for us to report. When Orochimaru came to the balcony, Mirai and the others were already in the bedroom. There were only Dezhuang and his wife here. When he saw Orochimaru, Dezhuang took the initiative to say, Lord Orochimaru. Yet. Orochimaru hummed, and then his eyes swept around. As if guessing what Orochimaru was looking at, Miyako turned her head and glanced at the bedroom. She whispered, just now, Lord Mito called all 5 of Mirai in. After hearing the explanation, Orochimaru retracted his gaze, and the coldness on his face dissipated a little. His momentum was not so cold anymore. He hesitated for a moment, Mito-sama's body. Miyako and her husband shook their heads and whispered, from our perspective, Mito-sama's body has completely decayed. But her spirit is still very good, and we can't tell for a while. It's unclear when she will die. Is that so? Orochimaru nodded. He knew a rough idea of Mito-sama's situation. It is said that because of the use of the sealing technique, his soul was imprisoned in his body, achieving a state of temporary immortality. Now Mito-sama was talking to Mirai and the others inside, and it was not good for him to disturb them. So he waited on the balcony with Dezhuang and his wife. Chapter 378. Dezhuang took the initiative to talk, speaking of which, my son hasn't caused any trouble to Lord Orochimaru recently, has he? Orochimaru shook his head. Speaking of the future, Orochimaru's face was not so cold. No. The future is a good boy, excellent in all aspects, especially in the previous battle, he played a big role. Noticing the subtle changes in Orochimaru's expression, Dezhuang's heart moved. It seems that Lord Orochimaru likes the future very much. To be honest, he had heard about Orochimaru's quirks, his love of dissection and exploring the unknown. He even wondered if he was pushing his son into a fire pit. But after a few days, he found that Lord Orochimaru gave the qualification of the successor of the Ryokai cave to Mirai, and his worries were reduced a lot. Later, when he was busy with the things around him and let the people around him digest the news that Mirai was a disciple of the Hokage, he planned to visit Orochimaru, but the 3 of them went to the battlefield again. So this matter was delayed. This was their first face-to-face communication. That's good. By the way, please take care of Mirai, Lord Orochimaru. Miyako interrupted. She turned her head to look at the bedroom, smiled bitterly and said, although this kid looks mature and has a good character, he is a child after all, and sometimes he gets carried away easily. Once he encounters any danger, he sometimes stubbornly wants to solve it by himself. Alas! She couldn't help sighing again. Hearing what Miyako said, Orochimaru was slightly startled. An idea flashed through his mind. It was not long after he came into contact with the future, and he noticed that the future's mind was sometimes mature like an adult, and sometimes like a child. But after a long period of contact, he gradually put this idea behind him. At that time, he thought that maybe the little guy in the future forgot to drink Mengpo soup. He didn't understand the things in the underworld, but there were rumors in the world that the king of hell was in charge of the underworld, the judge and the ghost messenger took the soul to govern the underworld. And before the soul reincarnates, it will walk through the Nahi Bridge, the 3 Lives Stone, the Yellow Spring Road. Then drink mangpo soup and so on. Although these things are related to mythology, they can exist and have been passed down for so long, there should be a reason for their existence. Although from the current point of view, the god of death exists, then mangpo should also exist. After all, although he can't prove the existence of mangpo, there is no evidence to prove that there is no mangpo in this world. Shaking his head, Orochimaru smiled bitterly. Although science is a process of bold assumptions and careful verification. Although his own ideas are ridiculous, but then again, it is really worthy of the future parents to know their son's character so well. He really has a personality that is easy to get excited. For example, when dealing with the muscular woman Yahweh Zirgui, they obviously had a great chance of escaping. But in the end, they fought to the death with her. By the way, Minato seems to be more serious. It should be said that it is no wonder that he and the future can be together. There is a reason for this. Don't worry, the future is still young, and their strength is good, nothing will go wrong. Orochimaru comforted him. And recently I plan to let him stop practicing and learn some scientific research from me first. Learn scientific research? Dezhuang and his wife were stunned. They didn't understand. Why do ninjas learn scientific research instead of ninjutsu and ninjutsu? Orochimaru also understood their confusion. In this world dominated by ninjas and ninjutsu, scientific research is almost a niche. The big forces all value scientific research, which can strengthen the grassroots of a village. Or the results of research can make themselves and others profitable. But every scientific research result has gone through countless time and hardships to be researched. Therefore, people who don't need it are almost not interested in scientific research. Many ninjas still think that ninjutsu is the mainstream. You also know that this kid in the future has overdeveloped his body. Orochimaru sighed. This made Dezhuang and his wife look serious. They all knew that their son's strength was so strong, and it must have paid a certain price. And he opened the Sharingan when he was 7 years old. It is indeed the strongest blood limit in the ninja world, but the side effects are also ridiculous. You are all Uchiha, and you must know the harm of Sharingan better than me. If he doesn't open his eyes, I can ask Tsunade to help him recuperate, but it is that he has opened his eyes, which is beyond the scope of conditioning. In short, the consumption of the future far exceeds his physical growth, reaching a serious point of not making ends meet. The Dezhuang couple couldn't help but look at each other, and their expressions instantly became serious. They didn't expect that Orochimaru actually knew the fact that the future had opened his eyes. Lord Orochimaru, excuse me, how did you know that the future had opened his eyes? Hearing the Dezhuang couple asking about this, Orochimaru couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth a little, appearing very humane. He told me, he said he opened the double Megatama. Hearing this, Dezhuang and his wife breathed a sigh of relief. Regarding the matter of Mirai opening his eyes, if Orochimaru discovered it himself, then they must be prepared. Because they are not sure whether Orochimaru will have other ideas. But if Mirai takes the initiative to tell them, then it proves that Mirai has thought about the dangers. He has been with Orochimaru for so long, he must be more familiar with Orochimaru than they are. And his son is not a person who likes to show off. He can take the initiative to tell Orochimaru, which obviously shows that he trusts Orochimaru very much. Orochimaru continued, and there is something I must tell you, we found that Mirai has a blood disease. Orochimaru feels that as his parents, he must know about Mirai's physical condition. Uchiha Dezhuang and Uchiha Mieko are both adults, there is no need to treat them as fools. Besides, in this world, even if everyone wants to harm Mirai, his parents will not harm him. What? The Dezhuang couple's eyes widened instantly, and they looked at Orochimaru in disbelief. Both of them were breathing very fast, and they even opened their Sharingan unconsciously. They stared at Orochimaru with bloodshot eyes. Dezhuang directly slapped Orochimaru on the shoulder, his tone was very excited. Lord Orochimaru, you said that future has bloodstain disease? How is this possible, he is still so young. As a family of bloodstain ninjas, no one knows the harm of bloodstain disease better than them. It can be said that 99% of ninjas who have bloodstain disease die young. The remaining 1% of people died before the bloodstain disease broke out. It can be said that this is a terminal illness that only geniuses will get. Orochimaru understood his excitement, and he comforted him, don't worry, this is only the early stage. Fortunately, Tsunade found it early. If it had been delayed for another year or two, even she wouldn't have been sure to cure it. Ga. Dezhuang was stunned. He was completely confused. Isn't bloodstained disease a terminal illness? How can it be cured? Can it be cured? Miyako hurried forward, took off her husband's hand on Orochimaru's shoulder, and asked excitedly. Orochimaru nodded, yes, it can be cured. The reason why bloodstained disease is difficult to cure is mainly because its incubation period is very long and very hidden, and it is difficult for ordinary people to find it. This type of disease is almost the same. The incubation period is long and it is not easy to find. By the time it breaks out, the root of the disease has penetrated into the bone marrow and is difficult to cure, and it becomes an incurable terminal illness. He looked at Dezhuang's burly appearance, thought about it, and tried to explain it as clearly as possible. The future disease is because his strength grows too fast and his body can't bear it. You should know this best. Originally, he would not have gotten the bloodstained disease if he had continued to develop according to his previous progress. But he opened his eyes in the future, and the consumption of the Sharingan was far beyond the ordinary, which induced the appearance of the bloodstained disease. But this is only the early stage, and it is just a sign, just like the cockroaches in the kitchen. If cockroaches are seen in the open, it means that there is no room for cockroaches in the shadow corners. At that time, even if the kitchen is turned upside down, there will always be cockroaches escaping to other corners and avoiding cleaning. Even if you spend a lot of effort to clean the kitchen, there will inevitably be cockroach eggs in places that people cannot observe. After a few days, cockroaches will still be rampant. But if you find a cockroach in the most hidden corner when cleaning the kitchen, then as long as you remove the cockroach, spray some medicine afterwards, and take precautions, the cockroach will not appear. After speaking, he looked at Dezhuang. I explained it this way, do you understand? Since I have made such an analogy, even a pig should be able to understand it. Dezhuang nodded, I understand. That's why you plan to let future follow you to study scientific research. First, let him rest, relax, and regulate his body. Second, you plan to find something for him do it, so that he won't be idle. Orochimaru nodded, a little surprised that this future father, who looked stupid, actually had some brains. That's right. Chapter 379. In the bedroom, Uzumaki Mito held the hands of his friends one by one and asked, Little Minato, do you like Kushina? Hearing this, Minato's face flushed. Although he was used to being teased. In the past, they often teased him about this matter in the future, and he was used to it, but this time it was Nana's elders who asked. It was still such a naked question, no matter how used he was, he couldn't resist the shyness in his heart. But he admitted it directly. Yes, Grandma, I will marry her in this life. Although his voice was a little childish, and because of his personality, he spoke in a gentle voice. A little feminine. But the firmness in his words, not to mention the blind, even the deaf can hear it. Kushina's face flushed, redder than her hair, like Arapi tomato. Who wants to marry you? She rolled her eyes at Minato and threw herself directly into Uzumaki Mito's quilt, too embarrassed to look at Minato and the others. Minato scratched his head and chuckled a few times. As smart as he was, he naturally knew that Kushina was speaking in a sarcastic way. She was the kind of person who said "Oh no, I don't want it," but wanted it honestly in her heart. She was just shy and reserved in her heart. Uzumaki Mito was very happy to see this scene. Uchiha Madara, my people have once again snatched the most important person from your descendants. Hehe. Asterisk. I didn't expect that a joke she made back then would actually come true now, which made her feel like she had seen it all over again. But the difference was that it was said that when Madara knew that Senju Hashirama was going to marry him, he was so angry that he didn't eat for 3 days. After they got married, Madara went straight to fight Hashirama. And now, this little guy called Uchiha Mirai didn't cry and make a scene like his ancestor did, wanting to hang himself. Instead, he looked at Minato and the others with great satisfaction. His eyes revealed a hint of, the expression of a father seeing his son find a girlfriend. Wait, something strange, how did I see this emotion? Oh. Mirai saw Grandma Mito staring at him. Although she was so old at this time, with so many wrinkles on her face that she couldn't even see her eyes, but Mirai just felt that she was looking at him. So he asked curiously, Grandma Mito, do you have anything to say? Uzumaki Mito came back to her senses after being asked this question, and she put away the weird thoughts in her heart. Instead, she smiled and said, "Little Mirai, do you have someone you like?" Mirai was stunned for a moment after hearing what Grandma Mito said. He didn't expect that this matter would actually involve him. But speaking of the person he likes, he instinctively glanced at Chuer. The latter seemed to have known that he would look at him, and glared at him directly. What are you looking at me for? After receiving Ling Hua's eyes, Mirai subconsciously dodged. No. Uzumaki Mito smiled. She had seen clearly what Mirai and Ling Hua did just now with her presbyopic eyes. There is definitely an improper relationship between them. Mirai, you have to remember that sometimes hesitation will lead to failure. If you really like someone, don't care about your face. To chase a girl, you have to learn to be shameless. Mirai blinked twice, not quite understanding. Shameless. Yet. Mito smiled and nodded. She went on to explain, you know, girls are generally very thin-skinned and reserved. Sometimes they think about something very badly, but they say the opposite. After they say it, they are embarrassed and don't know how to take it back. As she said that, she glanced at Kushina, who was still burying her head in the quilt. This is a good example. A person's life is actually very short, especially for us ninjas. We don't know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. Live every day well, and when an accident really happens, you won't regret it. Don't be afraid if you can meet someone you like, and chase them boldly. There is an old saying that goes, love grows over time, and a girl's heart is not made of iron, so she will naturally feel your kindness. Love grows over time. Future touched his chin and murmured. He thought of his previous life. Although he was an orphan, he had many friends around him as a porter of other people's property. Most of them got on the bus first and then bought the ticket, which is the so-called pregnancy marriage. It's almost becoming a mainstream. So, after a long time, a child was born, and named Love. Sounderstanding, shouldn't be wrong. Immediately, he raised his head and looked at Uzumaki Mito, with a smile on his face. I understand. Grandma. As he said that, he looked straight at Rika. He couldn't help licking his lips, with a weird smile on his face. Uzumaki Mito, No, why did she feel that the future seemed to have misunderstood? Hinata Rika threw a big dice on the future's face, and snorted unhappily, don't think I don't know what dirty things you are thinking in your mind, I tell you, it is absolutely impossible between us. Hinata Rika, started from here. From here. As she spoke, she hurriedly stopped and covered her mouth. What a close call. She almost triggered the true fragrance just now. Anyway, just give up on this idea. She was very quick, but Mirai was not a lazy kid. When Ling Hua started, his head subconsciously turned in the direction of her hand. In other words, at first glance, he was slapped by Ling Hua and turned his head. In fact, he was not slapped at all. Her slap missed. They were all ninjas, so they could naturally see the subtle movements. Hong Hong frowned slightly. This girl is good in every way, but she has a bit of a hot temper. Once her brother is with her, will he be bullied to death? Forget it, they are still young now. Let's wait and see when they grow up. Uzumaki Mito felt that Mirai was so smart, he should have understood it correctly. It was just his illusion just now, right? She turned her head and looked at Hong Hong, feeling very satisfied. This little girl, whether in character, appearance, family education, world outlook, etc., all suit her taste. She is upright and kind, but decisive and never procrastinates. Most importantly, she has a good brain. This guy, Noeki, is just a little bit brainless. If he inherits the Senju clan in the future, he will probably be plotted to death by those old foxes, and he doesn't even know who the enemy is. If Hong Hong can help him. In short, she is very satisfied with Hong Hong, and the more she sees her, the more she likes her. However, she has already explained what should be explained. If she says more, it will make her, an old woman, a little long-winded. Finally, she looked at Ling Hua. This disciple accepted by Tsunade is the one who is going to inherit her mantle. Little Ling Hua. Don't be disgusted if I say something you don't like. Ling Hua hurriedly shook her head, no, how could I be disgusted? As she said that, she found that the little sister glanced at her. So he went forward and sat down in front of the bed. "Grandma Mito, please speak." Mito reached out and touched her black hair, then turned to look at Mirai. Both of them had long black hair that reached their hips. Similarly, both of them tied a headband at the end of their hair. It was just that the way they tied it was different. Ling Hua tied it with a bow, while Mirai tied it with a bandage, and it was tied into a knot. But if you want to untie your hair, you just need to pull the bandage and pull it out of your hair, and it will be loosened. "Grandma, no matter how I look at it, I think you two look like a couple. Look, even your hairstyles are similar." Ling Hua looked at Grandma Mito with a bitter smile. "Grandma." As if she heard Ling Hua's tone, Uzumaki Mito laughed and stopped talking about it. She looked serious. "Grandma asks you, do you want to remove the caged bird seal?" As soon as these words came out, the room instantly became quiet. Mirai and the others paused for a moment. Ling Hua's eyes widened, and she looked at Uzumaki Mito in astonishment. Gulp. "Mito Grandma. Grandma. You. Did she hear it wrong? Uzumaki Mito-sama actually said that she could help her remove the caged bird seal? This. She wanted it so badly, she even dreamed about it. If there was no caged bird seal, then freedom. Her breathing began to hasten for a moment, and even the look in her eyes when she looked at Uzumaki Mito was red with excitement. She seemed to be about to open the Sharingan. Chapter 380. Uzumaki Mito smiled calmly. Caged bird curse seal is indeed very powerful, it can be said to have reached the pinnacle of seal techniques. Almost no one in this world can remove it. But I, Grandma, have lived for so long, and I know a lot about seal techniques, barriers, and formations. In the ninja world, all these techniques are classified as seal techniques. But if you look at it in detail, it is not at the same level as seal techniques. The bird in the cage curse seal of your Hyuga clan was originally used to protect the Byakugan. It connects the Byakugan and the soul. Once someone wants to take the Byakugan, the technique will be activated and destroy the Byakugan, thus making the enemy fail. At the beginning, your ancestor should have wanted to use this curse seal to protect your blood limit from being obtained by outsiders. That's why this curse seal was developed, but because of your clan division system, gradually, the people of the main family began to have their ambitions, that is, to add means to the bird in the cage curse seal. This is used to forcibly control the people of your branch family. After several generations of people from the Hyuga main family after studying, the current bird in the cage curse seal was finally formed. People of the main family can use the seal to actively activate the technique and let you die directly. Or make you suffer unbearable pain. But in the final analysis, it is still a kind of technique. As long as you know the principle, it will be much easier to remove it. Grandma Mito smiled proudly. I can use the sealing technique to seal your soul and bun at the same time, so that they cannot be attacked by the seal, and then slowly peel the core of the bird in the cage curse seal from the bun. This will release your seal. After saying that, she looked at Ling Hua kindly. She had met this little girl before, and she was really good. Even though the 9 tails had left her body, she still retained the ability to perceive the malice of others. This little girl was sincere to Kushina and the others. Even if she said that she disliked Uchiha Mirai and didn't want to be with him, and she would die if they were together, but in her heart, she was not so ruthless to Uchiha Mirai. And since Tsunade accepted her as her personal disciple, how could she be restricted by the Hyuga clan? As an ancient clan that has also been passed down for thousands of years, she actually looked down on the Hyuga clan. So she wanted to do something meaningful for the younger generations before she died. After the previous shock, Ling Hua has recovered a lot. She looked at Uzumaki Mito and asked softly, Grandma, if you do this, you will definitely pay a price, can you tell me what it is? Hearing this, Mirai and others, including Uzumaki Mito, looked at her in surprise. They didn't expect that in the face of such a temptation, she didn't agree to it at the first time. It was unexpected. No, Grandma, I am very strong. Uzumaki Mito smiled and shook his head. She didn't intend to tell the truth. But even if she didn't say it, Ling Hua knew it roughly. Grandma, you are still alive and talking to us because you have imprisoned your soul in your body, right? Although I don't know the sealing technique, I have read a lot of relevant knowledge. Once you use the power of this sealing technique, you must be consuming the time you exist in the world. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito slightly widened his eyes and looked at her in surprise. She really didn't expect that Ling Hua, a little girl, would have such an opinion. Seeing that Grandma Mito didn't speak, but opened a crack, Ling Hua knew that she guessed right. She took the initiative to reach out and hold Uzumaki Mito's hand. Her hand was very cold, but Ling Hua felt that this was the warmest temperature in the world, which made her heart moved. This old man wanted to use the rest of his life to free himself from the shackles. It seems that I was right. But Grandma, since I am Tsunade's direct disciple and Kushina's best friend, they both taught me the knowledge of sealing techniques. So I want to rely on my own ability to remove this curse. Rika. Kushina on the side pursed her lips and called out softly. As for how much Rika hated the bird in the cage curse, her best friend naturally knew very well. Rika told her a lot of things about her past, the most of which was the pain of watching her mother die tragically and being powerless. Originally, she thought Rika would agree without hesitation. Unexpectedly, she would say such a thing. This was obviously to stop Uzumaki Mito's grandmother's idea. She didn't want Mito's grandmother to use the remaining lifetime to exchange her bird in the cage curse seal. Uzumaki Mito took her hand and a chrysanthemum-like smile bloomed on her wrinkled face. Okay. Okay, okay. What a great ambition. Good child, since you want to remove the curse seal yourself, your grandma, will help you no matter what. So, don't go back these days, just stay with me and learn the knowledge of sealing techniques. How much you can learn depends on yourself. Hearing this, Ling Hua became excited again. Her baby fat face was flushed. If Kushina is tomato red, then she is persimmon red. Thank you, Grandma Mito. Ling Hua couldn't refuse this, because she had already refused once, and if she refused now, it would be a bit disrespectful to the old man. Besides, she also needs sealing techniques. In addition to the yin seal that teacher Tsunade and others want to teach her, as she said, she wants to try whether she can rely on her own ability to remove the bird in the cage. Although she has the Rinnegan as a guarantee, once it reaches 100%, she can remove the curse. But how can I say it, this can only remove her. If she can remove the curse, then she can free the branch family. At that time, she will kill the main family and let them be the masters of the branch family. Thinking of this, she was full of ambition for a while. She didn't realize that in the past, she wanted to destroy the entire Hyuga and let it be buried with her parents, but now, she only wanted to destroy the main family. Liberate the branch family. Uzumaki Mito said a few words to them and let them go out. It was Orochimaru's turn to come in. Uzumaki Mito was quite satisfied with this talented genius Orochimaru. She has also taught him many useful things over the years. For example, the insights into summoning technique, the views on sealing technique, the use of cursed seal technique. It can be said that Orochimaru and her are not grandchildren, but they are better than grandchildren. She didn't even teach Tsunade that much. It's not that she didn't want to teach, but Tsunade didn't want to learn. The same is true for Noeki. That guy is bent on getting close to his grandfather. Oh, let's not talk about them as siblings. Orochimaru has a high talent for techniques, especially for summoning technique. With his own intelligence, he has developed many non-seal techniques. For example, snake swallowing technique, Orochimaru style substitution technique, shadow snake hand, evil snake coil, etc. Relying on the cursed seal technique, he also developed binding techniques, such as snake gaze cursed binding. That is the trick that bound Han. The cursed seal patterns on the two snakes are the binding techniques that he developed based on Uzumaki Mito's explanation. Looking at the old man lying on the bed, Orochimaru's face was very sad. Mito-sama. Mito granny. At this moment, he did not call him adults as before. Instead, he called her more intimate grandma. Don't feel sorry for me, Orochimaru. Uzumaki Mito smiled and comforted him. I have lived long enough, and I can see you grow up step by step and become the pillars of today. I am so happy. In this way, when I go to that world, I can also tell him with a smile that Konoha is developing very well, and his ideal of protecting children will be passed on forever. Maybe after the efforts of your generation, peace will really come. Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded and said nothing more. Uzumaki Mito turned his head and looked at Mieko and her husband. These two are different from other Uchiha, and they don't have that kind of brainless arrogance in their hearts. Think about it, otherwise, it would be impossible to teach Hong and have such outstanding children in the future. Wei and Hong are both good kids. I guess you must have spent a lot of effort to teach them. Hearing this, Dazwang and Mieko couldn't help but look at each other awkwardly. Speaking of which, apart from the unreserved love for their children, they didn't do much else. Their current personalities seemed to be the result of their natural growth. Especially Wai Wei. Rather than saying that he was raised by himself, it would be better to say that he was raised by Hong Hong. Of course, except for breastfeeding. Omega. How embarrassing. Chapter 381. You damned old woman, do you Sand Ninja admit defeat or not? Tsunade punched a white puppet. The powerful force blasted it hundreds of meters away. When it hit the ground, it slid a long way. Chiyo's face became even uglier. In fact, it was not just her. The faces of the third Kazekage, Raimurai, and Ebizo were all ugly. I don't know if Konoha took the wrong medicine today, but it attacked so fiercely. If this was not the position of their Sand Ninja, she had no doubt that someone would flee. The core of the battlefield was the battle between the two third generations. The Hokage also made sharp moves, and beat his own cage step by step. If it weren't for the fact that the Kazekage could fly, had strong mobility, and was relatively strong, I'm afraid he would have been defeated now. Her eyes shifted to the core of Konoha. There was still a strong man who hadn't made a move, that is, Jiraiya. He should want to save Chakra to deal with emergencies. Otherwise, if another Sun-level fighter comes, they will lose now. Damn it! Cho gritted her teeth. Is there no way to avenge her son and daughter-in-law? Is Konoha really that strong? Seeing that Cho still didn't want to retreat, Tsunade was even more angry. She was already at full firepower at this moment, and she used all the chakra mode. But the old woman opposite had rich combat experience. The material of the puppets was very strong, hard, and special. Her fist that could knock down a small mountain, when it hit them, was dissipated by the old woman with a special method. The power that really exerted its power was only about 60% to 70%. Seeing Tsunade holding her fist and hitting herself again, Cho hurriedly controlled the puppet to help. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was only a matter of time before she lost. Because Tsunade was her counter, and she was not at her peak at all. The morale of the Sand Ninja who saw this scene had been destroyed, and now they were just mechanically responding to Konoha's attack. The remaining puppet troops followed Ebizo and tried their best to block the attacks of Kato Dan and Mariboshi Kasuke. However, the cooperation between Mariboshi Kasuke and the two was quite tacit. One was responsible for control, and the other was responsible for killing. If he encountered a lightning ninja, Mariboshi Kasuke would go first without saying a word. If he didn't encounter one, Kato Dan would ruthlessly reap the enemy's life. As for the Sand Ninja's Thunder Guard, he has summoned Xianye. Since the last oolong, Xianye can feel the prejudice of the Thunder Guard against him. And complain. But it is also helpless. Who told him not to tell me about this earlier? In the final analysis, he didn't trust me and didn't tell me in advance, fearing that I would tip off Konoha. Reveal their combat strategy to Orochimaru and others. He didn't even think about it, he was that kind of snake. For a moment, it just felt very wronged. Even the attack seemed a bit perfunctory, perhaps. It also knew that the opponent was from Konoha, and in Konoha, there was Uchiha, who was a person that the White Snake Immortal valued very much. Lei Xiao, who was fighting below, naturally noticed Zinya's actions and was extremely angry. Damn guy, he actually worked without effort, didn't he see that the current Sand Ninja couldn't hold on for much longer? I thought it was easy to control. Damn. A beast is a beast. After the war, I must train it well and let it understand that although summoning technique is an equal contract, it can only be obedient in my place. In the core of the battlefield, the face of the third Kazekage was very ugly. He was suspended in the air, and asked loudly, Hokage, do you really want to fight to the death with us Sand Ninjas? Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly, even if the fish dies, the net may not be broken. Kazekage, I tell you, no matter what, you Sand Ninjas must lose today. As he said that, he suddenly picked up the stick and swung it towards the place where the Kazekage was. Get longer, diamond stick. This is the equipment he can use to attack the ninjas in the air. In an instant, the dark and thick stick in his hand immediately became dozens of times longer. Originally, it was at least 100 meters away from the Kazekage. When it was swung out, it suddenly increased from 2 meters to more than 100 meters. And the tip became quite thick, almost 3 meters in diameter. However, the stick held by Sarutobi Hiruzen in his hand was still only 10 centimeters thick. From a distance, it looked like Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding a cone. Not only did the diamond stick become thicker, but the attack speed was also abnormally fast. If Ebizo and his companions had faced this move, they would have either used substitution technique to escape or used puppets to defend themselves. But even if he escaped from the attack range, he would definitely be affected. But the third Kazekage has a pair of wings that can take him flying and soaring. As his wings flapped quickly, the whole person rushed down instantly, and in the blink of an eye, he escaped from the attack range of the diamond stick. To swing such a thick stick, the third Hokage must have strong strength, which means that his flexibility will be greatly reduced. After this thought flashed through his mind, he immediately rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't need to do anything. With his current iron sand wings and the force of flying, he could cut even fine steel. Ninjutsu Iron Sand Sky Wings. Watching the other party approaching him quickly, the Hokage also found that a large amount of chakra condensed on his wings, making it more condensed. Wing type slash. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. He was called a ninjutsu professor, not that he only knew ninjutsu. He immediately made 2 seals with both hands. Sarumo Vajra Prison Wall. The third Kazekage's face changed, and he noticed the handprint of the Hokage. That handprint looked a bit like the shadow clone technique. Since he was tricked by Konoha's Anbu with the shadow clone last time, he had already collected information about the shadow clone technique. So he was very familiar with its handprint. The next moment, he felt the sky darken. It seemed that something was approaching him quickly. He glanced at it from the corner of his eye and found that it was a stick, not big, about the thickness of a human head, which was the stick that had been rapidly shrunk. Is that the previous Vajra stick? The stick, the seal of the shadow clone, and the shadow clone shuriken technique that the old man had used before. After thinking about these, an idea suddenly emerged. Could it be? He was slightly startled in his heart, and immediately flapped his wings to speed up his original speed. He did not dodge, all he wanted to do was to compete and see who was faster. The third Hokage smiled calmly at the other's actions. He could be called the strongest Hokage of all generations, although this title was a bit exaggerated, but he felt that he could still fight for the qualification of the third strongest. The principle of shadow clone technique is to use seals and chakra to separate a physical body. Originally, it was to separate a physical body, although it would disappear if attacked. But after all, it is a physical body, if you want it to disappear, then attacking it also requires a certain amount of strength. And when the shadow clone is separated, why must the shadow clone appear next to the operator? As a professor, he would naturally study it. Then he got a little trick. That is to control the direction of the shadow clone. After years of practice, he finally mastered this very practical skill. The next moment, 4 green smokes appeared in front of him. 4 identical Ruhi Vajra rods stood in a row on the land in front of him. They also blocked the flight path of the third Kazekage. It was a bit like a defensive ninjutsu to protect the third Hokage. What? How did this Vajra rod appear here? Did he prepare it in advance? The third Kazekage's eyes condensed. But he soon realized that this should be a use of the shadow clone technique. Since it is a shadow clone, it must be very fragile. Then cut it off and attack the third Kazekage together. Looking at the third Kazekage's appearance, Sarutobi had a blank expression on his face, but he was laughing in his heart. He liked this kind of arrogant person, and it was not too easy to deal with him. But once he is bound, he should use iron sand for defense, so. This process is actually very short, almost only about 1 second, but for masters like them, 1 second is equivalent to more than 10 seconds for ordinary people. In a short time, their CPU can handle more things. Trapped! The third Hokage shouted coldly. The third Kazekage was immediately surrounded by a cloud of smoke. He was instantly wrapped in it. After the strong wind he brought blew away the smoke, a cage built with diamond rods immediately wrapped him in it. The third Kazekage's face changed drastically. His iron wings were actually stuck on the upright diamond rod. How is this possible? We are all made of iron. Why can't I cut it? The third Hokage ignored him and spit out. Fire style, big flame bomb. This is his favorite way of fighting, cage plus fire. Chapter 382. In a flash. The blazing and fierce flames instantly ignited the cage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was relieved after he assured him that he could not escape. He then explained lightly, "You are indeed right. My Vajra prison wall is indeed based on the principle of shadow clone. But you have fought with Sarutobi, and you should know that after it turns into a diamond stick, it is indestructible. My technique, combined with its body, you can't break it. In addition to being able to grow and shrink as you wish and fight independently, the diamond stick has another ability, that is, hardness. It is harder than diamond. At least when the second generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, used his Thunder God sword to cut his diamond stick, a hole was broken. Third generation. Cho, who had just dodged Tsunade's attack, saw this scene and her eyes were bloodshot. She exclaimed. She didn't expect that the wind shadow would be controlled by the Hokage and burned by fire. Although fire style, like detonating talisman, cannot kill a person, that is because the ninja has high mobility and can easily escape the attack damage range. But once a ninja is trapped in a certain place, even if it is the strength of a ninja school student, as long as the fire is set, the jonin will be dead. What's more, this is not an ordinary fire, this is the fire of the third Hokage. Just here, she can feel the strong burning breath. Damn old woman, you dare to be distracted when facing me, you simply don't take me seriously. Tsunade punched down directly. It also blew away Chiyo's anxious heart. Faced with this move, Cho didn't think about it, and immediately performed the instant body technique and flashed away from the original place. This has been her recent fighting method. Use puppets to block, and use instant body technique to dodge. If the opponent wants to run, then she will entangle her, like a green-headed fly, buzzing and staring at her, disgusting her to death. Apart from other things, her current understanding of flash body technique is far higher than that of ordinary people. She has improved many times more than before. In fact, it is not just her, the sand ninjas have been paying attention to the battle between the two third generations. They saw with their own eyes the way the Hokage used the cage to add fire to the battle. For a moment, all the sand ninjas were anxious. Lord Kazekage! Get out of the way! Are you breathing? Follow me to save the third Kazekage! Water style, water rush wave! I'll open the hole, you guys go and save people. Listen, even if we die, we can't let Lord Kazekage get into trouble. He is the faith of our sand ninjas. Kill! For a moment, the sand ninjas howled. Originally, they had lost the desire to fight, but when they saw the third Kazekage in trouble, they aroused a wave of anger in their hearts. In short, you can hit yourself, but you must never hurt Lord Kazekage. This is what they think in their hearts. Danzo is not here. Strictly speaking, he is not in the Konoha camp. Ever since he was tricked by the third Hokage into going to the Hidden Rain village, he has been bargaining with Hanzo. With his eloquent words, he finally succeeded in replacing the Rock Ninja's supplies with the Sand Ninja's supplies in the agreement. Now, he is standing on the side of a mountain with Hanzo and a large group of Rain Ninjas, watching the battle between sand and wood. Looking at Sarutobi's tactics of adding fire to the cage, Danzo's mouth corners slightly raised. That old man, although he has a bad personality and always likes to make people angry, his strength is indeed good. He is worthy of being a man who has to give in even when he is at his peak. Hanzo, the Sand Ninja will be defeated soon. Afterwards, you can send your people to collect all the supplies they left behind. Then, our agreement will be complete. Okay. Hanzo glanced at him indifferently, and then ignored him. He turned to look at the battlefield. The combat power of the two third generations is very strong. If his combat power is 10,000, the Kazekage is at least 9,800, and the Hokage is 9,999, infinitely close to himself. If he fights with the Hokage, it is hard to say who will win or lose. However, if the Hidden Rain village and Konoha really fight, it will definitely be his side that loses. Last time, the three ninjas alone made him feel difficult. And he could see from Tsunade's battle that she had improved compared to the last time. The ninjas who are famous for their medical ninjutsu have made such obvious progress in combat power, so what about Orochimaru and Jiraiya? No need to think, the two of them will improve even more. And the reason why the Rock Ninja was defeated so quickly was all due to these three people. It was because the Rock Ninja was defeated so quickly that they were caught off guard, which led to the change of the agreement. Alas, this is the great country's foundation. I can't compare at all. I'd better just defend the Rain country. After this war, although I lost, I have made a name for myself. I think those big countries should not dare to bully their Rain country. On the battlefield, the Sand Ninja desperately wanted to support the third generation Wind Shadow, while Konoha organized ninjas to resist with all their strength. Don't let them support. The battle became fierce all of a sudden. The third generation Hokage's face gradually changed from relaxed to solemn. There was an iron ball in the cage. This was after the cage was formed and produced smoke, and the wind shadow quickly used magnetic release to turn it into a ball to protect himself. In theory, his fire release has a high temperature, and iron has good thermal conductivity. But it's been almost a minute, and the iron ball has no temperature at all. This is not normal. Thinking of this, he began to prepare for the next ninjutsu. Iron, in addition to thermal conductivity, also has electrical conductivity. He didn't believe that fire couldn't heat up the third Kazekage's iron ball, and he didn't believe that lightning attribute ninjutsu couldn't electrocute him. The next moment, a voice exclaimed, "Hokage-sama, be careful underground." The third was familiar with this voice, it was his own family, and he was the battlefield leader of the Hyuga family. Underground. His eyes condensed, and he hurriedly wanted to jump up. But as soon as his feet left the ground, a black iron sand rushed out directly from the ground and bound the third's body. This shocked Konoha and others who saw this scene. Is this iron sand? Kazekage is not dead. Go and support Hokage-sama, he is trapped. Kazekage, let go of my master, or we will beat you to death. For a while, all the Konoha ninjas who blocked the Sand Ninja's rescue wanted to rush back to rescue Sarutobi Hiruzen after forcing the Sand Ninja back. But how could the Sand Ninja agree now? They all dragged the Konoha ninjas and intercepted them. As angry as they were before, they were happy now. Don't leave in a hurry, weren't you awesome just now? Come on, let's fight for another 300 rounds, and let you know how powerful our Sand Ninjas are. It can be said that how happy Konoha was before, how anxious they were now. Get out of the way. Damn it, brothers, I'm fighting hard, you guys rush through the place where I exploded. A Konoha ninja shouted with red eyes. I'll accompany you. 1. Just when the Konoha ninjas were about to take out the detonating tags, Jiraiya's voice had already resounded throughout the battlefield. Don't lose your composure, I haven't made a move, why are you so anxious? Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, this is the basics, and besides, the third generation is our Hokage, he won't be defeated so easily. Hearing Jiraiya's words, the people of Konoha were stunned. They couldn't help but look at the white-haired man with his arms folded on the high ground behind them. His face was calm and his eyes looked in the direction of the Hokage, without any worry. Even Jiraiya, who was the disciple of the Hokage, was not in a hurry, so it seemed that they didn't need to be in a hurry either. For a moment, the Konoha ninjas who wanted to fight for their lives couldn't help but hesitate. The scene was deadlocked. The wind shadow had emerged from the ground. There was an iron wing behind him. The iron wing extended and directly wrapped around the third Hokage. Hee. Third Hokage, your disciple seems to trust you very much. As he spoke, his iron sand spread through his wings towards the body of the third generation, and soon covered his body below the neck. Hearing this, the third generation smiled calmly, not worried at all. He turned his head to look inside the iron cage, and his brows relaxed slightly. He had noticed something strange just now, and because he didn't know what would happen, he was very nervous. At this moment, the third generation of Wind Shadow appeared in front of him, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The cage had turned into smoke and dissipated, leaving only a stick, but it was covered by the iron ball. It turned into a big hand, firmly holding it on the ground. It made it impossible for him to escape. The iron ball also changed its shape, no longer a ball, revealing the underground covered by it. There was a hole as big as a human head. It was obvious that Feng Ying had just dug a hole from the ground and got under his feet. Amazing, you were able to quickly turn the iron sand into a ball with the help of smoke at the moment when my cage was formed, and left it on the ground to attract my attention. You took advantage of the diamond stick on the ground to quickly dig a hole and escape before it closed. Sandai explained suddenly. To be honest, he admired Feng Ying's quick wit. For ordinary people, they would only think of using substitute no matter how he tried to escape. He was always on guard around him. Chapter 383. The Kazekage's face darkened quickly. He looked at the Hokage's fearless look, and a bad premonition emerged in his heart. He seemed to have caught him, but it seemed that he had not. However, thinking of what Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, had said just now, and the expression of the Hokage now, he was more inclined to the latter, that is, he had not caught the third generation at all. Thinking of this, he immediately increased his strength, causing the binding force of the iron wings to suddenly increase. The next moment, the third generation's appearance changed. His expression gradually stiffened, and his skin color quickly turned gray, yellow, and sticky, and even shot out from the gaps in the iron sand. Gradually, a human-shaped mud appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, the third generation Kazekage's face darkened instantly. Earth substitute. When did it do it? As he said, he turned his head and looked behind him, and the ground there began to change. The Konoha ninjas who were struggling whether to go forward to support, all breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. The third generation is really strong, and he was not caught. At this time, the head of the Hokage had already emerged from the ground. He looked at the Kazekage and explained, when the smoke was produced. He had rich combat experience, especially he had participated in the First World War. At the end, his teacher died. He and his friends led the people of Konoha to beat back the ninjas who attacked Konoha. So he knew one thing clearly, that is, smoke is the most likely time for accidents. It will cover people's vision and make it difficult to see the movements inside. Generally, most of the ninjas covered by smoke are fine, and they also take advantage of the smoke to cover the enemy's vision and hide quietly, preparing to make trouble. So he summed up a conclusion, called the law of no injury in the presence of smoke. And it is very practical. So now, he has developed a habit, that is, when he sees smoke, regardless of other things, he will directly prepare a substitute. If something goes wrong, it won't be fatal. Look, it came in handy this time. The third Kazekage took back the iron sand scattered on the ground and let it return to his back, forming a pair of wings. Third Hokage, I admit that you are very strong, but my strength is not bad. He said, and launched another attack. Seeing this scene, the third Hokage's face turned cold. Since you are stubborn, then there is no need for me to hold back. Originally, he wanted to persuade this guy to withdraw. Because Jiraiya told him about retaining the strength of the ninja world last night. He didn't say why, but he still trusted Jiraiya. Water style water break wave. Lightning style false darkness. Combination skill electric water force technique. The next moment, a water blade with electric sparks slashed directly at the third Kazekage. Seeing this attack, the Kazekage's face changed slightly. He hurriedly withdrew. He still remembered the lesson just now. He suffered a great loss, and was almost trapped in a cage and roasted to death by the opponent's fire escape. Therefore, he dared not fight in close combat again, and had to keep his distance. Really, I lost my mind. He smiled bitterly. His advantages were mobility and air superiority. Why did he have to fight the opponent head-on? It was simply a lump in the head. Tsunade was still fighting with Cho. Cho was very frustrated, really. Even when fighting with Sarutobi Hiruzen, she was not so frustrated. If he wanted to use poison, it would be dissolved by the opponent's medical ninjutsu. If he wanted to use puppets, he would be blown away by the opponent's punch. Even if he used ninjutsu, it would be broken by the opponent. But the opponent's random punch, he couldn't bear it at all, and could only dodge continuously. If he faced the third generation of Hokage, he would be concerned about the poison mist and the puppet mechanism, and would not choose to fight head-on. So fighting him, there can be a back and forth. But fighting with Tsunade? Damn, foul. After venting her anger, Tsunade was finally able to calm down and fight well. Cho, this old woman, is strong and unusually strong. And her indomitable spirit made her scalp tingle. Everyone can see that the Sand Ninja is going to fail, and it will only be for a short time. But she just won't admit defeat, and she will bite off a piece of meat from their Konoha even if she dies. Tell me if it's annoying or not. But... She glanced at Cho and Kazekage. It doesn't seem like there is a gap between them, but it shouldn't be. Could it be that Cho didn't see the bodies of her son and daughter-in-law? When Uchiha Taihi proposed a vicious plan, it was unanimously approved by the village's senior officials and teachers. So they sent the Anbu to send back the bodies of Akashi and Songming. But they did not receive any information about the Sand Village's funeral. But the Anbu man clearly said that he used the shadow clone to send the body directly to the Kazekage. Then there is only one possibility. The Kazekage suppressed the matter of the body and did not let Cho know about it. Her eyes narrowed involuntarily. After dodging the opponent's puppet attack, she subconsciously looked at the teacher. With the teacher's ability, this matter must have been thought of quickly, but why didn't he say it? Could it be that the teacher wanted to keep this matter and do something? She thought for a moment, and after she couldn't figure it out, she just gave up. If he didn't say it, then she would say it herself. The old woman in front of her knew that she was going to lose, but she still refused to admit defeat. It was even more smelly and hard than the stones in her toilet. It was conceivable that even if they defeated the sand ninja and drove away Cho and the others, when they returned to Konoha, this old woman would definitely lead people to attack the front line. So she couldn't fight this time. She immediately punched a white puppet and blasted it away, then turned to look at Cho. With a cold snort, "I'm surprised. When you send people to attack our Konoha, you should be prepared for these people to die in battle. We have already returned the bodies of your son and daughter-in-law to you. Why are you still pestering them? Why not admit defeat earlier? This way, you can still retain the combat power of your sand ninja. If I were you, I would have gone home to guard the morning hall and let them rest in peace first. But you are so good that you don't care about their funeral affairs and fight with us Konoha directly here. Old woman, you don't seem to love your son and daughter-in-law as much as I thought." She said this very skillfully. The starting point is to wonder if the other party has taken the wrong medicine, pestering them Konoha, and pointing out the fact that they have returned the bodies of Akashi and Song Ming. It seems that Cho doesn't understand what he is thinking. There is a little suspicion of sowing discord, but it is not big. Afterwards, even if someone wanted to persuade Cho not to fall into the trap of sowing discord with what she said, Cho would be very disgusted. It might even anger her. Hearing this, Cho was stunned. The Kazekage, who was fighting with the Hokage in the distance, shouted with an unchanged expression, "Bullshit, when did you Konoha return the bodies? Why didn't I see it?" As early as when he dealt with the bodies of the couple Akashi and Song Ming, he had thought about what he should do if Konoha told Cho about this matter, so as not to attract Chiyo's hatred. Hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. This matter is a bit interesting. She is already 100% sure that the bodies of the couple Akashi and Song Ming were kept secret by the other party. Otherwise, why would he refute it from such a distance? The Kazekage turned to look at Cho and said seriously, "Elder Cho, have you ever heard that someone would return the bodies of the enemy's strong men? Anyway, I haven't heard of it. Our ninjas' bodies contain many secrets, and even in our brains, there are precious information. The couple AKA's Hina Songming are our sand ninja heroes, they are powerful and are the son and daughter-in-law of Elder Cho. They have mastered a lot of top-secret information. I don't believe you will be so kind to return their bodies." As he said, he looked at the Hokage, his face darkened. "Since your Tsunade mentioned this, I have reason to suspect that the bodies of the couple AKA's Hina Songming have been dissected by you, and there is not even a complete body." Hearing this, Tsunade looked at the Kazekage in some astonishment. She didn't expect that the other party would be so shameless and turned the matter upside down. Originally, she wanted to make the sand ninja fight among themselves, but the result was good, and she made a mess of herself. Cho turned her head sharply and looked at Tsunade. Her eyes instantly turned red. That was the anger rising up. "Good. Very good. Damn Konoha, I swear, I will never stop fighting you in this life." Her words contained boundless anger. Her eyes were like a demon, ready to choose someone to devour. Countless chakras emerged from her body. Her clothes rustled. At this time, she had begun to burst out and squeeze her body functions. Crazy extraction of chakra in cells. Seeing this scene, the third Kazekage breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this incident was resolved. Chapter 384. Facing the rampaging Cho. Tsunade had to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. For a moment, she was chased and beaten by Cho. In the distance, the Hokage looked at this scene and sighed. Tsunade is still too young. She thought she was on the second floor, but the Kazekage was on the third floor. He had predicted Tsunade's prediction, and made full preparations. However, the corners of the Hokage's mouth rose slightly. He turned his head to look at the Kazekage and said, "Kazekage, you are so insidious." Flying in the air, the Kazekage, who was 300 meters away from the Hokage, heard the words. He turned his head to look at the Hokage, and sneered. "Nowhere is it as insidious as you." His words made the Hokage raise his eyebrows. He heard the other party's underlying meaning. On the surface, it seemed that he said what Tsunade said before, which was suspected of sowing discord. But secretly, what he meant was that Konoha was too insidious. They didn't play by the rules and suddenly returned the body, hoping to cause conflicts among the sand ninja. The Hokage smiled at him like an old fox. Do you think you are on the 3rd floor? Ridiculous. Do you know why we haven't said it yet? Because this information can be used again. As soon as these words came out, the smug smile on the face of the Kazekage froze. The words of the Hokage gave him a very bad premonition. What would Cho do if she knew that you cheated on her for the 2nd time? This wave, I'm in the atmosphere, waiting for you to take the initiative to quibble. Hearing this, the Kazekage felt bad. He looked at all this in shock, wondering how such a sinister person could live in this world. Watching the 3rd generation take out a seal scroll from his arms and throw it to Tsunade. The Kazekage rushed down directly. Stop! At this moment, he didn't care how abnormal his behavior was. In short, he had to stop him, otherwise, the sand ninja, would really fall into a civil war. He used his ultimate move without thinking. Magnetic release, iron sand boundary technique. In an instant, countless iron sands appeared in the air. They quickly condensed and turned into sharp spikes, like branches, and quickly pierced into the coverage area. The distance between each spike was quite small, not even a dog could accommodate it. Not to mention a person who was bigger than a dog. But this move did not hinder the Kazekage at all. He could quickly shuttle and soar in it. It was an attack with a limited range and the strongest killing move. The Hokage's face changed. He became unusually solemn. He called out, "Ape Demon!" Because the Kazekage launched a big move, he couldn't help but reduce the strength of the iron sand that controlled the diamond rod. After the Monkey King heard the call of the 3rd generation, it broke free from the iron sand with a force and rushed towards the 3rd generation quickly. In order to get to the 3rd generation as quickly as possible, it did not rotate, but became as thick as a stick. For more novels, 71388, join, https://discord.gg/xcast. Its size can effectively reduce wind resistance and make its speed several times faster. It was even so fast that it seemed to be stretched into a long line. It was also so fast that it could get to the 3rd generation first. At this time, the 3rd generation had prepared the seal. He immediately shouted coldly, "Monster Vatra prison wall!" In an instant, several smoke burst out of thin air, covering the Hokage. It just blocked the insertion of the larger iron spikes. Seeing this scene, the Wind Shadow narrowed his eyes slightly. It turns out that this move can not only trap people, but also be used as a defensive ninjutsu. Thinking of it, he once again condensed a large amount of special chakra and absorbed iron elements from the ground. Gradually, a cylinder gradually emerged above his head. Just now you burned me with fire, now I want to see how many tons of my blows your cage can withstand. With the iron sand realm restraining him, he will be stabbed to death if he dares to unlock the prison wall. But if he doesn't unlock it, the iron sand hammer will smash down. This wave wins. As he said this, he saw the fluttering of the clothes from the gap in the smoke, and immediately curled his lips and swung his hand violently. Are you confident in your prison wall? As if a switch was turned on, the iron sand cylinder, like a sledgehammer, smashed directly into the cage. In the distance, Tsunade, who had just escaped from Chiyo's attack, finally had the opportunity to look back in that direction. Although she knew that the teacher's move was very powerful and the body of the monkey demon was very hard. But the iron sand cylinder condensed in the air had a diameter of 4 meters and a length of at least 8 meters. Normally, 1 cubic meter of iron weighs 7.85 tons. Although the Kazekage's magnetic release is to control iron, but it is not pure iron, there are a lot of impurities in it. That's why he named it iron sand. So the weight should be reduced appropriately. But no matter how little, it is still. Ugh. Anyway, it will not be less than 80 tons, right? With such a strong gravity, when it falls, let alone stones, people can be smashed to pieces. In fact, most of the time, the Kazekage will not use such a strong gravity attack. First, the ninja is very agile, and usually can't hit. Unless he is trapped first. But if you want to trap a person, it can't be used for those with low strength, and it can't be trapped if the strength is high. Second, this move consumes a lot of chakra. After all, he will be exhausted after using such a heavy cylinder a few times. This is because he is a user of the technique, so he can lift it. If he doesn't use the technique, 10 of him together can't move it at all. Now, the Hokage actually trapped himself, and he also trapped him with a big move. How could he let go of such a good opportunity when he was trapped by both of them? Just when Tsunade wanted to provide support, an old woman with disheveled hair jumped out from behind her. She looked crazy and her eyes were red. Holding a few kunao, she stabbed at Tsunade. "I want you to be buried with my sons." Nishin. At this moment, Cho no longer had the demeanor of a sand ninja elder. She was just a madman. In Tsunade's eyes, she was a mad dog that would not be let go once caught. Seeing the other party rushing towards her, her face darkened. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish first." As she said that, she raised her fist-sized fist and was about to blast Cho. But at this moment, something happened. Tsunade's body suddenly lowered, and something grabbed her feet and dragged her to the ground. She was about to disappear from the ground in an instant. Tsunade was so scared that she thought it was an enemy who attacked her, and she struggled to break free. But she heard the voice of the third-generation teacher. "It's me, your teacher." "Teacher?" Tsunade was stunned. Wasn't he in the cage? How could he run to her feet? However, she didn't struggle anymore. She was soon dragged underground by the Hokage and disappeared from Chiyo's sight. As if he could sense what Tsunade was thinking, the Hokage quickly explained, "The wind shadow can escape by digging a hole underground, so I can naturally leave a clone and quickly escape from the original place under the cover of smoke." Hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little strange. "Old man, you really learn and apply it." The Hokage obviously didn't take Tsunade's address to heart. "Okay, leave it to me here, you help me hold the wind shadow first." Tsunade had guessed what Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to do from his previous words and actions. She didn't refuse. "Let me tell you the truth first. You have to be quick. I can't hold on for long." The Kazekage is the cage of the Sand Village after all, and she also saw the other side's battle. It was very difficult for her. "Got it, give me half a minute." Hearing this, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. She could still hold on for half a minute. So the two jumped out of the ground again, one attacked the Kazekage, and the other stayed where she was. Cho didn't have to chase Tsunade. She just wanted to kill all the people in Konoha she could see. If it was a high-ranking person, it would be even better. So when she saw the Hokage blocking her, she didn't say anything, dragged a corpse with a chakra line, and smashed it at the Hokage. The Hokage didn't tolerate her at all. After dodging, he kicked his feet and approached quickly. In order to speed up, he also used the instant body technique. In just a moment, he rushed in front of Cho. Seeing the other person's red eyes, he raised his hand and slapped her with a big slap. Bang! Anyone who has had a girlfriend knows that once a girlfriend starts to make trouble, if you give her a big slap, she will calm down instantly. This method is quite useful and has been tested. Currently single. Being single is good. And it's once and for all, I'm no longer afraid of my girlfriend making trouble, because she is already my ex-girlfriend. Woo! Cho is no exception. The Hokage's strength is very strong, and Chiyo's head is crooked. The red light in her eyes disappeared in an instant, replaced by astonishment, shock, confusion, and bewilderment. Her hand subconsciously covered her mouth. She was slapped. This slap was given by the enemy. For a moment, a wave of anger gradually emerged from her heart. Her breathing became rapid, and even her body began to violent tremor. "You dare to hit me!" Seeing Chiyo's anger about to explode, the Hokage hurriedly took out the scroll and slammed it into the other's face. He spoke clearly and quickly, "We did return the bodies of your son and daughter-in-law. The sealed memory here is the memory I copied from the Anbu's mind. You will know who is lying again after reading it. Cho, _" In an instant, Cho, who was about to explode with anger, paused again because of this sentence. She widened her eyes and looked at the scroll on her face in a daze. Inside is the memory of the Anbu who returned the body. At this time, the Kazekage's face has changed drastically. He spread his wings and flew towards this side quickly. "Elder Cho, don't be fooled, the people of Konoha are all very cunning. They have the Yamanaka clan, it's too easy for them to create a false memory information." Tsunade immediately jumped up and kicked him high. "Don't even think about getting past." Heavenly Pain Kick. Chapter 385. Finally, with the Kazekage's face changing drastically, Cho still spread out the scroll, looking at the word memory in the seal, she reached out and touched the word without hesitation. At the same time, she also released chakra. Activated the seal scroll, allowing it to release the sealed memory. Soon, a series of memory images emerged in her mind. A man dressed as an Anbu, sealed 2 bodies with a scroll. He sneaked into the sand village. Came to the bathroom, used the shadow clone. Gave the scroll to the shadow clone. The shadow clone wanted to find her in the name of issuing a task. Was rejected by the people in the task office. Met the Kazekage at the corner. After being subdued by the Kazekage in one move, the shadow clone dissipated. The last memory was the scene where the scroll fell. She was very familiar with the 2 bodies before the seal. They were the bodies of her son and daughter-in-law, and they were intact, not sliced, only with wounds, which means that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others did not lie. They really returned the bodies. But why didn't I see it? Feng Ying gnashed his teeth and watched the scene. It was over. This time, he didn't bite off a piece of Konoha's meat, but he was dragged into the water. How can he fight this? For a moment, his eyes were full of anger, especially the stinky woman in front of him. If she hadn't been so eager to tell this matter, maybe this matter would still be a secret. He would have enough time to think of a way to downplay this matter. But speaking of it, his biggest emotion at the moment was that he regretted it. Why did he subconsciously want to destroy the 2 bodies when he saw them? If he kept them, even if the matter was exposed. As long as he returned the bodies, Cho would be angry at most, but he would never make enemies. It must be that the people of Konoha tampered with the scroll, otherwise, I would not destroy the scroll and the bodies. Yes, this must be Konoha's plan. They have so many blood families, and there are many who master illusions, control memory and even thoughts. For a moment, he found the reason why he lost his mind and destroyed the body. In his eyes looking at Tsunade and the others, in addition to the hatred that was so strong that it could not be dissolved, there was also deeper anger. How could such a sinister person live in this world? So shameless. Kazekage, I need an explanation. Where are the bodies of my sons? At this time, Chiyo's face was red, and her eyes were looking straight at the Kazekage. The anger towards Konoha in her heart also dissipated a lot. Speaking of which, Konoha's ability to return the body is already a benevolent act. Just like what the Kazekage said before, if a ninja dies in a battle, his body will be completely destroyed. The stronger the strength, the more broken the body. Even Konoha is said to be studying the body of Hashirama Senju. Want to explore the secret technique of wood release. She really believed what the Kazekage said before, and the other party really decomposed the bodies of Songming and others into slag. The kind where there is no body left. They can't even be buried in peace. The Kazekage was suspended in the air. Even though he cursed the 18th generation of Konoha in his heart, his face returned to calm. I'll tell you about their affairs when I get back. As he said that, he turned his head and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his teeth creaking. This battle, we sand ninjas lost. Upon hearing this, all the sand ninjas couldn't help but lower the intensity of their attacks, even Konoha did the same. Many sand ninjas even showed a relieved expression on their faces. Lost. But you don't have to fight hard. You can also go home alive and see your relatives and friends. Hearing this, Cho opened her mouth, but finally chose not to say anything. She only wanted to find the Kazekage and get back the bodies of her son and daughter-in-law. Bury them properly so that they can rest in peace. So there was no stopping. On the hill in the distance, Danzo said calmly, "Look, our Konoha won." As expected. Hanzo glanced at him indifferently. "It's just winning, what's so great about it? My own Rain Ninja. Rain Country. Also fought against your 3 families, but didn't. Damn. It's great to win, if you have the ability, go fight the Cloud Ninja and the Mist Ninja. If you can beat them, I will admit that you are awesome." Danzo didn't say anything else to him, he waved his hand, and walked towards the battlefield with his people. It's his turn to appear next. This is what the 3rd generation meant. It is said Thathay is going back to Konoha to visit Lord Mito. But when he thought about Uzumaki Mito dying, the smile in his heart disappeared. Alas! To be honest, he knew that he was not a good person and often provoked disputes in the ninja world. He wanted to protect Konoha in his own way. He just wanted to find something for people from other big countries to do, so that they would not have nothing to do after eating, and they would have more ideas and thus think of some conspiracies that were unfavorable to Konoha. Such a person did not have a good reputation in the village. Many people regarded him as a cancer of Konoha, but he did not care at all. These people just said that grapes were not delicious because they could not eat them. They just talked about it, but they could not cause any actual harm to him. And they only dared to say it in private. After all, his roots were not vegetarians. But that adult did not think of him that way. When he was a child, he was also loved, protected, and taught by her. Thinking about it, he could not help but smile bitterly. At that time, I actually wanted to take advantage of her descendants in the future. I am really worse than a beast. To be honest, he also wanted to go back and take a look at that adult. Once you miss some people, it will be a lifetime, and he doesn't want to leave regrets. But he is needed more here. Tsunade and the others will not stay here. If it weren't for the overall situation, Tsunade would have rushed back to Konoha at this moment. Jiraiya and Sarutobi are the same. Maraboshi Kasuke didn't have this idea. He has been a ninja all his life. In addition to atonement for his teammates, he also has extreme distrust in his command ability. Kasuke will not agree to him as a negotiator. As for Kato Dan, he is still too young, and he can't suppress old foxes like Cho. So after counting, he is more suitable. When he thought about it, he had already come to Tsunade. He looked at the third Kazekage and said calmly, "In this case, let me negotiate." Tsunade, Kato Dan, Maraboshi Kasuke looked at each other, no one objected, and immediately stepped back and gave him the home position. Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded to him. This is what they had agreed on. Cho has been taken away by the people arranged by Ebizo. She just burned her body in the battle, even if it was not for a long time, but it also caused irreversible damage, and in her current state, it is not suitable for her to stay here. From the look of the Kazekage just now, he vaguely sensed something, but he didn't dare to believe it, for fear that his guess would come true, and then his sister. In short, whether it is for her health or from a premonition, he thinks it is better for his sister not to stay here. He also walked to the side of the third Kazekage and said solemnly, "Tell me your request." 4 conditions. 1. Withdraw from the Rain Country. 2. Sign a peace treaty that will never invade Konoha. 3. Compensate our Konoha with 1 billion taels of silver. 4. We need to take 30% of the tasks in your village. This time his requirements are much more than those of the Rock Ninja. The first 2 are based on the 2 indispensable treaties summarized during the First World War. As long as these 2 clauses are signed, they cannot retreat and then come back to harass their Konoha border. Third, money is the most important thing. After all, the development of this world is based on money. Ninjas do missions for rewards. How many people would do unpaid missions for free? As for the 4th clause, it is an important means to restrict the development of the Sand Ninja. Since the establishment of the ninja village, half of the ninja's life depends on rewards, and the development of the village. In addition to the rewards drawn from the missions, there are also expenses allocated by the daimyo. As far as he knows, the Sand Ninja is so poor that even the salary of the Jonin cannot be paid normally. If their missions are taken away again, they can really eat dirt. Hearing this, the Sand Ninja's face turned black and he was directly angry. That one-eyed dragon, are you dreaming? 10 billion taels of silver, 30% of the missions, why don't you go and grab it? A radical young Sand Ninja roared angrily. Danzo turned his head to look at him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise a little. He smiled sinisterly. He. This is much better than robbing. You. Seeing that he couldn't convince Danzo, he turned his head to look at the Sand Ninja high level, Elder Ebizo, Lord Kazekage, you must not agree to him. Okay, you go back first. The Kazekage glanced at him and said in a flat tone, leave it to me here. He is not a fool, how could he agree? Chapter 386. The negotiation was very elegant. Both sides could hear the other side greeting their boss's family cordially. So polite. It was the end of World War II. The ninjas' negotiations were not as detailed as in the later stages, when they needed to negotiate at the negotiation table. Because the nature of war is that there are too many people and not enough resources, so the interests need to be redistributed. In addition to ninja tools and supplies, ninjas also have ninjutsu. Ninjutsu cannot be asked for, because even sea-level ninjutsu is very important. As long as it is circulated in the market, it will soon be bought at a high price. And ninjutsu is almost an important factor that will expose the ninja's information. It is easy for people to find flaws in it and be targeted to death. Therefore, every ninja, once they have learned ninjutsu, rarely put it on their body. They all put it in the place they think is the safest, or even burn it and keep it only in their minds. Therefore, in the ninja world, there are only a few conventional ninjutsu. The rest are ninjutsu developed by themselves. The first two, blades and supplies, can be purchased with money. Instead of wasting energy to ask for those precious treasures, it is better to exchange them for the almighty money. When the time comes, you can buy whatever you want. If you want ninja tools and treasures, you can steal or rob them. There is no need to write them in the agreement and occupy a quota. This is Denzo's idea, and it is also the idea of most people in the ninja world. In the end, after a friendly negotiation, the two sides agreed. In order to compensate Konoha with 90 million taels, all the supplies here must be abandoned and not taken away. Only then did the conditions of both parties be reached. Konoha let the Sand Ninja go back. Danzo also has spies in the Wind Country, so he naturally knows the financial situation of the Sand Village. To be honest, if it weren't for the lack of money, the Sand Village would probably not make much money like during World War I. So it is estimated that this price is the bottom line of the Wind Shadow. He was not worried that the Sand Village would not be able to come up with the money. This world may not have much else, but there are many ninjas. Especially the existence of the exchange office, which allows many ninjas to hunt other ninjas in exchange for commissions. With the strength of the Kazekage, if he secretly kills a few more Asuma-level ninjas, he will have the money. Of course, with the arrogant character of the third Kazekage, he probably won't do many things like killing rebellious ninjas for money. After seeing the people of the Sand Village leave empty-handed, Danzo and others then withdrew to the camp. At this time, a newbie in the Konoha team suddenly asked in a low voice, "Senior, I don't understand why they don't leave collateral. What if they go back and cheat and don't pay?" Hearing this, the senior ninja smiled and explained, "You don't have to worry about this. This is a promise made by the cage, and it was negotiated in front of so many people. They won't cheat for such a thing. You have to know that the cage also has the self-esteem of being a cage." As he said this, he looked in the direction of the Hokage, his eyes full of admiration. Besides, if they cheat, the people in their village will not be able to face the world in the future. And it is natural to pay back debts. Once they cheat first, we have a legitimate reason to send troops to attack them. And the people of other countries have no reason to support them. We may even add insult to injury and kill the cheaters first. The shadow is the face of a country facing the world. If he cheats, he will have no face and no shadow. Then the people of this country will not be able to stand up straight. Hearing this, the newbie nodded as if he understood. "Oh, is that so?" "Yes, that's it," the senior replied with a smile. In fact, these words are just words on the surface. There is no face in the confrontation between countries. Everyone is just seeking their own interests. They have done a lot of shameless things. Otherwise, how could the 5 major countries in the ninja world be called the 5 gangsters? But Elder Danzo still did it, because he was not afraid that the Tsuchikage and Kazekage would cheat. He also had ways to punish them for cheating. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was walking in the front, looked at Danzo and nodded, saying, "Well done. Of course, it's just a negotiation, a small matter." Danzo snorted coldly and turned his head away, but Sarutobi could see the corners of his mouth that were almost grinning to his ears. Asterisk. He smiled, then said seriously, "Okay, the aftermath here is entirely up to you. The 3 of us will rush back to Konoha first." Listen at this, Danzo's mouth returned to its original state. He turned his head to look at the 3rd generation, his brows slightly gathered, with a touch of sadness. "Sarutobi, there is a 1,000-year-old precious ginseng in my room. If you need it, you can take it to Mito-sama." As he said this, he turned around and turned his back to the 3 of them. The 3 masters and apprentices who heard this all looked at this dark-minded guy with some surprise. Unexpectedly, he was willing to give up such an important treasure. It was really beyond their expectations. Sarutobi came back to his senses first. He glanced at his old friend's back, and there was unspeakable relief in his eyes. "Danzo, you are still the boy before, not much has changed. Okay, if you really need it, I won't be polite." "Yet." Danzo nodded. As he walked, he suddenly stopped and turned his head slightly to look at Sarutobi. "I don't think I can go back in a short time. Please tell Mito-sama a few words for me. You say. It was noon now, and there was almost no sunshine, because this is the land of rain. Although it is a border and it doesn't rain much, it is still difficult to see the sun. Danzo looked up at the sky. He said sadly, first, please ask her to ask me if I hadn't backed down, would the teacher choose me as Hokage? Hearing this, Sarutobi nodded heavily, knowing that this has always been a concern for his old friend. For so many years, he has never let it go. He hates himself and thinks that he has taken his position as Hokage, but Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that he actually hates himself the most. Hate himself for being cowardly. Second, apologize to her for me. Apologize. The three of them were stunned for a moment. It was the third generation who reacted first and knew what the old friend meant. When Kushina first arrived in the village, he wanted to control the new Jinchuriki. But he scolded her, so she didn't do anything. Okay, I'll help you convey these two things. Yet. Danzo nodded and walked away again with his cane. But the three masters and apprentices didn't follow him. Jiraiya looked at the others back, his eyes full of surprise. Danzo has a conscience. As soon as these words came out, Sarutobi was immediately unhappy. He knocked on the back of the other's head and said unhappily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Danzo has always been a good person. It's just that after staying in the dark for a long time, it's inevitable that you will go the wrong way. But this battle seems to have a certain impact on him." Thinking in his heart, he turned his head and said, "Okay, don't think too much, let's get back as soon as possible." Okay. The end view at the entrance of the Whirlpool Tower. This wait lasted from sunrise to sunset. All of them stared at the gate eagerly. "Captain, do you think Lord Mito is really in trouble?" The captain glared at him and scolded, "Shut up, you and I can't say that." He looked around carefully and was relieved when he saw no one. Uzumaki Mito has an absolute status in Konoha. Even Lord Hokage has to be as obedient as a son when he sees him. The team members covered their mouths in a hurry, but because they were wearing masks, they covered their mouths on the masks, which made them look a little funny for a while. "You guys watch here, I'll go report my work." The captain frowned and said. He was also wondering why Lord Orochimaru, the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan had been in for so long, but no one came out. He wanted to judge what happened inside by the expressions of these people after they came out. Oh, if only we could get in. Thinking this way, he had already run towards the Hokage office building. Chapter 387. Inside the Whirlpool Tower. Walai was dragged aside by his parents. They stared at him with bloodshot eyes. Walai was very embarrassed at first. His small body was trembling. He could wear open-toed sandals on the Whirlpool Tower and build a 3-bedroom apartment. But after so long, he had gotten used to his parents' scrutiny and could even take off his clothes to let them see enough. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore. "Dad, what are you doing lying on the ground?" "We are thinking about where to start so that you won't get carried away in the future." "That's right, you promised us that you would never use the Sharingan indiscriminately, but look at it, it has consumed so much of your energy. You also got the blood disease, do you think we can still trust you?" "Mirai." He turned his head and looked at Orochimaru. Only a few of them knew that he was sick, and they were all in the bedroom before, only Orochimaru and his parents stayed outside. This must have been told to his parents by teacher Orochimaru. Orochimaru noticed his blaming gaze and shrugged at him. But after thinking about it, he still walked over. "Mirai, I know you must be blaming me in your heart." After hearing this, Mirai did not deny anything. Seeing this, Orochimaru smiled and touched his head, saying, "I know you definitely don't want your parents to know about the blood disease, and don't want them to worry. But you have to remember one thing, the love of parents for their children in this world is selfless. Especially for your Uchiha clan, which values feelings. Your parents raised you so much, they have the right to know about this." He had read the second generation's notes, so he naturally knew his views on Uchiha. Who told the second generation's notes to mention the 3 words Uchiha in almost every page, and even use them as metaphors and comparisons. It's hard for him not to know. "I know, but this is not a big deal." As soon as she said this, Mieko was immediately furious and gave him her favorite little dick. "Pa! You kid, this is a big deal." Dezhuang also looked at him helplessly, "Son, blood disease is a terminal illness, how come you say it's a trivial matter?" Mirai covered the back of his head that was hit, but it didn't hurt much, but he felt warm in his heart. He whispered, "I'm not wrong. Sister Tsunade said that she can cure it and there will be no sequelae. Since nothing will happen, it's equivalent to telling you for nothing. And it will make you worry a lot, just like now." At this time, Uchiha Hongzu walked out of the bedroom, leaving only Kushina inside to talk to the old man. Uzumaki Mito was holding on with one breath at this time. She didn't dare to sleep, for fear that if she slept, she would never wake up again. There were still a few days left, but just now, she injected a chakra seed into Kushina's body. It is said that this chakra seed can help Kushina awaken her bloodline power. She wants her to have the power to protect herself and her friends and loved ones when the catastrophe is about to happen. Of course, she did not tell the future and the others about the catastrophe. Because they are still too young, although they are all monsters, it cannot change the fact that they are all children. So her time is so much shorter. Of course, there is another point. The 5 of them in the future are all 2 monsters. Let alone Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Mito has already determined that he is the son of prophecy in the mouth of the Kurama. There is a reason for being strong. Otherwise, there is no way to survive the catastrophe, nor can he become a leader and lead mankind into the next world. Uchiha Mirai, this is another monster. She once asked the 9 Tails whether there would be 2 sons of prophecy they were waiting for, but was mercilessly ridiculed by the 9 Tails. It is said that there is only one son of prophecy, and Uchiha Mirai may just be a variable. But his strength is truly monstrous. Once the initial blood disease is resolved, he will begin to soar to the sky. The little girl Hyagarika is even more extraordinary. The 9 Tails can sense the power in her pupils, so she can naturally sense it as well. She has never seen such power, but it is definitely not much weaker than the eyes of the legendary 6-path sage. So this is also a wall hanger. And rope tree, Rope tree has a thick skin and flesh. Forget it, he is just to make up the numbers, and is also a foil. Only with him can the perversion of the 4 Minatos be set off. So, among these people, only the 9 Tails Kushina seems to be neither good nor bad. So she was going to die. Because she had a worry in her heart, if Kushina's strength was not strong, she was afraid that there would be problems in the future. In the sealed space, there were only Uzumaki Mito, Kushina, and Kyuubi, 2 people and 1 beast. "Hey, Kyuubi, don't sleep, I have a bold idea and want to ask your opinion." Uzumaki Mito held Kushina's hand and shouted loudly. She could no longer maintain her youthful and beautiful appearance at this moment. What appeared in front of Kyuubi was an old woman with a hunched body. At this time, she was supported by Kushina and sat on the chair that she materialized with her imagination. Kyuubi was tied up and nailed to the magma stone ball with 14 nails. Its eyes were closed tightly, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. But Kushina could tell that this guy was pretending to sleep because she saw the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. "I know you're not asleep." Uzumaki Mito can see what Kushina can see. So she continued to talk to herself. "Kyuubi, you said there is only one child of prophecy, but the catastrophe is about to happen." This is the first time she talked about the catastrophe in front of Kushina. Kushina's face was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that her grandmother would say such a thing. Kyuubi remained unmoved. "And the child of prophecy should be Minato, but the little future is very evil. This makes me have a bold idea." Hearing this, Kyuubi's ears moved, but still did not open his eyes. This made Mito, who had been looking at it, couldn't help but curl his lips. "Kyuubi, this guy, is like a fox, a dead tsundere. Sometimes he is frank like a beast without thinking, and sometimes he is like a fox with a stubborn mouth. This guy is obviously very curious, but he has to pretend that he doesn't care at all. We are all his own people here, who is he pretending for?" She laughed in her heart and spoke again. "Do you think there is a possibility that the so-called great disaster is caused by the future?" Hearing this, Kushina suddenly felt bad. In her cognition, the so-called great disaster is not a good thing. You know, the current chaos among the 5 major countries cannot be called a great disaster. The economy, talents, and technology caused by World War I and World War II have been mentioned. The total number of ninja casualties caused by each war alone is no less than 10,000 ninjas. Once the great disaster really begins, there will not be many people left to survive. What shocked her most was that her grandmother said that the person who caused the great disaster would be the future. How is this possible? She admitted that Mirai was a bit abnormal, but that was all influenced by Minato. Now she was trying to be a good mistress and got involved in their relationship. The relationship between the two of them became much more normal. When she became a regular, they would become normal people. So he shouldn't be the one who caused the catastrophe. Could it be that someone robbed Ling Hua, or Ling Hua was dead? So Mirai wanted to destroy the world and reshape a world with Ling Hua. Kyuubi was not shocked, it was just speechless, very speechless. It opened its eyes and looked at her unhappily. Where did you get this weird idea? Really, hearing such a bold idea, its whole beast was about to split. Uzumaki Mito said seriously, in novels, think about it, every novel has a protagonist and a villain. And in many novels, the protagonist and the villain have a very good relationship when they were young, almost peeing in the same crotch, and then they will have a disagreement because of one thing, and thus embark on opposite paths. In the end, the two fought again for their respective ideals. As she said, a touch of excitement appeared under her bulging eyelids. Look, how well they fit. Mirai and Minato have a good relationship, right? Both of them have great talents. You should know that as long as they don't die, their future achievements will definitely be on par with the Great Pillars. If Uchiha Mirai triggers a catastrophe, it will definitely be devastating. Kushina, ... Nine-Tail, straight face, the corners of their mouths were twitching wildly. Especially Nine-Tail, it was twitching even at the corners of its eyes at this moment. Old woman, I really shouldn't have let you read these novels. Look, a good person was poisoned like this. Kushina was even more speechless. She was so worried before, but it turned out that it was all the bold ideas that Grandma got from the novels. Hee. Don't mention it, it's really bold. Chapter 388. Seeing that they didn't believe her, Uzumaki Mito got a little anxious. Really, you have to believe me. I've lived for so long, and I've read at least 7,000 or 8,000 novels, if not 10,000. She lives in the Uzumaki Tower, which is very quiet. It's impossible for her to just look at the scenery and grow flowers all day. So once, at the suggestion of Kyuubi, she asked her to read those novels, so that she wouldn't run to the sealed space every day, and she wouldn't have to pull Mao Mao and lie on her every time she came. It's Kyuubi, and it also needs to save face. Kushina's mouth twitched and she asked tentatively, Grandma, novels are all lies. How could he become a villain in the future? You must be overthinking it. But Mito shook her head. She looked at Kushina and said, No, I didn't think too much. You have to know that the so-called art comes from life, and novels are no exception. Let's not talk about the distant past, let's talk about Dazuo and his friends. When Dazuo and his friends were still young, he and Madara fell in love at first sight. After seeing each other, they became good friends who could talk about anything. I have heard that Dazuo, it is said that when he and Madara were young, they planned the prototype of the village on the Hokage's face. This is their dream. Later, because their identities were exposed and the two families were old enemies, the two had to temporarily give up this dream. Then, the two of them fought and became the patriarchs of their respective families. The Great Pillar once again proposed to join forces to realize their childhood dreams together. With Uchiha Madara shaking hands with the Uchiha clan, our village appeared like this. After saying that, she turned her head and looked at the nine-tailed fox with a somewhat excited tone. The emergence of the ninja village is a great disaster. It ended the chaos during the Warring States period, and there was no need to let children go to the battlefield at the age of 3 or 4. For such things, even many novels have borrowed many of their deeds. Do you still say that my idea is wrong? Nine-tailed fox. It was speechless. But speaking of it, it seemed to think that what Uzumaki Mito said made sense, and it seemed that it could not refute it. But is it possible? Impossible. It shook its head and firmly rejected it. You think too much. Uchiha Mirai is really just a variable. He will not be the source of the disaster. As it said, it rolled its eyes at Mito. Why don't you say that Minato is the protagonist and Mirai is the supporting role? The two of them are brothers, one is the main and the other is the deputy. In the end, they staged a brotherly sacrifice to the heaven, and Minato completely eliminated the disaster. Mito. What? My god, what Kyuubi said makes sense, and I can't refute it. At this time, Kushina raised her little hand and interrupted, well, I also have a bold idea. Kyuubi directly retorted, you little brat, get out of the way, don't join in the fun. One old one is enough to give it a headache, and now there is a small one. Mito doted on her, so he smiled and asked, "Tell me what you think." Kushina immediately said what she had thought of before. As everyone knows, the Uchiha are a very emotional clan. Their eyes will change due to emotional fluctuations. I have read in the clan books that when the Uchiha witness the death of their loved ones, their eyes will undergo more advanced changes. Most Uchiha opened their eyes because they were emotionally stimulated. Ordinary people will change their temperament when they encounter great suffering and sorrow, let alone Uchiha. Therefore, it is hard to say whether the Uchiha's personality is due to the Sharingan or because of the drastic fluctuations in emotions. But that person's personality will also be distorted by hatred. The whole person becomes paranoid, so even if they hit a wall, they will not turn back. What do you think, if he witnessed Linghua's death in the future, would he be so paranoid that he wanted to revive Linghua? Resurrect Linghua? Mito thought seriously for a while, but shook his head quickly. It's unlikely. If it's just to revive Linghua, he doesn't need to launch a catastrophe. There are several resurrection techniques that I know of. There is a secret technique in the Kyuzagakuer village called Dragon Life Reincarnation. According to legend, the eyes of the six-path sage Samsara Eye also have the ability to revive. Even Arcanaha, the second generation, has developed immortal reincarnation, which can summon the dead in the Pure Land. In short, after thousands of years of development, there are many kinds of resurrection techniques. He shouldn't launch a catastrophe just to revive people. Uzumaki Mito denied. Kushina couldn't help but nodded, this made sense. So, since Uchiha will have paranoid thoughts after witnessing the death of their loved ones, do you think he will blame the world for Rika's death, because it was the development of the world that killed Rika? Even if he resurrects Rika, maybe Rika will die again because of fate. She actually doesn't believe in the so-called fate, but since what happened to Rope Tree, she has to believe it. In the end, Rope Tree brother was killed by the detonating talisman because of the first generation of Mu Lord. She stared at the eyes of the man and the beast, and finally said solemnly, so he wanted to destroy the world and reshape a perfect world without disputes and people will not die easily. Or, create a world full of Rika. Mito. Ninetail. Ninetail looked at the two girls in front of him, one big and one small. Mito, who was over 100 years old, was also a child in its eyes. The whole beast was speechless, and its eyes rolled back to the back of its head. Speechless and choking. Human literature is indeed very good, and there are many things worth reading, but Mito always likes to read some human novels, mainly cool novels, and some mixed with some love and heart-wrenching novels. The latter made her cry, and the former made her IQ -100, and happiness +1000. It was convinced. Now it's okay, Mito has read so much that she has gone crazy. She wanted to label Uchiha Mirai as a villain. What's the matter, except for Uchiha Hong, you look at Uchiha like this, always thinking that they will do something. Little girl. Your imagination, if you don't write novels, you will simply bury your talent. Kushina's face was happy, Nine-Tailed Fox was praising herself. But she soon heard the meaning. It was mocking itself, Nine-Tail, what I said is very likely, how can it be a random thought? Well, tell me, what kind of person is Uchiha Mirai in your eyes? Handsome, sincere, generous. That's right, this personality has some problems, he doesn't like women, and he's a little perverted. Nine-Tail. I'm not asking you this. Oh. Forget it, I shouldn't ask. What kind of blow do you think can make him suddenly become paranoid and full of hatred for the world? As a collection of hatred, it is very clear about human hatred. It can indeed change a person, but it can never easily change Uchiha Mirai's personality. In some places, he is very mature, like an adult. Although sometimes he seems childish, this aspect is not important. In short, his three views have been set. It's not enough that Hyagarika is dead. Unless Minato is dead, he might hate the whole world. When saying this, it noticed that Kushina was about to refute, and interrupted again in advance. Besides, Uchiha Mirai is not an ordinary child. Do you really think he will be so naive that he will easily go astray after being hit? Then you underestimate him too much. Kushina opened her mouth and listened to Kyubai's words, which made her a little stunned. Kyubai's words made sense, and she couldn't refute it. By the way, how could she think that Mirai would definitely become a villain? After spending a few months together, she could clearly recognize that Minato, Mirai and Rika were all the worst of the worst. If something really happened to them, the whole world would be in tatters. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but nodded awkwardly. You are right, I was just imagining it. Kuabai was very pleased to see Kushina like this. It seems that this generation of Jinkriki is still easy to talk to. So it turned its head and glanced at Mito, then closed its eyes. I said, Namikaze Minato is unlikely to be the son of prophecy, he is still missing something. After saying that, it drove the two out directly. After living in the ninja world for so many years, it has seen it clearly. The war in the ninja world started from the old man's era. Strictly speaking, this is just a family conflict. It started with Indra, so it must end with Indra. Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Mirai do not have their souls. So it can get a 70% chance that Minato will not be the son of prophecy. Chapter 389. Achu! 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 Under the gaze of her mother and the others, Wei Li sneezed more than 10 times. Seeing this scene, Miyako felt sick. Look, what did I say? My child, look at you now, you sneeze more than 10 times, there must be something wrong with your body. Come on, Mom will take you to the hospital. She was about to reach out and grab Wei Li and drag him to the hospital. Wei Li smiled bitterly, and he quickly dodged his mother's hand, sighing, oh my god, I just sneezed, it's okay, and it has nothing to do with my health. After that, he said with a wise look, someone must have said bad things about us behind my back, otherwise, I wouldn't have sneezed so much. Mai Huiza was stunned, you. At this time, Daz Wang stretched out his hand and pulled her sleeve, pointing in the direction of Ling Hua. At this time, Hong Hong was handing a tissue to Hinata Ling Hua. Just now, when Wei Li sneezed, Ling Hua also sneezed. But her voice was very low, and her sneezes were very delicate, only 2. Miwai's attention was always on Wei Li, so for a while she didn't notice that Ling Hua also sneezed. Ling Hua was a little puzzled. Why did she sneeze for no reason? Someone must be cursing her in secret. Hong Hong asked, are you okay? Do you have a cold? Do you want to go to the hospital? Rai Hua shook her head, smiled at Hong Hong, and said, it's not a cold, I just felt someone was cursing me behind my back, so I sneezed a few times. Hong Hong looked at her strangely, and then looked at her baby brother. Miyako may not have heard Rai Hua's sneeze, but she clearly heard her brother's sneeze. Could it be that the same person cursed you behind your back? Rai Hua. I don't know. She said, looking at the future. The future also looked at her, and their eyes met and collided in the air, and then each received the other's information. Someone is definitely cursing us behind our backs. It must be the IWA ninja. The only one they have offended is the IWA ninja. Nosuke looked at their interaction, grinned, and laughed, hee. Shut up. Don't talk. Before Shang Shu opened his mouth to say anything, he was interrupted by Ling Hua and Wei Wei. They knew very well that Shang Shu's mouth would not spit out ivory. So it was best to interrupt him. Shang Shu, straight face, he was in a bad mood. These two damn guys, are they bullying me? He reached out and grabbed Orochimaru's sleeve, complaining, Teacher Orochimaru, please say something. Orochimaru glanced at him, just reached out and touched his head, and didn't say anything. But Hong Hong couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckled. Just stunned the daughter slave and sister control. Sister, someone scolded me. Wei Wei's eyes turned and a trace of grievance immediately appeared on her face, and she threw herself into Hong Hong's arms. She was caught steadily by the latter. She looked at Wei Wei who was seeking comfort with a smile, you are so old, and you are still so clingy to your sister. Hee. Looking at Wei's, he was envious. He also wanted to be hugged by Hong Hong like this. But he didn't dare. He was afraid that he would be beaten to death by the future father and son. So until now, he didn't dare to show too much. Hong Hong naturally knew this, and she was also shy, so she didn't show too much to Wei's. So that the future family was kept in the dark. For a while, the atmosphere on the balcony became much more lively. When they came before, they were all sad. It was Uzumaki Mito who comforted them one by one, so they all felt good. Uzumaki Mito comforted them in the end with just one sentence. I have been separated from the Great Pillar for so many years, I want to go down there to find him. Since the last time the Shadame used the Great Buddha to kill a clone of the God of Death, the concept of life and death for the future and others has become much more vague. When a person dies, he is not necessarily dead, he may be reborn in another world. Even Orochimaru is not afraid of death after knowing this. But for him, it is better to stay in the world of the living. He is not sure what the situation is in the underworld. If he can't do scientific research, it is better to let him die again. He interrupted a few people and said, "Okay, according to the time, Jiraiya and others should be coming back soon. The ninja world is actually very big, but also very small. If a ninja runs at full speed from Konoha, it will take 3 days to reach the sand village in the Kingdom of Wind. If the ninja is good at speed, this time can be shortened." Jiraiya and his friends did not even eat a bite of lunch, and they set off quickly. The 3 of them were all strong and much faster than ordinary ninjas. Finally, before the sun set, they rushed back to the gate of Konoha from the Kingdom of Rain. The 3 did not greet the guards and rushed in directly. But no one dared to stop them. They all stared at the backs of the 3 people who flashed away with a blank face. "Gudong! You just said that the Hokage and the others are back." A Hyuga clan member who rolled his eyes subconsciously nodded. "Yet! What a fast speed, a distance of 100 meters, almost crossed in one breath." At the entrance of the Whirlpool Tower, Midamanen and the others stood here with solemn faces. The Uchiha have been very active recently, and they have even been able to get in touch with Lord Mito. "We too must investigate what they want to do," Yuditen Koharu said seriously to her companion. "I think so too. When I go back, I will arrange for the Anbu people to investigate." Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the 2 of them finished speaking, 3 people quickly flashed to their side. "Hey, why are you here?" The 2 consultants were slightly shocked when they heard this, and they hurriedly turned their heads to look behind them. When they saw the people coming, their eyes widened. "Sarutobi! Why are you back?" The 4-member Anbu team hiding in the dark jumped out immediately. "Hokage-sama!" They knelt on the ground respectfully, and under their masks, they had stunned expressions. Hokage-sama and his men should still be on the battlefield, but they appeared in the village, which means that something serious happened in the village, forcing them to come back from the battlefield. Considering that they went straight here, it must be that something went wrong with Mito Uzumaki. For a moment, they just felt sweaty and their breathing was a little difficult. This is a dereliction of duty. Tsunade was in no mood to pay attention to them. She strode directly into the Uzumaki Tower and soon came to the balcony along the stairs. "Grandma, are you okay?" "Sigma, eh?" Tsunade was stunned. What did she see? Mito Uzumaki was sitting in a recliner, eating hot pot, and Mirai was picking food out of her mouth. However, because their actions were too abrupt, Mirai and the others froze in place. All turned their heads to look at them in astonishment. This. It's not what I thought. What's wrong?" Jiraiya heard Tsunade's strange words and rushed up in a hurry, and then he was also stunned. "You!" Followed after them came the Hokage and his old friends. When they saw the scene of eating hot pot, they were all stunned. In the letter written by Minato before, it was clearly stated that Mito-sama's health was about to fail. Along the way, they imagined Mito-sama lying on the bed, breathing very hard, and dying. Even Tsunade thought of the regret that she just opened the door and Mito-sama had already died. But they were actually eating hot pot. This was something she never expected. Jiraiya and the other 4 couldn't help but feel relieved. Breath. It's good that nothing happened. It's good that nothing happened. Although it was a false alarm, as long as Lady Uzumaki Mito was fine, they would be happy. "Grandma Mito, you scared us to death." Jiraiya exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a smile appeared on his face. But Tsunade soon noticed something unusual. Even though Uzumaki Mito was sitting in front of the stove, her clothes were quite thick. Almost all of them were cotton clothes. Even if she didn't pick up the food, the hand holding the chopsticks was shaking slightly. It was even a little stiff. The most important thing is, based on her attainments in medical ninjutsu, she could tell at a glance that Grandma's breathing was very slow, and it took her more than 10 seconds to take a breath. Her face was also very pale, like the paleness of a dead person. Even leaning against the stove, she couldn't regain her color. This was clearly a sign of exhaustion. In an instant, her tears overflowed from her eyes. "Grandma!" She ignored her tears and rushed directly towards Mito. When she was about to approach her, she slowed down, and finally squatted beside Uzumaki Mito, crying loudly. Chapter 390. Half an hour later, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions gathered around the stove and ate 2 large bowls of rice with tears in their eyes. Uzumaki Mito looked at the people around the stove, with satisfaction in her eyes. This kind of scene was something she hadn't experienced for a long time. It would be even better if my sons were still alive. She thought to herself. At the beginning, her 2 sons were very outstanding. Although they were not as good as the big pillar, they still became the accompanying Anbu around Sarutobi and were his most important right-hand men. But at the end of World War I, when they were on a mission, they died inexplicably in battle. The murderer has not been found yet. Sometimes, she wondered whether she should summon their souls and ask who did it. But when she thought that her sons had returned to the Pure Land, it would be bad for her, as a mother, to disturb their rest. This emotion has been entangled until now. Since knowing the existence of the Pure Land, their strength has reached their level, and they have become indifferent to life and death. Alas! However, she will be able to go down to find them soon, and she is still very happy in her heart. And now Konoha is thriving. There are Sarutobi Hiruzen and others in the upper echelons, and Orochimaru and the other 2 in the middle echelons as pillars to support Konoha. And in the future, they will be the future of Konoha. For a moment, she felt extremely satisfied. If she continues like this, the big pillar will be much more at ease. Thinking so, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she was about to close her eyes. Suddenly, a disdainful voice came from her heart. "Old woman, don't you want to go out for a walk?" This voice is very familiar to Mito, because it is the tenant who once lived in her body. "Kuroma, you." Mito's mind appeared directly in Kushina's body. She looked at the 9-tailed fox nailed to the magma rock and slightly widened her eyes. In the turbid eyes, there was a touch of emotion. Seeing this, Kurama snorted coldly. "Humph! Don't get me wrong, I just have too much chakra, it's a pity to let it dissipate, so I'll just give it to you." After saying that, the 9 tails drove Uzumaki Mito out. In reality, Tsunade was eating rice in big mouthfuls, but her eyes were dripping into the bowl. She couldn't swallow the rice in her mouth at all, and she just felt her throat blocked. Because she was sitting next to Uzumaki Mito, she could sense that her grandmother's life was decreasing bit by bit. The fire of life was also dissipating rapidly. Before she could cry, a slightly warm hand gently patted her back and said kindly, "Don't eat so fast, you will choke." Tsunade was stunned. She raised her head suddenly and looked at Uzumaki Mito. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito no longer looked exhausted. Although she still looked old and frail, she was full of energy, as if she was 10 years younger. She swallowed all the food in one gulp and said in a daze, "Grandmother, you." Uzumaki Mito smiled and didn't say much. She turned her head and looked around. The people around looked at them blankly. The younger one was really confused, and although the older one was not as sharp as Tsunade, they also realized that Mito's life was about to come to an end. Now they saw that Uzumaki Mito was so energetic, and they all had a little brain. Could it be that Mito-sama used the sealing technique again to imprison her soul again? But something was wrong. The first time Mito-sama could use the sealing technique, he used the power of the soul. Now her soul power has dried up, there is no source for her to activate the technique again. But soon, a thought emerged in their minds. Last breath. It is said that when a person is about to die, his condition will suddenly get much better. But will this last breath be too good? Don't look at it, this is the power given by an old friend of mine, so that I can fulfill my last wish. As she said, she held the chair with her hand, and stood up steadily without any effort. That action was no less than that of the young people. Without giving Sarutobi Hiruzen and others time to think, Mito reached out and took Kushina's hand and walked out. I watched Konoha develop from nothing to something, little by little. I walked there many times before. Later, when I got old, I didn't want to move anymore, so I walked even less. Now that Konoha is so big, I want to go see it. As she said this, she walked down the stairs steadily. Seeing this scene, everyone followed immediately. "Grandma, slow down, I'll support you." Minato saw Kushina supporting Mito. He hurriedly caught up and supported the other side of Uzumaki Mito. As he walked, he said, "Grandma, let me tell you. The changes in Konoha are really big, there are many fun, delicious and useful things." "Really? Then Grandma must go and see it." Behind. The 3 generations looked at each other, then nodded together and performed the transformation technique. They suddenly came back and suddenly appeared on the street, which would definitely cause a commotion. Needless to say, Mito-sama definitely doesn't want to be disturbed. And they don't want to waste time on meaningless things. Of course, if Mito-sama is willing to talk to the villagers, they won't stop it. In a word, everything is in line with Mito-sama, and they don't want to disturb Mito-sama's interest because of their status. At one time, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, the third generation, and the two senior leaders all performed the transformation technique to slightly adjust their appearance. They would only make people feel familiar, but they would never tell who they were. After all, their battle reports were all sent back to the village, and they were famous people in the village. Yesterday, Orochimaru was blocked by people, especially a bunch of grandpas and aunts chasing him and asking to introduce him to a girl. Even if he released cold air, these people did not retreat at all, as if they would not be affected at all. Dazhuang's family and the remaining few little ones did not need to do so. The former stayed in the village every day, there was nothing to be excited about, and the latter were too young, and no one would pay attention to them. After all, Orochimaru had told them at the beginning that for the sake of protecting their safety, he would not send their future battle reports back to the village to let the villagers know. At that time, the 5 little ones all agreed very much, and even Rope Tree did not object. Everyone began to follow Mito all the way to the bustling streets of Konoha. There were shouts everywhere, as if the shadow of war did not affect Konoha much. They quickly integrated into the place. At this moment, they were not high-level officials of Konoha, but ordinary people who followed the old man to visit the night market. Mito stood in front of a stall and said to Kushina nostalgically, "When I was shopping here with the big pillar, he said that Madara always teased him, saying that he was so effeminate and liked such flashy things." As she said that, she couldn't help laughing. Uzumaki Kushina subconsciously looked at Minato. If he was effeminate, it seemed that he was also. I guess you and Uchiha Madara are the only 2 people in the world who dare to say that about the first generation. But Mito shook his head, "You guessed wrong, the second generation is actually worse than we said." Sometimes, the Great Pillar is scolded by him in front of him. Wow, the second generation is so domineering. Of course. Looking at everyone having fun, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but miss his old friend who was far away. The Danzo who was in the dark and silently dedicated himself. Ah! Such a good atmosphere, he should come back too. After hearing this, Yuta and Koharu also said with melancholy, "Yes, there were 6 of us who followed the second generation, but now there are only a few of us. If Kagami was there." After saying this, she couldn't help but fall silent. In fact, she had a secret that no one knew. She had liked Uchiha Kagami, but Kagami had met with an accident before she could express this feeling. The murderer has not been found out yet. Ahem, I knew that without me, you would definitely miss me. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the sadness of the 3 generations. Hearing this, several people hurriedly turned their heads and looked back. "I'll go." "Danzo, why are you back?" "You're back, what about the front line?" Danzo leaned on his crutches, he walked slowly in front of the 3 people, and said calmly, "Don't worry, this is just one of my shadow clones, I asked someone to activate the backup left at the base. Jiraiya can make a shadow clone scroll, he can also make a delayed shadow clone backup." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sarutobi couldn't help but hit him lightly, with a smile on his face. "If I'm not mistaken, you left this clone behind to cause trouble." Danzo glanced at him and said unhappily, "Don't frame me. I'm honest and would never do such dirty things." As he said that, he looked at Mito's back. At this time, she and the other 6 stopped in front of the stall, buying various a small gadget that he liked. He even saw Nawake holding a hairpin and looking at Uchiha Hong from time to time. Orochimaru and Dazhuang couple were talking about something with a smile. Jiraiya pulled Tsunade and persuaded her earnestly, not wanting her to take Mito-sama to the casino. This was a warm picture of a family out for fun. He looked very complicated. Original body, this scene should really be experienced by you. He was a semi-finished shadow clone prepared by Danzo before he set out. He was temporarily sealed by him with a sealing technique, and he would inject chakra when needed. Thus, the technique was complete, and the shadow clone technique was performed remotely. However, this process was complicated and consumable. After performing it once, almost 100,000 taels of precious materials were used up. One was the sealing technique used to seal it, and the other was the formation for remote transmission of chakra. But there was only one purpose, to let him know what the current original body wanted to do. Chapter 391. What the original body wanted to do most was to apologize to Mito-sama. Then he would accompany her silently and send her off to the end. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at the person beside him. Give me some chakra, I'm running out of chakra. Okay. The third generation responded without any hesitation. Although he didn't recover much and was still short of blue, his old friend obviously needed chakra more than him. As he said that, he stretched out his hand and pressed it on the other's shoulder, forming a seal with one hand, and sent half of his chakra into the other's body. The essence of chakra is a combination of physical energy and spirit. If the spiritual energy is removed, then this physical energy will be easily swallowed by others. Of course, swallowing is also risky. If you don't pay attention, the chakras of the two will fight, and the human body will turn into a battlefield. Even if the chakras are angry, people may explode. But Sarutobi and Danzo are obviously not the first time to do this. The two seem to be very familiar with the situation. One released the chakra physical energy without much will, and the other used special ninjutsu to turn these chakras into his own source of power, supplying the body and preventing it from dissipating. Mirai was pulling his sister to a stall. He looked at the small ornaments sold by the boss and fell in love with a pendant at first sight. This pendant was obviously worn by girls. It was a jade pendant called Ping and Cow. There were no prosperous carvings, and it was very simple. But because the texture of the jade was very good, the jade pendant seemed to have a different brilliance. Boss, how much is this? Ah! Little customer, you have a good eye. The boss immediately rubbed his hands and praised flatteringly. This is my ancestral treasure. It is said that it was opened by the master of the fire temple. Later, with this treasure, my ancestor was promoted step by step in the officialdom. The boss said with saliva flying. He had noticed this group of people a long time ago. The most important thing for them as merchants is to have good eyesight. These people are obviously the children of high-ranking officials. Each of them is dignified and exudes a temperament that is completely incomparable to those ordinary people. He has come into contact with many such people and knows that they are not short of money at all. He also likes to listen to some lofty words, especially outrageous stories. When he saw them coming to his stall, he immediately started to brag without saying a word. Alas, it's just that everything that goes up must go down. At the beginning, the ancestor blocked someone's way and was immediately taken down by that person. But little guessed, don't underestimate this jade pendant. According to the law, all of our clan would have been chopped to death, but this jade pendant protected us at the critical moment. Hey, guess what? Just before the execution, a prince was born in the Daming mansion. The Daming was so happy that he ordered a general amnesty, so we were able to save our lives. Future. Good guy, I just asked a price, and the other party actually said so many words. If he doesn't write a book, it's really a waste of talent. He rolled his eyes at the boss. Just tell me how much this jade pendant costs. When the boss heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Did he make a mistake? But it doesn't matter, as long as the jade pendant is sold at a high price. This is my ancestral treasure. I didn't intend to sell it, but my 70-year-old mother is bedridden and my 18-year-old children are crying for food. In one breath, 500,000 taels of silver. Hearing this, Walai turned around and left immediately. Fuck him. It's obviously a modern craft, and he dared to bid 500,000 taels. Why didn't he go and grab it? Seeing that Walai didn't even bargain and left, the boss immediately became anxious. Hey, hey, hey. Little customer, don't leave, the price is negotiable. Seeing that Walai and the others were about to go to the next stall, the boss hurriedly jumped out of the stall, quickly came to Walai and stopped them. He said with a smile on his face, little customer, don't go. If the price is too high, you can bargain. Being stopped, Walai stopped and looked at his sister. At this time, Hong Hong looked at him with a smile on her face. I was very relieved that my brother had grown up and knew how to love his sister. That's great. Okay, I'll give you a price. If you think it's okay, you can sell it. If you think I'm too low, don't block my way. No problem. The boss nodded heavily. To be honest, Walai felt that the jade pendant didn't look good at this time. I don't know if it was because of its quality, but it was a bit uneconomical because the price of 500,000 taels was raised. 500 taels. Such a low price he would never accept it, and he didn't want it. How could a gift for my sister be so shabby? Although it doesn't have to be expensive, expensive ones are generally of good quality. From Walai's perspective, the jade pendant of the boss is worth at most 500 taels of craftsmanship. The boss would definitely not do such a business that would neither make a profit nor a loss. Thinking of this, he was ready to take his sister's hand and go to other vendors to have a look. Deal. The boss agreed in one breath. Hey! Underscore? Walai was stunned. He didn't even lift his feet, and saw that the boss packed the jade pendant in just 3 seconds, and even tied a pink bow with it. Then he handed it to Walai. Little guest, this is the peace lock jade pendant you bought, thank you for 500 taels. Walai was stunned when he heard the boss's words again. At this moment, he had an illusion that he had overpaid. He took the jade pendant in a daze, subconsciously took out a 500 tael silver note and handed it to the boss. Thank you for coming, come again next time. Seeing this, the boss happily accepted the silver note. Hee. I made 300 taels with tears. Not a loss. After he greeted, he returned to his stall, and then under the gaze of the future, he took out an identical jade pendant from the box behind him and put it out. Speechless. Really, the future was very speechless. For the first time, he felt that he had been cheated. He lived 2 lives. In his previous life, he grew up in the tomato welfare house since he was a child. He had already experienced the bitterness of the world. Others wanted to cheat him, but they were all seen through by his clever self. This time, he was actually tricked by the boss. He looked at the beautifully packaged box in his hand, and for a moment, he felt that this jade pendant was not so fragrant. Looking at the future's doubtful look, Hong Hong couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. What's up, are you dumbfounded? After coming to his senses, Wei Lai looked at Hong, sister, do you know something? Hearing this, Uchiha Hong blinked her innocent eyes and asked in confusion, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Wei Lai. No need to ask, my sister did it on purpose. Thinking of this, he looked at the gift box in his hand. He was about to swallow it after thinking about it. If nothing unexpected happened, he probably wouldn't take out this gift box in his life. But his action was stopped by Hong. Didn't you say you were going to buy it for me? Why do you dislike it? Wei Lai's thoughts were too easy for her to guess. She could figure out what Wei Lai was thinking. Obviously, the 500 taels just now made him fall into self-doubt, and he even thought that it was too low a price to send it to himself. But it isn't very good. Wei Lai replied hesitantly. Hong took the gift box, smiled gently, and said, brother, we don't need those material things. You are my brother, my most precious thing. As long as it is given by you, even if it is a wild flower picked by the roadside, I will be very happy. In the distance, Shenshu, who was struggling to choose the goods, opened his ears wide. Obviously eavesdropping on something. Wild flowers on the roadside. He subconsciously looked at the street. It's very clean, not to mention wild flowers, there are not many weeds. Hong Hong looked at Walai and continued, besides, this is the first time you want to give me something, I am very happy, no matter how low the price is, it is a priceless treasure in my eyes. Hearing this, Walai showed a bright smile on her face. Sister. Uchiha Hong, hey. On the other side. Orochimaru smiled and looked over here. Ever since he accepted the future, he didn't realize that he had more and more smiles on his face. Yes, the rope tree didn't die, and it didn't cause any blow to him at all. Dezhuang, your children have a really good relationship. Hearing this, Uchiha Dezhuang also laughed, yes, they have a very good relationship, maybe it's because Hong Hong raised him. Mieko held Dezhuang's hand, with a little shame between her eyebrows. Now that I think about it, we as parents are somewhat incompetent. Orochimaru smiled at them and said nothing more. Chapter 392. Rika and Kushina followed Mito, choosing small accessories in front of the stall. Minato looked at Kushina, smiling from time to time, looking a little wretched. No, that's not right, it should be, loser. The 3 generations of the people followed the villagers around and laughed and talked. I wanted to ask them what they thought of Konoha recently. It can be said that they were all happy, as if the sadness of Uzumaki Mito's departure was gone. Only Jiraiya was a bit miserable. Tsuneko, don't be impulsive. In front of the casino door, Tsunade was trying to get in. Jiraiya was desperately pulling her hand, otherwise he would let her in. Let me go, I'm only going to gamble, just one. Listening to the sounds of big, small, open coming from inside, Tsunade felt uncomfortable all over. It was more uncomfortable than an ant crawling, and more uncomfortable than being licked by Jiraiya. How long has it been since she last gambled? In the past, she was on the battlefield, and even if she was addicted to gambling, she would endure it. And she would find other things to do. She thought she had given up gambling, but she didn't expect that as soon as she returned to Konoha and heard the voice of the gambler, she felt terrible. Don't. Hold it back, Tsuneko, you really can't gamble anymore, it's harmful to your health. The two of them started to fight at the entrance of the casino. The guards standing on both sides of the entrance were no longer surprised by the scene. They could see one or two such scenes of relatives and friends dissuading gamblers from gambling addiction almost every day. It was just surprising that such a beautiful woman could be addicted to gambling, and she couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for the white-haired man. A girl with a gambling addiction is a bottomless pit. She will gamble everything she can, and I don't know what you want from her. But what does this have to do with them? Their casino is a legal business, and the taxes they pay to the Fire Country every year are still considerable. The taxes of these shop owners are directly paid to the Fire Country daimyo mansion. Konoha has no right to intervene, and the vendors only need to pay them rent. This is also a means for the daimyo mansion to control the ninja village. Ninjas do not produce, so they must rely on the funding from the daimyo mansion to develop. Tsunade and her actions also attracted Mito's attention. She looked at Tsunade's gambling addiction and smiled bitterly. How could a good girl get addicted to this? It's all the fault of the big pillar. She walked up, stretched out her hand and grabbed Tsunade's ear, and took her away from the entrance of the casino. Hiss! It hurts, it hurts. Grandma hurts. Mito said unhappily, you still know it hurts, our family has so many fine traditions, how did you get your grandfather's gambling addiction? And you learned it so well. You will lose every time you gamble. Damn it! If she hadn't been in charge of the finances of the Senjo clan, the Senjo clan would have been out of money long ago with Tsunade's gambling. I don't dare anymore. I won't dare anymore, Grandma, please let go. Tsunade struggled and shouted. She didn't dare to resist, although Mito's strength was not very strong. But even if she had the strength to resist, she didn't have the courage, so she could only follow the strength of Uzumaki Mito and be pulled away by her. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. It's great that his wallet was saved. Otherwise, he would really cry in the toilet. After all, most of the money was given to him by Orochimaru, and it was the living expenses for him and Nagato. If he hadn't learned that Mito-sama was in poor health, he might have stayed in the rain country to take care of the three people and not come back. There is a casino here, so Mito doesn't plan to stay here. Soon they came to the bottom of the Nanhi River. Above the river is the Uchiha clan land. With the special characteristics of several people, it is not easy for them to set foot on the Uchiha clan land. Even if Dezhuang guarantees it, it is not possible. After all, the Uchiha's hostility to the upper echelons is not a day or two. But the scenery here is also very good. Especially at night. There is a bright moon in the sky, fireflies on the ground. There is a dazzling galaxy in the sky, and a rippling river on the ground. There is a breeze in the air, sweeping away the fragrance of soil and water plants, and Mito's heart is a rare piece. A slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she told the little ones about the past. Not long after we got married, Dazuza brought me here to watch the night. She pointed to the river not far away, and then said, I remember we were there at the time, and he told me that he and Madara were competing here to see who could pee farther. As she spoke, she couldn't help laughing. Don't look at his strength, but he is sometimes very innocent. Kushina couldn't help but be surprised. It seems that Minato is also a natural idiot. Could he be the illegitimate son of the first generation of Master Ki, illegitimate grandson? Just as they were talking about the past, Danzo's clone walked in front of Uzumaki Mito, with a guilty look on his face and wanted to say something. Mito-sama, I'm sorry, I was. But she was interrupted by Uzumaki Mito. She looked at Danzo, and a rare kind smile appeared on her face. Danzo, I know what you think, and I know why you do this. Hearing this, Danzo felt even more guilty, and his head couldn't help but droop a lot. Seeing him like this, Mito reached out and touched his head. It was like a grandmother touching her grandson, but Danzo didn't feel disgusted at all. They all grew up under Mito's watch. Danzo, do you still remember when you came to me to name the root before you founded it? Hearing this, Danzo's eyes were slightly dazed. Of course he remembered that when Sarutobi took over the position of acting Hokage, he was still unwilling to accept it and immediately asked Sarutobi for the position of the Anbu training institution. At that time, Sarutobi finally nodded in order to balance the power of various clans. That night, he ran to the Whirlpool Tower to find Uzumaki Mito, wanting to ask her to help him come up with an idea. After all, this was his first time to establish an organization and he had no experience. Remember? He nodded and looked at Mito. After all, it was his first time, and he still remembered it clearly. Our Konoha is like a tree. The more a tree yearns for the light above, the more its roots will go down, toward the soil, toward the depths of darkness. That's why I named your organization Root. As she said that, she looked at Danzo and said seriously, but you have to know that a tree can survive not only with leaves, branches, or roots. Leaves. She looked at the 6 kids in the future. Trunks. She looked at Sarutobi, Orochimaru, and the other adults. Finally, she looked at Danzo, roots. These are what make up a complete tree, and each one is indispensable. Danzo, you must remember one sentence, in the dark, keep the light in your heart. Your roots are the roots of Konoha, an important part of absorbing nutrients from the earth, and an important department of Konoha. In the future, don't be swallowed up by the desires in your heart, you must learn to control and master the desires in your heart. After saying that, she looked at the bright moon in the sky, and then pointed to the reflection in the water. Over the years, I have been watching you silently, wanting to see how far you will fall. But what she didn't expect was that Danzo would inexplicably disperse the malice in his heart when she transferred the 9 tails. This was something she never expected, and she still hasn't figured out why. Hearing this, Danzo lowered his head in shame again. Mr. Mito. Mito replied, I'm not saying this to suppress or ridicule you. Humans are not perfect creatures. Both you and I will make mistakes. Sometimes the mistakes we make are almost catastrophic. But you must remember that if you make a mistake, you should correct it. This is the most important thing. After saying this, she looked at Danzo with a hint of relief. Look, you also know your mistakes and have made changes. Danzo's clone was stunned. Did he, no, change his original body? Why didn't he know it? Seeing that he didn't understand, Mito just smiled and didn't explain anything. She continued, Hokage is composed of fire and shadow. I know you have always longed for the position of Hokage and wanted to prove that you are no worse than the monkey, but didn't you realize that you are already a shadow? Just like Sarutobi commands the light, and you control the darkness. From now on, as long as you don't attack the people of Konoha, I will never blame you. Hearing this, Danzo's clone slightly opened one eye, which was full of tears. For a moment, a man in his 30s, 40s, and 50s actually cried like a child. Mito-sama. This surprised Orochimaru and the others. Danzo, this old silver coin, actually cried? Sarutobi showed a relieved smile, cry, it's okay to cry. He turned his head to look at the bright moon in the sky, and then looked down at the reflection in the river. Fire and shadow. At this moment, he had a better understanding of the Hokage's thoughts. Chapter 393. After talking about Danzo, several people walked towards the direction of the Hokage. The top of the Hokage rock is not bare, there are other buildings on it. But the buildings here are all important places in Konoha. The experimental department is here. Although the outer wall of Konoha is a semicircle and starts from the Hokage rock, there is also a wall above the Hokage rock, but because it is not open to villagers, few villagers will come here. Of course, at the Hokage rock, anyone can be allowed to enjoy the scenery. It's just that villagers rarely climb so high and so far. At the beginning, the Sand Ninja wanted to attack from the direction of the Hokage rock because they saw the edge of the Hokage rock, which had little defensive power. Several people stood here, silently watching the night view below. Although it is around 10 o'clock now, the village is still quite lively. Even from this distance, you can hear the shouting in the village. The World War II is not very strong, at least for Konoha, it is not very strong. Although this battle made the 3 ninjas of Konoha famous, the people who followed Orochimaru died in the battle, and only the 3 ninjas were left to resist stubbornly, so Hanzo's love for talent broke out. He released the three of them and gave them the title of the three ninjas of Konoha. But this time, Jiraiya had learned the Sage Mode inexplicably a long time ago, which produced a huge variable. So that more than half of the Konoha ninjas who followed the three ninjas survived. It was also very easy to resist the attacks of other ninja villages. So for Konoha, there was basically no impact. Even if there was an impact, it had been so long, and with the end of World War II, the villagers had resumed their former activity. Every time I see Konoha like this, I feel that even if I burn myself and dedicate myself to Konoha, I have no complaints. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made his three old companions nod in unison, just like what the third generation said, which was what they thought in their hearts. Uzumaki Mito smiled faintly, this is why the second generation chose you as the Hokage. As he said, he looked at a place on the cliff wall, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. I remember that when I came here with the big pillar to see the scenery, I stood in that place. He said that it was the place where he and Madara enjoyed the future. The Konoha at that time was gradually taking shape in their minds at that time. The future and the others naturally asked about the past curiously. Uzumaki Mito smiled and reminisced about the past, telling them about the past one by one. The few people were amazed. Who would have thought that the two big guys, the god of ninja and Shura of the ninja world, would be so childish when they were young? This is different from what Kushina and the others thought. They thought that these two big guys were very strong since childhood, just like the future and Minato. And their talents and temperaments are very serious. Because they all heard that Madara just standing there was enough to stop the children from crying. They should be very majestic. It turned out that I thought too much. Let's go to the last place. Mito suggested after they stayed for nearly an hour. Okay. The last place is not far from Konoha, but not too close. It is also called the Valley of the End by the World. It is the place where the Great Pillar and Madara fought for the last time. After walking for nearly an hour, they finally came to the two magnificent statues. Uzumaki Mito touched the stone statue of the Great Pillar, with an indescribable longing in her eyes. Calculating the time carefully, the Great Pillar has been dead for so long. To be honest, if there were no photos, she would have almost forgotten his voice and appearance. The Great Pillar and Madara had such a good relationship at the beginning, I didn't expect them to go to that step because of the village. Alas! The prototype Oft village was discussed by the two of them, but it was still because of the village that the two parted ways. In the end, it became a matter of one's death or the other's. To be honest, Madara is not a bad person. He has also fought for peace all his life. But in the end, for some reason, he denied the idea of the Great Pillar and believed that the existence of the village would expand the scale of the war countless times. Facts have proved that he was right. Although the children were protected, the number of casualties on the battlefield was higher and higher. Now World War II is basically over. It is said that the Land of Lightning has had friction with the Land of Earth again, and it is possible that they will fight again. However, the Land of Water only took a defensive stance in the face of the attack of the Land of Lightning. It can be said that they hardly took action and could not be considered to have participated in World War II. Let's get back to the point. According to legend, Uzumaki Mito looked at the two statues, and a thought flashed through her mind. She suddenly shook her body and turned her head to look at the future and Minato. At this time, the two did not circle around Kushina and Hong Hong, but ran to the head of Uchiha Ban's stone statue. Her thoughts involuntarily emerged again in her mind. Kuroma, I just think that the future is very likely to be the guide of the disaster. She conveyed her voice to the nine-tailed fox. Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox's forehead bulged directly. It has said so many times that Namikaze Minato will not be the son of prophecy. What else do they need to lead the world? At the beginning of the first disaster, it was the old man Liudeo and his brother who joined forces to overthrow the terrorist rule of the goddess of Mao. It also evolved into the emergence of the ninja clan, but the old man's idea of the heir led to Indra's rebellion. Finally, the warring states model of the ninja clan war was formed. The second catastrophe was the appearance of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. They created the prototype of the ninja village and ended the state of fighting each other in the warring states period. It was also a victim at the beginning, so it was naturally aware of the changes. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama both had the aura of Indra and Asura. Although it was very hidden, as one of the powers in this world, it still recognized it. Combining these two incidents, it understood one thing. The so-called catastrophe must be related to the souls of these two people. But Uchiha Mirai and Namikaze Minato did not have their aura, so it could not be theirs. This is just the story of the old man Liudeo's family. The so-called catastrophe is not necessarily bad. Its badness just broke the mainstream model of the current world, which made the people at that time completely unable to agree, so it was crowned with the title of the catastrophe. In fact, the catastrophe has another name, that is, the Great Change. Just like the ninjas were used to the idea of each clan fighting for themselves, they were puzzled and terrified by the ninja village model of Senju Hashirama and others, and were deeply afraid of being annexed and becoming subordinates, that is, slaves. But both of them were too strong, and these ninjas could not resist. In order to avoid being annexed, the ninjas in the major countries began their own road to hegemony. In order to become the strongest and leader among many ninja families, I don't know how many people died in the process. And this is worldwide. So from the perspective of the ninjas at that time, this was a big disaster. In the past, they fought for themselves, but now they have to fight under orders. In the end, they found that this ninja village was not what they thought, and their family did not annex it, but united together. This is also good. With the protection of a big force, their families don't have to go to the battlefield at the age of 3 or 4. They will have a better childhood for their growth. The population also ushered in a big explosion. Look, in just a few years, the First World War broke out. Not long after the First War, the Second War began again. Even if the Rain Village had not challenged the 3 major countries, the Sand Village would have started a fight. The Nine-Tails' hands and feet were tied up and unable to move, so it directly covered its ear holes with its ears. I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen, you bastard. It was also drunk. Uzumaki Mito looked quite serious. When it was in her body before, she was not so neurotic. Could it be that when it used the sealing technique to imprison her soul, it forgot to imprison her brain? Uzumaki Mito. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly twice. You are so good, Nine-Tails, when you were in my body, you called me little sweetie, and now you are transferred to Kushina's body, but you call me bastard. After all, the new love is better than the old farewell. How can it be repaired? Oh, asterisk, oh. It's so hateful. Chapter 394. Minato looked at the stone statue under his feet, and his heart was moved. Mirai, look at your ancestor's hair, is it the same as mine? Mirai was looking down, he was wondering if he could strengthen his muscles and bones like in the novel if he practiced under the waterfall below. Then he heard Minato's words. He turned his head and couldn't help blinking twice. Minato's words aroused his curiosity. He looked at Minato, and then at the stone statue of Uchiha Madara. Both of them have hedgehog heads, but Minato's is yellow, but they are really similar. If it is longer, with side bangs, covering one eye, it will be more similar. Mirai couldn't help but look at his hairstyle with the help of the reflection on the water. He was surprised to find that he was similar to Hashirama Senju, but his hair was not as long as his. Hashirama Senju has waist-length hair. His hair can grow to his anus. Every time he defecates, he needs to turn his hair around his neck or put it in his mouth to bite it to avoid getting it stained with poop. Seeing Mirai looking at him, Minato hurriedly said, Mirai, go to the first generation of Woodmaster, I will fight like them. Mirai was stunned and speechless. No, buddy, why are we fighting now? It's so late, let's fight tomorrow. Minato grabbed Mirai's hand and shook it left and right. No, no. Fight, just one round, it won't be a problem. Perhaps because of Minato's shaking, Mirai quickly pulled his hand away. He said speechlessly, okay, okay, I'm afraid of you. Minato's face was happy, and he knew that Mirai loved me. Mirai said, and jumped towards the stone statue of Senju Hashirama. He used the treading water method halfway, borrowed the force on the water surface, and finally landed on the head of Senju Hashirama. Rope Tree asked curiously, what did you say just now? It was too dark at night here, and the sound of the waterfall was too loud. He heard the voices, but couldn't hear what was said. Mito and the others also looked over curiously. Mirai stood still, with his back to them. Although he didn't open his eyes, he could see the situation on the opposite side with the moonlight and the refraction of the water. Minato had already raised his sword finger, made the seal of opposition on his chest, and was waiting for him. Seeing this, he explained while making the seal of opposition. Maybe he wants to play role-playing, let me stand on the head of the first generation of Mu and fight him. After saying that, the two of them moved as if they had telepathy. They suddenly pushed hard, jumped high from the top of the stone sculpture, and rushed towards each other quickly. Everyone! Hey, you guys are really good at playing. But Mito's face was extremely strange. Minato, who was going to be Hokage, stood on the head of the rebellious ninja Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Mirai, the descendant of Madara, stood on the head of the Hokage Senju Hashirama. Did you two stand the wrong way? Hong Hong hurriedly shouted, Mirai, Minato, take it easy, Mirai, you are still sick, don't get really angry. Above the waterfall, Mirai and Minato's arms finally collided. The two had similar strengths, and they collided directly and stalemate in mid-air. Looking from the direction of Linghua and the others, they could see by coincidence that they were in the middle of the moon. Listening to Sister Hong's words, Minato hurriedly replied, Okay, we will only fight one round. If this is a martial arts novel, using Mr. Jin Yang's analogy, one round is about 10 moves. In ancient wars, one round is a round trip of a chariot, which is about an hour. But in the ninja world, one round is only 2 moves. As soon as the future started, he realized something was wrong. He didn't feel dizzy or weak anymore. It seems that his body has returned to normal. Is the disease cured? But he quickly rejected this idea. And figured out where the problem was. The so-called dizziness and weakness are not bloodstains, it was caused by the disease. It was caused by overdrawing his body in the battle with Yahweh Zirgui. If the blood disease can be felt in the early stage, it will not be a terminal illness. When the blood disease needs to penetrate into the bone marrow, people will slowly discover this, but by then it is too late to save the situation. The incubation period is long and it is not easy to detect. The root of the disease penetrates into the bone marrow and is difficult to treat. This is why it is called a terminal illness. The impact force carried by the two people has disappeared, causing them to fall down involuntarily. Mirai immediately raised his leg and was about to kick Minato in the stomach. But the latter immediately used his hand to push his leg away. Although Minato didn't have the Sharingan, his reaction ability was unmatched. Seeing that he had resolved his move, Mirai didn't make any more moves. It was agreed to be one round, so it was just one round. Otherwise, he was very sure that his father, mother, sister, and master would definitely jump out to stop them. Minato didn't make any more moves, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. He hadn't had enough fun yet, and he hadn't even reached his climax, but it was over. Alas! After landing on the waterfall, Minato looked at Mirai and suggested, when you're better, let's come here and have a fight. Okay. Mirai responded. He fought again and again, and he never backed down from Minato's challenge. But he looked at the progress in his mind, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Minato, don't be scared by my strength when the time comes. Minato raised his lips, Future, I am the strongest, you can't possibly beat me. That's not necessarily true. As they said that, the two of them walked towards Mito and the others with their arms around each other's shoulders, laughing as they walked. Mieko smiled bitterly, alas, if this kid in the future is always so obedient, it would be great if he doesn't get carried away. Tsunade on the side crossed her arms and comforted him, don't worry, it's just the early stage of the blood disease, I am very confident that I can cure him. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. If there is anything we need to do in the future, please tell us. Tsunade did not refuse. Yes. Soon, everyone lit a bonfire by the lake and listened to Uzumaki Mito telling the interesting stories of the past. Among them, the Big Pillar and Uchiha Madara were the most. Mirai and Nawake felt a little hungry while listening. They didn't eat much before, and then Tsunade and the others came back. So everyone wanted to have a midnight snack. So the two of them took out the food wrapped in plastic wrap from their mouths. They built a barbecue on the spot, and the group listened, ate and grilled around the fire. How comfortable and comfortable. 100 meters underground. Uchiha Madara was chewing on the steamed bun in his hand. He was numb when he saw the picture forwarded by White Zetsu. Here we go again. Last time he was underground with Nagato and the others in the Land of Rain, he also saw them eating delicious food, but he could only chew on the steamed bun in the dark underground. Uzumaki Shiraki asked curiously, Mata, you know that Uzumaki Mito is about to die, so you come here to watch her die. Uchiha Madara. How could he be in such a good mood? He simply wanted to come here to take a look. Maybe he was old, he couldn't help but miss the past. This is where he and Hashirama parted ways. It carries too many memories for him. And the downstream of the waterfall is the Nanhi River, the one in the Uchiha clan's territory. Originally, he wanted to follow the river from the Valley of the End to the Hokage Yanyan, and then the Nanhi River. Finally, he went to the clan to see the little guy who looked like him. As a result, he met this group of people. It was speechless. Family members, who understands? Seeing that Madara didn't answer, the two white Zetsu looked at each other, thinking that Madara had agreed. Then he didn't say anything. Uchiha Madara ignored them, but looked at the sizzling barbecue in the picture. It should be said that as long as White Zetsu didn't reveal his thoughts and didn't take the initiative to think of some malice towards Uzumaki Mito and others, the Nine Tails ability would not be able to detect them. Who asked the Nine Tails to be sealed now, and the ability to perceive malice was greatly suppressed. But Baizetsu ran to the other side of the lake to monitor just in case, and his eyes never wandered around the few people, but always on the barbecue and their lower bodies. Moreover, Baizetsu had excellent eyesight, and could see the barbecue under the moonlight clearly, and the delivery was also clear. He retracted his gaze, looked at the steamed bread in his hand, and fell into silence. His throat rolled, I couldn't swallow it. Chapter 395. For an old man eating steamed bread underground, the future and the others did not notice it at all. Even Kushina, Kyuubi, and Mito were the same. The former was too small, one was sealed, and the last one had little power. Early morning. On the top of the mountain in the east, there was a touch of orange. It dyed the white clouds in the sky red. In the west, there was the bright moon, which had not set yet. Beside the Valley of the End, Mito pulled the rope tree. Hong Hong, Kushina, Minato, and Linghua were talking in the grove. And the future did not follow, he stayed with Orochimaru. At this time, the master and apprentice were sitting by the lake, looking at the lake together. When I first saw the Valley of the End, I thought I met a god. Orochimaru suddenly said in a leisurely tone. Attracted the future's mind. He found that the expression of teacher Orochimaru was indescribably complicated. With 3 parts of regret, 3 parts of confusion and 4 parts of bitterness. Because only God has the ability to change the world, and later I learned that God can die. Teacher. Orochimaru did not look at the future, he continued, since then, I have been afraid of death, thinking that when people die, there is nothing left, and all the efforts in life will eventually turn into a pile of earth and ashes. Then what is the meaning of life? In order not to make my life so meaningless, I began to desire immortality, just like the tailed beasts, who will not die and can be resurrected after death. He saw this in the notebook when he followed the 3rd generation to build a perfect library. So I began to pursue immortality and wanted to make myself perfect. If you feel that you are not perfect, then use scientific research to cut off your imperfections and replace other perfect things with yourself. But I just found out now that I was wrong. From the beginning, this idea was wrong. As he said, he looked at the future, and there was still an emotion in his eyes that the future could not understand. The latter opened his mouth and was stunned and couldn't say a word. Since I wanted to make myself perfect, I have already taken the wrong path. Teacher, I don't think this idea is necessarily wrong. After we find that we are imperfect and have shortcomings, we try to strengthen it, improve it, and make ourselves have no weaknesses. Otherwise, why do these ninjas work so hard to practice? When they reach the bottleneck, when they become senior ninjas, they will practice chakras of other attributes to make themselves have no shortcomings. For the future, Orochimaru smiled without comment, and he turned his head to look in the direction of Tsunade. Tsunade was very disappointed at this time. She held her hands on her knees and stared at the lake in a daze. Jiraiya leaned against a big tree behind her and accompanied her quietly. I remember that not long ago, I told Tsunade one thing, that is, I am not a human being. Hearing this, the future was stunned. Not a human being. Is it the one that he understands as not a human being? At that time, I was thinking of using a technique to let my soul leave my body, and then seize the body of a gifted person, so that I could become perfect and rely on this technique to survive forever. This was the first time he told an outsider about his thoughts. It also made Mirai's eyes widen slightly. He didn't expect that Orochimaru would tell him in detail about the technique of reincarnation. Because I realized that the human Suli's immortal. The 1st generation of Mu is the best example. Even if he died, he still had his own will and helped Rope Tree to eliminate the god of death. Mirai, you are very smart. I want to know what you think of this technique. Hearing this, Mirai's heart moved. He had wanted to join the laboratory before, and through some data, let Orochimaru understand the weaknesses of this technique in advance. But this time is obviously a good opportunity. So he turned around and faced Orochimaru, saying seriously, "Teacher, there is no perfect technique in this world, nor is there a perfect person, because this world is not perfect. Teacher, the concept of your technique is very beautiful, taking over the body of another person to keep yourself alive. If the body is not good, or you don't like it, then change it. But have you ever thought about a few questions?" Hearing the future's words, Orochimaru motioned him to speak. "You say. We humans have souls since we were born. I don't know if there is reincarnation in the Pure Land, so just assume it does. Since we were born, the soul has been inseparable from the body. The more mature our body is, the more it is connected to the soul. Close, and then as we grow old step by step, the connection between the two will gradually loosen. Eventually the body decays, and the soul is taken away by the Pure Land messenger. That is to say, even if you want to take over someone else's body for your own use, you must think about how to strip the other person's soul, and at the same time find a way to maintain the other person's body. In other people's bodies, robbing someone else's soul, this kind of difficulty, I believe you have also thought about how difficult it is. I won't say this. Another point, teacher, you will definitely be rejected if you rob someone else's body, this is beyond doubt. How do you solve this problem? The last point, and the most important point, is how do you ensure that you will not be infected by the other person after robbing and entering the other person's body, and ensure that you are still yourself? That's all Future said for now. Actually, there are many things he didn't say. But some things can't be done overnight. You can't get what you want if you're impatient. You have to take it slow. Hearing this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly and fell into deep thought. He had thought about these difficulties a long time ago and thought they were perfect before, but this time, Future brought them up again. He suddenly realized that the solutions he had thought of before were somewhat unreliable. For example, when he took over the other person's body, he planned to use drugs to paralyze the other person's body and soul. The former is easy to do, but the latter is difficult. The soul is something that can't be seen or touched. He had never thought about how to paralyze it before. Thinking it was just a small matter, there will be a way to solve the problem in the future. Also, what is the fighting method of souls? Is it a competition to see who has more soul power? If the opponent fights back desperately, will he also consume too much? His idea of immortality is based on the soul. Once the soul is damaged, will he also die? The original idea was to directly devour the opponent's soul power to make up for his own. Then this creates a new problem. After devouring the opponent's soul, there is no guarantee that he is still Orochimaru. Will he be disturbed, infected, or even split by the will in the opponent's soul power? Thinking about it, Orochimaru exhaled heavily. You are right, these are all things I haven't thought about. At this time, he noticed that the Future was hesitant to speak, and he was a little confused. What do you want to say? Just say it. When he mentioned reincarnation without corpse, he already knew that Mirai would not dislike this technique. He would naturally listen to his opinion. Since the teacher had spoken, Mirai would not hide it. He suggested, Teacher, have you ever thought about why you must take over someone else's body? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, Tell me in detail. Teacher, the reason why you want to take over the body is that you think that the human body cannot live long and has limitations, but the soul does not. Second, you have shortcomings and need the body of others to make up for it. In this case, why don't you use genetic technology to clone and transform a body that you are satisfied with, and then use the method of soul transfer, which is the technique you mentioned, to transfer it to the new body? Wouldn't it also meet these two requirements? Genetics, cloning and other biological knowledge have already had preliminary theories in the current ninja world. And this was proposed by the second-generation Hokage, Tobirama Senju. At that time, there was a lot of this kind of knowledge in the books that Orochimaru gave to the Future. So the Future took the opportunity to put forward his own ideas. Hearing this, Orochimaru was stunned. Clone and transform a body you want. The idea is a good idea, but the current cloning technology is very imperfect. Although he will use this technology in the experiment, he can only clone a few pieces of meat and cells for experiments. Can it clone the body you want? Do you think this method is feasible? He hesitated and asked. The Future nodded, At least in my opinion, there is a high probability, and it is cloned with your own body, so even if it is an alternative self, I think it will be easy to transfer the soul at that time. Orochimaru retracted his gaze, he looked at the slightly rising sun, with a tangled look on his face. The future was a bit unrealistic, he had never heard of cloning a body. No. Wait. He suddenly widened his eyes, because he thought of a word. Split? The second generation Tsuchikage Muse split. He can use the technique to split an identical person with flesh and blood, and the same thoughts. Although it is not quite the same as cloning, they also have similarities, that is, the plan mentioned by the future is very feasible. If this can be done, then the difficulties mentioned before will be greatly reduced, or even eliminated. Future, you are a genius. Orochimaru's face was delighted and he couldn't help but praise. Genetics and cloning, these two subjects are very backward, so he can improve them himself. He didn't think that these two subjects were difficult at all. Chapter 396. 10 hours ago. The Kingdom of Wind. This is an endless expanse of yellow sand. A large army of people temporarily camped here to rest. No one spoke. In the air, there was only the sound of howling wind and the rustling sound of flowing sand. In the desert, both day and night are very terrifying. The temperature during the day is unbearable, just like being in a furnace, even the wind is scorching. The temperature at night is extremely low. If someone dares to pee, he will receive a pile of ice chips tomorrow. However, it is likely that it will be absorbed by the dry desert and will not freeze. Cho followed Feng Ying for a day, and her eyes never shifted, just staring at Feng Ying. Seeing that Feng Ying had finished his work, she finally couldn't help but asked, "Where are the bodies of my sons?" After most of the day, Feng Ying was no longer panicked. He looked at Cho, and Chiyo's clothes had been tidied at this time. She has returned to her old elder appearance, but her spirit is not good. Her face is pale and her steps are weak. If it weren't for the support of willpower, Feng Ying has no doubt that the other party would die. He looked around and said, "Come with me, this is not the place to talk." As he said that, Feng Ying turned and came to a tent, which they had robbed when they passed by the town of Rain Country. It's a pity that there are not many, so they can only give priority to those in the leadership. In the tent. As soon as Feng Ying sat down, Cho asked directly, "You can tell me now." In fact, after such a long time, she already had a bad feeling in her heart. If the bodies of Songming and others were really in Feng Ying's hands, he would have handed them over to her long ago. Even if he didn't hand them over to her at the first time and wanted to use these bodies to do something, she didn't care. As long as he can give them back to her, he can take whatever he wants. Now she just wants to see her son and daughter-in-law. Feng Ying took out a scroll from his arms and put it on the table. Seeing this scroll, Chiyo's face suddenly became happy. This is the scroll she saw in the memory of the Anbu, which is the scroll that the Konoha Anbu ninja used to seal her son and daughter-in-law. Son. Her tears burst out. Mom will take you home now. Her hand trembled as she tried to reach out and pick up the scroll. But she was stopped by the third Kazekage. Instantly, Chiyo's face darkened and her voice became sharp. Feng Ying, what do you want to do? You hid the scroll from me, and I'm not going to pursue this matter anymore. Why, do you want to threaten me with their bodies? Tell me, what do you want? Looking at Chiyo's cold and evil appearance, Feng Ying couldn't help but shudder. He unconsciously remembered a saying, "It's better to provoke villains than women, especially old women." Cho at this moment was completely different from what he had ever seen before. He quickly let go of his hand and explained, "That's not what I meant. I mean... Forget it, open it first and I'll tell you later." Chiyo's expression did not improve, but became even uglier. If there was no problem, how could the Kazekage say such a thing? She picked up the scroll and opened it impatiently. This was a sealing scroll. She also had some knowledge of sealing techniques, and she could tell at a glance that this sealing scroll was a product of Konoha. Empty. She widened her eyes and looked at the blank space in the scroll with disbelief. Generally, if an object is sealed in a sealed scroll, a word will appear in the array pattern. For example, if it is a corpse, there will be a word corpse. If it is sealed water, it is the word water. This is to make it easier for the ninja to know what is sealed inside, and it is also a proof that there is something inside. Even if it is not, a word seal will automatically evolve. But there has never been a seal scroll with a blank array pattern core. Unless it is a new seal scroll, or there is no sealed object. The wind shadow said at the right time, Yes, when the shadow clone of the Konoha Anbu ninja was crushed by me, only this thing fell from him. At that time, I was still surprised, why the Konoha Anbu ninja would use the shadow clone to send this blank scroll to me. Yesterday morning, after I heard Tsunade of Konoha say that, I realized that I was being plotted against by them. Not only me, but also you, and our sand ninja, all of Konoha was being plotted against. He said quickly and clearly. These few words ensured that Cho could hear them clearly even in a daze. Cho seemed not to hear what Feng Ying said. She stared blankly at the scroll in her hand, as if she couldn't believe it. The next moment, she immediately gathered a few chakras and injected them into it. Seal, release. The seal scroll did not move at all, and even returned the chakra she injected intact. Cho was still unwilling to give up, and condensed chakra again. Then she slapped the scroll with a slap, and the sound was a little louder. Release. No movement. Release. Release for me. Feng Ying just looked at Cho, crying, and kept pressing his hands to inject chakra. But it was useless. This scroll was originally empty, so what could it release? Unlock it, please. Cho looked at the motionless sealed scroll, and her whole body seemed to be pulled out of her bones, and she knelt limply on the ground. Her face was full of snot and tears. Her eye bags were swollen, and her hair, which had just been combed, was already messy. Elder Cho, please cheer up. Feng Ying hurriedly helped her to a chair beside her so that she would not be so embarrassed. But the other party only had the scroll in his eyes. No matter how he helped her sit down, she would slide limply in front of the sealed scroll. As if it could open what she wanted. After several rounds of this, Cho finally stopped sliding, and she let the tears slide down her face. She suddenly looked straight at Feng Ying, and shouted in a very strange tone, Feng Ying, I want you to swear that this scroll is really sent by the Anbu of Konoha. Although the best way is to let her see Feng Ying's memory. But the other party is the Kazekage, the face and the first person of the Sand Village. Although she was heartbroken, she still had some intelligence. But as she said this, she looked at the Kazekage with a hint of pleading. I hope the bodies of my son and daughter-in-law are with him, and I hope he can return them to me. Hearing this, the Kazekage was stunned. He looked at Cho, who was now paler, with redder eyes, and a very distorted and scary expression. When his eyes met hers, he subconsciously wanted to hide, but was stopped by reason. He bit the bullet and looked at Cho. Raised his left hand and raised 4 fingers. I swear, the scroll I got is an empty scroll. If I lie, then let me suffer 3 swords and 6 holes, my body will be torn into pieces, and I will die young and not die well. After saying that, he retracted his fingers. Now you believe me, right? Cho didn't answer, there was only dead despair in her eyes. The Kazekage swore so, what else can she do? On one side is the hostile Konoha, and on the other side is her family. Although they have some conflicts in politics, they are all for the Sand Village. Who to believe, there is no need to think about it. The Kazekage looked at the despair in Chiyo's eyes, and he felt a little reluctant. If he hadn't destroyed the scroll, Cho wouldn't be so desperate. Elder Cho, you have to believe me. The scroll I got is really empty. I don't know what kind of memory Konoha showed you, whether it is real or fake. But if memory is not extracted from the dead, it is not credible at all. They can completely conceal some important information. Perhaps the Anbu really saw the bodies of Songming and others, which were sealed in the scroll, but the Anbu had enough time and opportunity to swap the scroll while on the road. Feng Ying felt that he still had to explain. It's good that Cho could think of this. If she didn't think of it, she couldn't blame herself if she said it. Cho hung her head and said nothing. The Kazekage continued, I have lived for so many years, and you are older than me. Neither you nor I have ever seen anyone who would return the body on their own initiative. Konoha just said that the body was returned, and then gave us a trumped-up scroll, which can easily split us Sand Ninja. You are the representative of the elders, and I am the leader of the Kazekage. If we become enemies, it will only make the people of Konoha happy. They wish we would do this. To be honest, this plan is too insidious. It is definitely something that only the Dark Ninja world, Shimura Denzo, could think of. Cho waved her hand, she stood up tremblingly, and walked out of the Kazekage tent with 3 steps. It doesn't matter what she says now, and she doesn't want to listen. Her son is dead, her daughter-in-law is gone, and now there are no bodies of them. Nothing is left. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Nothing is left, For a moment, her grey hair was flying, like a madman. When she finished shouting the last sentence, she fainted completely and lost consciousness. The people around her were so scared that they hurriedly carried her back to the Kazekage tent and quickly asked the medical ninja to treat her. Elder Lord Cho, please cheer up. Go and call the medical ninja over. Elder Cho couldn't stand the blow and fainted. Elder Cho, wake up. I lost my parents when I was a child. If you don't mind, I can take care of you in your old age. Get out, it's time, and you're still thinking about yourself. After cursing, the man turned to look at Cho, who was carried in, and immediately screamed heartbreakingly. Mom, wake up! Chapter 397. In the Grove. After Uzumaki Mito finished explaining, he finally held Noe's hand and said with a somewhat lost tone, Grandson, Grandma has nothing to worry about now, but the last thing I can't let go of is you. Hearing this, Noe's face suddenly became even uglier. He hated himself a little, because he made Grandma die uneasy. She still missed him before she died. Grandma. Oh. Uzumaki Mito sat on the recliner. Before they left, Noe's had an idea and swallowed the recliner that Grandma often sat on. Released it here. She reached out and touched Noe's head. You are good, kind to others, pure and straightforward. It's nothing, but we live in the ninja world, so we are destined to live in a life of intrigue and deception. People in the village will not plot against you, but it does not mean that outsiders will not plot against you. And you want to restore the glory of the Senju clan, so you will definitely be targeted by those people. They don't want the Senju clan to have another person like the first and second generations. Noe's held the old man's hand, and he cried so hard. While crying, he sobbed and replied, We of you. Grandma, don't worry, I, Senju Noe's, am the young master of the Senju clan, and I am also a genius. I can break any conspiracy by myself. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito knew that he didn't hear what he meant at all. What she wanted to say was that it was difficult for him to restore the glory of the Senju clan, but it would be even more difficult to become a Hokage. Konoha is different from other countries. It is a village formed by Senju Hashirama, who gathered everyone together in a peaceful way. And he himself attaches great importance to democracy. So other large and small clans in the village have a high voice. The Hidden Cloud village in the Land of Thunder was conquered by the Night Moon clan by force. So they can pass it down from father to son. Konoha can't do that. Those old guys don't want to see the Senju clan produce a third Hokage. Because they also want their own clansmen to become Hokage. Although this hope is slim, it is not equal to zero, that is, there is a chance to achieve it. And she has an idea that she has never told others. During the First World War, a large number of Senju clans died in battle. No one can be sure that there will be no secret manipulation by them. They just need to work without exerting effort. As the founding clan of Konoha, the Senju must not want Konoha to be conquered, so they will naturally grit their teeth and go on their own. After all, the clans at the beginning were not so united and guarded against each other. As long as this reason is used, the second generation has no better way to persuade them to send troops. Because at worst, they can break up and join other ninja villages. If the Senju want to have a third Hokage, unless the elders of the clans die one after another, their will inheritors cannot object. So this is also Tsunade's idea of the position of Hokage without any nostalgia. Only Rope Tree is stubborn and can't see through this point. He dreams of becoming a Hokage all day long. It's not that she didn't remind him implicitly before, but Rope Tree, this stinky boy, doesn't know whether he really doesn't understand or pretends not to understand. Anyway, he has never given up the dream of becoming a Hokage. Alas! It's a headache. She thought about it, and then slowly made seals with both hands. Forget it, no matter how much I say, you won't understand. Instead of wasting time, let him experience it himself. But this child's strength is already the last one, how can she, as a grandmother, be happy to see this scene? I remember that you have always wanted to be as strong as your grandfather, right? Then my old bones will help you. Future demon, Minato is more demonic, Kushina has a fox, and Linghua has mysterious power. Only this kid is a genuine little genius. He is not as good as them at all. Grandma. Noeki was stunned for a moment, and he looked at Mito blankly. What are you going to do? At this time, Uzumaki Mito had finished the seal. She stretched out her hand and pressed it against Noeki's forehead. condensed the chakras she had transformed into a seed. You envy your grandfather's wood release, so I'll help you. Whether you can activate wood release and to what extent you can develop it depends on you. Sealing Technique, Yang Release Stimulation Technique. This is a move that uses one's own Yang release chakra to inject it into another person's body, thereby stimulating the Yang release chakra in the other person's body and reviving it. She didn't know this move before, and these was a ninjutsu she learned on the spot. Nawaka's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly held the hand, dissuading, "Grandma, no, this is your original power, if you give it to me, you will die now." But although Uzumaki Mito is old, her hand is as steady as a rock, no matter how hard Rope Tree tries, he can't break free. The other friends all wanted to come over to dissuade them. But they were all stopped by Uzumaki Mito with her eyes. She looked at them and shook her head, "I'm almost dying, let me do the last thing I want to do." All of a sudden, several people froze in place, standing there at a loss. This is the old man's last wish, they. She smiled, nodded at them, then turned to look at Rope Tree, and finally looked at the orange-red semicircular sun in the sky, with a slight smile on her lips. "Rope Tree, do you know why you can't fuse the blood limit of wood release?" Rope Tree subconsciously asked, "Why?" He was too envious of his grandfather's wood release. But no matter what, he just couldn't fuse it. He thought it was because he was young, maybe he could do it in the future. But he is now 12 years old, and still can't fuse wood release. So he didn't say anything, but he was very anxious in his heart. "That's because your grandfather has something that you don't have." "What is it?" "His powerful vitality that is so powerful that it can irrigate the entire earth." Rope Tree has it, but only a fraction of Hashirama Senju's. When Tobirama studied your grandfather's body cells, he discovered a secret. The reason why your grandfather has such a strong fighting power is ultimately due to his magnificent vitality. Legend has it that your Senju clan is the descendant of the Six-Path Sage and inherited his sage body. As she said this, she glanced at Uchiha Hong, and you Uchiha inherited the eyes of the sage. I don't know why Dazuzi, anyway, his vitality far exceeds the sum of your Senju clan, plus he has the water and earth attribute chakras. So he can easily merge these two types of chakra evolved into a new blood limit. I remember that Tobirama told me that if your grandfather's chakra was of other types, he would definitely fuse another blood limit, and its power would be no weaker than wood release. In your eyes, the reason why wood release is so strong is because your grandfather is so strong. So Rope Tree, I can help you activate Yang release chakra, but to what extent you can develop it depends on yourself. Hearing this, Rope Tree and his friends were all stunned. They didn't expect that wood release was actually created in this way. Even the senile spots hiding underground were stunned. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at the wooden block behind him. Finally, he looked at the two white Zetsu. "Do you think what that old woman said makes sense?" The two white Zetsu were stunned for a moment, and after they looked at each other, they shook their heads in confusion. "I don't know. We know wood release. It's an innate ability. We don't know how it works. Even if we knew, we couldn't tell him." After hearing this, Madara withdrew his gaze without comment. To be honest, if these two whites didn't know wood release, he might have tried them after hearing what Mito said. To see if what Tobirama said was true. But he agreed with the other party's words in his heart. He looked down on Tobirama, but he had to admit that Tobirama's scientific research ability was indeed ahead of the ninja world by an era. If he hadn't died, maybe everyone in Konoha would have driven a Gundam. Based on his understanding of Uchiha. "Go find some people for me. These people must have Yang release chakra," he ordered. "Konoha is going to start the wood release plan next, so let them help me try and see if what Mito said is correct or not." "Oh." Uzumaki White Zetsu responded and was about to go out, but was stopped by White Zetsu's body. "Madara-sama, do you hope that Konoha will have one or more wood release ninjas?" he asked curiously. "They have different emotions about wood release." Hearing this, Madara was stunned for a moment. Let Konoha have more wood release? Forget it, wood release is his technique, I can master it by myself, those trash are not worthy of being stained by his technique. As he said, he touched his chest, and he was very familiar with the touch. It was the face he had touched when that person was alive. "Hashi Lama, your power can only be used by me alone. As for Rope Tree, forget it, this baby is his last bloodline, keep it." And he doesn't believe that Rope Tree can develop to the level of his grandfather. The most important thing is that there is one more person like Hashirama. Namikaze Minato, Senju Rope Tree. Uchiha, what are you going to do? I'm really looking forward to it. Go, prepare barbecue and sake for me, the old woman is going to die, I have to celebrate. Oh. White Zetsu responded and turned around and disappeared into the cave. Chapter 398. Uzumaki Mito deposited the Yang escape seed in Rope Tree's body, allowing it to slowly stimulate his body, so that his body would actively produce Yang attribute chakra. Although wood escape is formed by the fusion of water and earth, in Mito's case, it becomes a fusion of three abilities, water and earth and Yang. In her words, Yin and Yang escape is another power independent of the 5 major escape techniques. So even if wood escape is a fusion of 3 chakras, it is still in the category of blood limit without counting Yang escape. Minato and the others were still young and only understood a little. She taught the knowledge of sealing techniques to Kushina, Rika, and Hong, and Minato. Her personal property was divided between Rika and Hong. The Uzumaki inheritance was given to Kushina alone. Then, with the support of Minato and Kushina, she slowly came to the top of the stone statue of Senju Hashirama and sat down. She touched the wet stone statue, but her body could no longer feel the temperature. Her vision began to blur, as if something was blocking her vision. Big pillar, I'm here to find you. As she said that, she looked to the east. At this time, the rising sun had completely climbed to the top of the mountain. The originally orange-red sun now had a golden halo. She finally looked at Kushina and the others, with a slight smile on her lips. You are all the rising sun, Konoha will be in your hands from now on. Grandma. Woo-woo. Don't worry, Mito-sama, I promise not to treat anyone in Konoha unfairly. Mito-sama, have a good journey. Have a good journey. Listening to the wailing of Denzo, Hiruzen, Dezhuang, and Noeki, Uzumaki Mito smiled and retracted her sight, and she looked at the stone statue opposite. Muttering to herself, Uchiha Madara, you must hate me for taking away your most important person. As she spoke, her voice became lower and lower. But I hate it too, because in his heart, there will always be, you. Her head felt heavy and she couldn't help but lower it slightly, and saw the stone statue of Hashirama. The corners of her mouth became slightly bitter. Even now, he has been watching you. She was a woman, but she couldn't compare to a man. It was too embarrassing to say this. Her vision became more and more blurred, and she felt that her body was getting weaker and weaker. In a trance, she glanced at the rising sun, and her eyes couldn't help but widen slightly. She saw a person in the light. A masculine man with waist-length hair fluttering in the wind. The hair seemed to be made of rejoice, and it was quite silky. Big pillar, are you here to pick me up? At the end of her words, her eyes slowly closed. At that moment, her life breath completely disappeared. Let Rope Tree and the others burst into tears. The waterfall in the valley of the end is very high, and the water flow is very strong. The sound of the water cannot cover their wailing. Underground. Uchiha Madara ate the barbecue in front of him bite by bite, but his eyes remained on the picture. It was an old man, kneeling on the top of the stone statue, closing his eyes peacefully. After eating a few bites, he stopped eating. It was strange that he was not as happy as he imagined at this moment, but very lost and complicated. Very melancholy. Even he couldn't tell why. Maybe it's because there is one less person in this world who cares about Hashirama. He thought so, looked at the picture, and started to be dazed. This made the 2 white Zetsu a little confused. What happened to Madara-sama? I don't know. Do you think he is preparing to defecate? Should I take the opportunity to attach myself to him? If I attach myself to him, I might be able to feel what defecation is. The white Zetsu's original body glanced at him speechlessly. He whispered unhappily, if you don't want to become the food of the golem, go ahead, I won't stop you. Uzumaki White Zetsu shuddered when he thought of the horror of the golem. Hiss. Forget it, forget it. I want to experience the feeling of defecation, but I don't want to experience the feeling of being discharged as defecation. Noon. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the Dezhuang couple each carried a corner of the stretcher and carried Mito back to the whirlpool tower with a sad look on their faces. Start to set up the morning hall. At this time, Tsunade, Noeki, Kushina, and Hong had already put on black clothes. Mirai, Minato, Rika, and others helped with other things. The elders of the Senju clan have already arrived here, and other Senju clan members are coming one after another. Although the Senju clan has declined at this time, there are still some old guys. After several people comforted Tsunade and the others, they asked, "What are you going to do about Lord Mito's funeral?" This question was obviously directed to Tsunade. She is the eldest granddaughter of Uzumaki Mito, and she should make a decision. Everyone looked at Tsunade after hearing the words of the elders. Tsunade looked lonely, with red and swollen eyes. She looked at the sign placed in front of the mourning hall. Grandma smiled so kindly and kindly. But she left forever. Grandma said that she didn't want the whole village to be in mourning because of her death. She wanted to leave quietly. Hearing this, several people were obviously stunned for a moment. Then nodded. "Is that so? Then I will arrange to notify the clan leaders of each clan. They all know about Mito-sama, so they should come to see him off. Notify those who know, and forget about those who don't know." Hearing this, Tsunade nodded, but did not refuse. It is not difficult to imagine that once they all know, they will definitely bring their confidants, elders, and people of the older generation of the clan to pay their respects. At that time, the people in the village who don't know will probably be a minority. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the village with a sad expression. "Let's put the coffin in place for 7 days before burying it. It just so happens that the 8th day is the burial day for Konoha's dead ninjas. The Second World War belonging to Konoha is basically over, unless the Raikage and Mizukage want to attack Konoha. But the Raikage and Tsuchikage have shown signs of taking action again, while the Mizukage is hiding in the land of water, and no one knows what he is going to do. So Konoha is very likely to not be able to fight. And the fighting power shown by Konoha alone has made those people feel apprehensive. He and the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen are at the top. The middle level includes the 3 ninjas of Orochimaru, Kato Dan, Maraboshi Kasuke, etc. The youth level includes Mirai, Fugaku, etc. Faced with this configuration, people from other major countries have to weigh their own strength if they want to attack Konoha. And in World War I and World War II, Konoha never deployed the tailed beasts. This made them feel more apprehensive. So Sarutobi planned to arrange a unified funeral for the dead of Konoha 8 days later. Those family members also agreed with his idea. Those who disagreed have been buried, and he has no control over this. Tsunade nodded and said nothing. She knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to cover up the news of Mito's grandmother's death through the memorial service for the dead of others. Although she thought it was useless. As long as there is someone, this kind of news will always be found out and passed back to the village. Maybe the teacher wants the fallen ninja to protect Mito grandma after arriving in the Pure Land. This is her idea, but she didn't ask. Konoha Camp. In the tent. Ever since Danzo received the news of the shadow clone, he has been sitting in the tent in a bad mood. There are only 3 people here, Abarame Ryoma, Kato Dan and others. Maraboshi Kasuke returned to his kitchen and started to make delicious food for everyone. Kato Dan looked at Danzo, then at Ryoma, and he winked at Ryoma, trying to make him speak. After all, he is an outsider here. But Abarame Ryoma ignored his eyes as if he didn't see it. Like a sculpture, he stayed there quietly. Alas! It's not a solution to keep silent like this, there are still many things waiting for us to deal with. Thinking like this, he summoned up his courage and shouted. Elder Danzo! Danzo, who was reminiscing, could not help but come back to his senses when he was called like this. He suppressed the melancholy on his face and asked, "What's the matter?" Just now he remembered that when he was a child, he and Sarutobi had reached an age where people hated them and played crazy in the village every day. Either they went to this house to peek at a widow bathing, or they went to that house to peek at a young woman bathing. After being discovered, they were often scolded. At that time, the first generation of Mu was still there, and every time they were beaten, they would cry and run to Uzumaki Mito for comfort. The time at that time seemed to be just yesterday, but in the blink of an eye, they have grown up so much. Alas! Time, please go slower. Kato Dan. The corners of his mouth twitched. Didn't you call me here? As a result, I came here, but you are just standing here in a daze. Let me tell you, honest people also have tempers. Of course, he only thought about these words in his heart, and he dared not say them out loud. Elder Danzo, I heard that you are looking for me. After being reminded by him, Danzo reacted immediately. He sat up straight and said seriously, yes. I am looking for you this time. Come here, mainly because I want to arrange something for you, so I called you here to ask for your opinion. He is the leader of the root organization and an elder of Konoha. He can stay here, but not for a long time. Even if he is willing, Sarutobi, that bastard, will not agree. Chapter 399. You say. Kato Dan looked at Danzo and asked politely. He did not agree immediately. The Senju clan strongman who was stationed at this border has died in battle. The border here can be said to be leaderless. You are strong and steady. I want you to take over the position of captain of the guard here, so I called you here to ask your opinion. In this battle, the most outstanding people are the three ninjas, followed by Kato Dan. Uchiha and the others do not count, their situation is just an accident. Besides, the number of jonins killed by Kato Dan is no less than 30. Among them are elite jonins. There are only 3 or 4 of them in the future, and in terms of number, they are not even a fraction of them. What makes people pay attention to them is that they used some kind of secret method to summon huge summoned beasts and change the situation of the battle. And they are young enough. This is what makes people shine, but geniuses are never lacking in the ninja world. There are more geniuses who died young. Unlike now, Kato Dan already has the strength to threaten other countries. It is a threat now, not a threat that may be in the future. So Danzo also has a heart of love for talent, he wants to pull this man into the root and become his right hand. Kato Dan was stunned for a moment, he said in astonishment, let me guard here. I should not be qualified. Danzo smiled lightly and said, you underestimate yourself too much. Now you are already close to me in strength. You are steady and not easily tricked by the enemy. You are the best choice to guard here. Hearing this, Kato Dan was still a little dizzy. He was just an ordinary jonin. Thanks to the 3rd generation of Hokage, he revealed another secret technique to himself. Let his strength advance by leaps and bounds. But it took him 3 years to practice this trick. In these 3 years, he did not do any tasks, and his contribution to the village was very poor. Being like this, he was suddenly arranged to be the leader of the border defense. This was simply a step up and it was easy to get into trouble. So he hesitated and wanted to refuse. I think Maraboshi Kasuke, who has much more experience and strength than me, should be the most suitable person for this position. Hearing Kato Dan mention Maraboshi Kasuke, Danzo couldn't help curling his lips. That guy is more like a stinky stone in the toilet than him. Stinky and hard. It was just a command error that ruined the lives of 2 companions. As for making such a fuss and swearing to be a genin for the rest of his life. At the beginning, not only Sarutobi hadlok'd for Maraboshi Kasuke, he also tried to win him over, but he was rejected by him, saying that he was a sinner and was not worthy of being a leader. If there is anything, just tell him what to do, he will risk his life and complete the task. He is not interested in this, and because of some things that happened in his early years, he does not want to be a leader. He wants to be a genin for life and burn himself for Konoha. Seeing that Kato Dan was about to say something, Danzo leaned back and said lightly, okay, I know what you think. You are afraid that your qualifications are not enough and you can't convince the people here, right? Yes, Master Danzo. Kato Dan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Okay, I am not good at talking. You can go around the camp now and you will know if you are qualified. Kato Dan. Go around the camp. If Danzo hadn't said it, he really wouldn't have realized that he rarely wandered around the camp since he came here. Every time he was either fighting or studying the spiritualization technique in his tent, he wanted to be more proficient, so that he could exert stronger strength. For example, do 2 things at the same time. Half of his mind stayed in his body, controlling his body's actions, and the other half was performing the spiritualization technique to mercilessly harvest the enemy. This was the final idea of the 2nd generation in the notebook, but unfortunately he had not had time to perfect it before he died. So he rarely walked around the camp. In his impression, most people in the camp had serious expressions, and few people played around. Everyone was wiping their equipment and ready to fight at any time. The whole camp was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Since Elder Danzo asked him to go out and take a look, he would just follow his advice. He stood up and bowed, then Elder Danzo, I'm going out first. Well, go ahead. After dinner, come back and give me your answer. Okay. After a roar, Kato Dan left. Looking at the other parties disappearing back, Ryoma he asked, Sir, do you want to recruit him into the route? Danzo nodded, I have this idea. He glanced at Ryoma, and seeing that he was hesitant to speak, he said, "Don't you think it's not possible?" Ryoma nodded, "Yes, Danzo. Tell me what you think." Spiritualization technique is a forbidden technique that ignores distance and defense to kill souls. It is a method used by the third generation to restrain Uchiha. He will definitely not give Kato Dan to us. Hearing this, Danzo was stunned. He has been absent-minded for the past 2 days. He has been distracted by the adult in the village. He didn't expect this obvious thing. You make sense. Forget it. When we go back, I'll ask Sarutobi. Abarame Ryoma suddenly suggested, "Danzo-sama, I think Orochimaru is more suitable for the route. His scientific research ability is very important to us." Hearing this, Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly. Orochimaru. He had wanted to pull Orochimaru into his route before, but Sarutobi had been secretly obstructing him, making him fail every time. It just so happens that Sarutobi asked our route to lead the wood release experiment. Let's take this opportunity to ask him to come over. Time is a ruthless thing. In the future, they don't know how time can go so fast. In the blink of an eye, 7 days later has arrived. Today is the day of Uzumaki Mito's funeral. There were no complicated etiquette, no suana and gongs and drums, only Kushina quietly holding the urn, and the Waka holding the photo frame, walking slowly side by side from the Whirlpool Tower to the condolence monument along the street. At this time, there was already photography technology, but it was not very developed. On the street, everyone was very solemn. Some of them knew Uzumaki Mito, and some did not. But for the dead, his heart was heavy, even the most naughty children, quietly looking at the photo frame and the ashes. Uzumaki Mito's body was sent for cremation the day after her death. This was Uzumaki Mito's request. She didn't want to be disturbed by people in the world after her death. Because when Tobirama was developing reincarnation, he sought answers from her. Originally, Tobirama developed this trick to save the life of his brother, Senju Hashirama. But gradually it evolved into a kind of resurrection technique. But he didn't want to live anymore. He said that Uchiha Madara was dead and went to the Pure Land. He was very lonely and she had to accompany him. So this forbidden technique was banned by him for the first time. No one except himself could touch this technique, not even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who became Hokage. So Mito knew clearly that once her biological information was left in the world, it would be used by ambitious people for experiments. Although she participated in the invention of immortal reincarnation and knew the weaknesses of this technique, there would definitely be amazing people among the younger generation. If someone summoned her, she would really want to beat that person to death. She was also in a bad mood when she woke up. Kushina, Tsunade, and even Sarutobi also respected each other's wishes and did not collect her biological information. Thetis, a certain amount of flesh and blood. At that time, it was already the 4th day after Danzo knew about this. After Kato Dan was willing to take over the position of local garrison commander, he returned to Konoha with his men. When he saw that Lady Mito had turned into ashes, he felt that it was a waste. He could not disturb Lady Mito's soul, but her body must contain countless secrets. Among them was the secret that the world wanted most, longevity. You know, he and Sarutobi are not young anymore. He felt that his body was beginning to decline, and I think Sarutobi was the same. But it was already gone, what else could he say? Chapter 400. In front of the memorial. Everyone looked at a graveyard covered with soil and a memorial with a gloomy expression. One bow. The person in charge of the memorial, who was also the person holding the funeral, shouted in a heavy voice. Everyone bent down 90 degrees. 2 bows. 3 bows. After finishing, the person in charge walked in front of Kushina and Tsunade and asked in a low voice. Do you need to say anything? Tsunade, Noeki, Kushina, and Hong looked at each other and shook their heads. The first 3 are descendants of Mito Uzumaki, and Uchiha Hong is the last disciple of Mito, and is also qualified to wear mourning clothes and bid farewell to the old man with Tsunade and others. No, everyone is very busy, let's disperse. Tsunade said gloomily. Tomorrow is the funeral of those fallen ninjas. In this war, many people died. Besides, the scale of the farewell is already very large. If she is asked to give a speech on the stage again, I am afraid that Grandma will blame her. Besides, she has nothing to say. Noeki, Kushina, and Hong also have the same idea. So, the funeral of Uzumaki Mito has been completed for more than half. Soon, after a group of people presented flowers, they said goodbye and left. Some of these people are the management of Konoha, who need to go back to handle affairs, and some are the clan leaders of various clans, who need to go back to arrange the funeral of the fallen ninjas in the clan. Others are to help prepare the funeral for their deceased friends. Just like Tsunade said, everyone is very busy. However, they still need to have dinner in the Senju clan's territory in the evening, and Uzumaki Mito's funeral will be truly completed. Soon, most of the people here left, leaving only the future few people, Dezhuang and his wife, Sarutobi Hiruzen 4 senior executives, and Orochimaru 3 people. Noeka leaned against Tsunade's waist, his face pressed against his sister's waist, tears streaming down his face, soon soaking Tsunade's waist. Kushina knelt in front of the spirit, she stared blankly at the name on it. Now in this world, she really only had one clan member left, Uzumaki Nagato. Although the ninja world is so big, there must be people from the Uzumaki clan hiding in the dark, but the only Uzumaki clan member she knew was Nagato. Minato looked at her distraught appearance, couldn't help squatting beside her, and stretched out his hand to press on her shoulder. After seeing that the other party noticed his hand, he whispered to comfort her, "Kushina, everyone will die one day, some heavier than a mountain, some lighter than a feather." This was a sentence he wrote in the future book when he was bored, and he thought it was very poetic, so he wrote it down. But at that time it was written as Mount Tai, he didn't know the place name, so he changed it to Dashan. Anyway, the meaning is the same. When Grandma Mito passed away, she was smiling and had no regrets. She died in her old age. She had been separated from the first generation of Mu for so long. This time, she can finally go down to find him. We should be happy for her. I know. Kushina turned back and looked at the spirit tablet, saying hoarsely. She was once the princess of the Uzumaki clan, but because of a disaster, she lost her clan members, her home, her parents, and her relatives. As a result, she hid in the ninja world for so many years and experienced the hardships at the bottom. And the countless times her identity was exposed and hunted down. Until not long ago, she was brought back to Konoha by the Konoha ninja. Finally, she experienced the family affection that she didn't value before, but now she desperately desires. After losing and regaining it, she cherishes this relationship even more. It's just too short. God, why don't you let Grandma live a few more days? Looking at Kushina like this, Minato felt extremely distressed. It was more painful than the first time she saw Mirai being confessed by a girl. He reached out and took Kushina's shoulders, letting her lean on him, and whispered softly, "If you want to cry, just cry." Kushina could have held back, but Minato's words seemed to have turned on a switch in her heart. In an instant, her tears burst out, like a dam opening a floodgate, countless waters rushed out instantly. "We've We've Slash, oh, slash. Minato, I don't have a grandma anymore." She grabbed Minato's collar and cried again. Mirai, like Noeki, leaned against her sister. His eyes were a little red. He was not a cold-blooded creature. Even Orochimaru wanted to cry, let alone him. He raised his head and blinked twice, trying to let the tears flow back. Hong held Mirai's hand. She wiped her tears and couldn't help sobbing softly. Since the future and the others went to the battlefield, she almost always ran to Uzumaki Mito's residence except for the mission. Every time she could see the smiling face of Uzumaki Mito's grandmother. Now when she closed her eyes, her mind was full of Uzumaki Mito's smile. As if she was not dead yet, still waiting for her in the direction of the Uzumaki Tower. Teacher Mito, have a good journey. The Land of Rain. In a quiet cave. There were 3 small figures sitting around the fire. It was drizzling outside again. Although there was a fire in the cave, the air was still humid. Zionin looked at Nagato's absent-minded look, and she finally couldn't help asking. "Nagato, what's wrong with you? Why do you feel a little absent-minded since a week ago?" In the past, they thought that Nagato was worried because he was afraid of being found by ninjas, but now they don't think so. The cave here is farther and more remote. There were almost no people within 50 kilometers. And they were still in the secret cave, so it was absolutely impossible for anyone to find them. Their previous house had been destroyed in that battle, and Jiraiya-sensei had to go to help Konoha fight, so he could not take care of them for the time being. For safety reasons, they discussed and decided to take all the supplies they could use and go to other safe areas to wait for the teacher's return. Before Nagato replied, Yahiko spoke. "I guess he might be worried about Jiraiya-sensei, wondering if he would not come back. It has been a week since the Sand Ninja withdrew, and I heard that Jiraiya-sensei followed the Hokage and returned to Konoha on the same day. He might not want us. He said indifferently, but his eyes revealed a hint of complexity. In fact, he didn't believe what he said at all. Although he had only been with Jiraiya-sensei for a few days, that man was still abnormally lustful. Every time he went out, his eyes were always on the beautiful big sisters around him. But he knew that he was a very responsible man. Since he promised to take care of the three of them for 3 years, he would not break his promise. However, every time he thought of this, he would always think whether Jiraiya teacher had run away with the bucket. Every time it popped up, he would suppress it. But after once, twice, countless times, he could no longer suppress it, so he said it. Konan's face sank, and she couldn't help but increase her tone. Yahiko, what are you talking about? Jiraiya teacher is not that kind of person. After Yahiko finished speaking, he also realized that his words were a bit inappropriate, and hurriedly closed his mouth and stopped talking. Nagato glanced at him and didn't say anything to Yahiko. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Konoha, and said in a faint tone, I don't know why, I always feel like someone has passed away. It makes me feel very uncomfortable, and my heart hurts. Hearing this, Yahiko and Konan were stunned. They looked at each other blankly. Someone passed away? Could it be Jiraiya-sensei? But no, Jiraiya-sensei is so strong, and he has the strongest Hokage, the third Hokage, by his side. Who can hurt Jiraiya-sensei? When Nagato saw the expressions of his two friends, he knew they were wrong, and quickly corrected them. It's not Jiraiya-sensei. It's just, how should I put it? It feels like one of my relatives has passed away. Hearing this, Konan and Yahiko looked at each other again. Nagato has relatives. I don't know, by the way, could it be the little girl I saw last time? At that time, Jiraiya summoned Orochimaru and Tsunade, and they summoned their own disciples. At that time in the cave, it was a rare happy time for them. The one who impressed them the most was the handsome man with long hair down to his hips. At that time, he also performed the stunt of opening his mouth to swallow a rice bucket, which made Yahiko envy him every time he moved supplies and said how great it would be if he had the snake swallowing technique. The second is the little girl with the same hair color as Nagato. After all, she was from the once famous Uzumaki clan, and she was also a member of Nagato's clan, so they naturally had a deep impression of her. Konan hesitated and asked tentatively, is it that little girl Uzumaki Kushina? Nagato hesitated for a moment, thought about it, and shook his head. Not really. The blood of our Uzumaki clan is very strange. In addition to longevity, it also has a huge amount of chakra, so that when we see our clan members, we will have a telepathic connection. As he said, he covered his chest and looked outside the cave, that is, in the direction of Konoha. It gives me the feeling, like a respected elder has passed away. Hearing this, Konan and Yahiko were stunned. A respected elder has passed away. This. They don't know who it is. In the ninja world, he is not the only Uzumaki clan member who has such an idea. There is also a red-haired girl in the land of grass, staring blankly at the horizon.